Alrighty. What's good, everybody joining up the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? Good to see everyone. Good to be back. What's up, everyone joining in the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? How's everybody doing? How's everyone doing? Let me let the Instagram know that I'm going to be live here right now. I'm setting up the stream completely real quick. We're back home. We're back home. Good to be back home. Good to be home. Good to be home. Alrighty. Let's get everything going on. What's good, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing? We're going to get the debates going here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. I'm going to actually... Hold up. I'm going to change this to never debated me before, because I think that was actually like a better way to set it up instead of one time only. Never debated me before. Alrighty, there we go. Alrighty. Perfect. Let's get everyone joining in. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to get everything going here in a second. I just need to say I am live to everyone on Instagram. What's good? I am live, everyone. Boom. There we go. There we go. There we go. What's up, everyone joining in? Do give it a second for people to join in. Do give it a second. Alrighty. What's up, everyone joining in? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It should help get it out to more people, everyone. What's good, everyone joining in? Alrighty. Taro, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Really? Interesting. I didn't know that. Let's get everyone joining in. How was New York City? It was great. I had a great time in New York City, honestly. It was good to, like, get out of the house, do some stuff. Well, I mean, like, I get out of the house all the time. I meant, like, get out of town and, like, do something in a different place I've never been before. I've never been in New York City. It was really cool. I actually really liked it. I thought it was really cool. It was fun walking around, but, like, I literally tore up my heels. Like, my girlfriend got me these new shoes for our 2-year anniversary. That was the beginning of this month. And I wore them, and they have a little bit of a higher, like, aspect on the heel. And it's never happened to me before, but when I was walking so much, like literally all day, I wasn't even wearing Docs. It typically does happen on Docs, but this was just like my normal shoes, like that I kind of wear, but like a little bit higher on the back, and my backs and my heels were like bleeding. I was like literally bleeding through my socks. It was crazy. It's crazy. Actually diabolical, but you know, it wasn't like too painful. I had a great time. Other than that, it was fantastic. I had an amazing time. I don't mean to scare everyone, but like, yeah, it literally, my heels got, or not heel, like it's like right above my heel. It got tore up. Tara, thank you for the $2. I just literally did not pick up on that. I did not pick up on it. Alrighty, everyone. We're going to start getting the debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
Fucking nigger. Fucking kill yourself, you fucking nigger.
Dude, so disgusting. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Yo, Parker.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? Oh, I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
May.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Personally, I'd have to go with Trump.
Okay. And why is that?
Because Trump overall is just a better candidate than Kamala. Kamala. Just personally, in my opinion, huh?
Why is Donald Trump better?
Because personally, in my opinion, Kamala, she doesn't seem like...
Dude, I don't know. I just like I feel like he's gonna be trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. All right. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, can I just ask you to clarify
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, it seems like a fetus joined the live. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? I hate trash talkers like you. Kill yourself.
Okay, that's a crazy thing to say to someone, and I don't think that they're an American, so let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm wet and ready to fuck.
You know what's crazy about that person that literally just said that they hate me and they wanted me to unalive myself? Literally, like, weren't they trash talking? Wasn't that literally trash talking? Like, were they saying they hate themselves? I'm so confused. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What up, Parker? How you doing?
Good. How old are you?
I am 21 years of age.
And do you
This is
support
pretty
Donald
cool.
Trump?
I do support Donald Trump. This is actually, I literally just clicked request.
For sure. What's
Yes,
your birth year?
2004. Trying to
What
get my
month?
whole government.
No, I just need to know your
My
birth year.
birthday's on St. Patrick's Day, 2004.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Donald Trump.
And why is that?
Wait, honestly, couple different things. Like, I would say, first of all, he's kind of a G, right? Like, I want someone who's leading the country that's actually, like, knows what he's doing. Like I feel like in the past, the leaders in the past are usually the ones that are, like, successful first. Like, I want someone to lead me with, like, kind of like a higher test, or like someone that actually people can look up to.
You said
So I
higher
feel like
test. You know that old men do not have high test.
That is actually facts. But you know what I mean, though, right? It's like more of like someone that more people like look up to and like respect.
Okay. You think people respect and look up to Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Really? Why
Especially
so?
especially like in the business world, because since he's like pretty successful there.
Okay. Saying he's successful in the business world does not mean that, like, you would say that he's a better candidate overall. Hold up. Dean's literally calling me. Give me 1 second. Yeah, what's up?
Okay, yeah.
I got you on stream right now.
I got you on stream too, bro.
Oh, you're already live?
Yeah.
What's up, Dean?
Oh shit, I was actually just calling you to see when you were going live so I could send you a raid.
I just started literally like a few minutes ago.
Look at Parker, everyone. Listen, I'm gonna go send you guys on a raid to this nice guy's stream. Okay? He's doing debates right now. I'm gonna send you a raid. See you, Parker.
All right, I'll see you, man. Thank you, man. W Dean. Okay, all right. He just called me. I was like, okay, Dean's just calling me.
Hey,
All right, so
W
sorry, what
Dean,
were you just
W
saying?
Dean. Shout out to you, bro. Looking kind of nervous right now. You're gonna.
What were you just saying?
Absolutely cooked. No, you were saying something, and I said, yeah, that is true, but like, it's like people to look up to. But okay, honestly,
Yeah, like, I mean, I don't think
the
people
main
respect Donald
reason-
Trump. Can I give you reasons why you shouldn't respect Donald Trump?
sure.
Yeah, so Donald Trump specifically is a horrible and diabolically terrible person. He's incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol. He pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots. That's antithetical to some of the core American values that we hold to, like our democracy. He still undermines the 2020 election, saying that it was literally rigged without any evidence. I think those are fundamentally important aspects to look at in terms of whether or not you support a candidate. Would you say that's important or something that you look at when you support a candidate?
Yeah, but I feel like obviously he's done some like wrong, but I feel like I wouldn't really like trust Kamala, like, you know what I
Kamala?
mean?
Why so?
Okay, first of all, like, I'm Catholic, right? So I'm not like, when she says like you're at the wrong rally, when someone says like Jesus is king, I'm like, shoot, bro, can't have like someone that is a leader like that. Like,
Are you
I
trolling?
want to be able to. No, I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify first. So in terms of this, genuinely,
No,
like
this is actually sick. Like, I'm not here to like troll
Oh
you.
no,
Bro.
no, that's fine. That's fine. I just wanted to clarify. Just wanted to clarify real quick. So in terms of this, Kamala Harris is a Christian herself. She wasn't saying because they're Christian, because they said Jesus is Lord, that she was trying to tell them to go to the other rally because they're not at the right rally.
Yeah.
They are Trump supporters. They were heckling the crowd. That was the full context,
Yeah.
and she was telling them to go to the Trump rally down the street. She's again Christian herself. Joe Biden is a Catholic.
That is true. But also like I feel like just like the movement in itself like is a lot more um like secular just because like it supports more
You think Trump is
like
more secular?
rage. You know, like no, like the Democratic movement is a little bit more like secular just because I feel like when people of that movement are kind of like talking to people of the opposite side, they get like super. Not you, of course. I know you're very like good with your words and actually like logical with your stuff. I feel like a lot of the people like on that movement side kind of base it off like emotion, and are kind of like hateful, like very like oh they hear the word Trump and they're like I hate you like, and it's just like personal experience I've had. Definitely, especially in Cali. I'm from Cali, so that's a little.
I live in California as well. So
Oh, sorry.
yeah, so there's a few things here. So secular wouldn't necessarily entail hateful. Secular just means like separation of church and state, right?
Mm, just I'm not talking about like
Or do you
obviously
mean like atheist?
atheist, like a lot like very like it's just like evil like energy, you know. And
Atheist,
obviously there is
atheist
some
definitely doesn't
evil
mean
energy
evil
that-
energy. I'm an agnostic atheist myself. I don't think that you consider me like evil or have hateful
Yeah,
energy, right?
yeah. And obviously there is some of that like on the opposite on like both sides, but like I feel like just on the Democratic side of things, people our age are a lot more like hateful and like less open-minded.
Okay. That's like a general broad claim about people. That wouldn't necessarily entail whether or not a certain belief system is wrong or
Okay,
right.
yeah.
Correct.
Let's like switch topics then.
So no, let me clarify. Let me clarify. So Democrats, all right, in a general sense, if you're talking about secular, they believe more in a separation of church and state, but that's a good thing. You can be a Christian and also believe in a separation of church and state. And actually, I would say you should, specifically if you're Christian, because it is the case that like you don't want to base every single one of the laws based upon the Christian Bible, right? Like for example, you don't think sex before marriage should be illegal, yet it's a sin. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you, Rachel.
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously it would be absurd to say that just because something's sinful, it should be illegal. So obviously there's a separation of church and state. You don't say just because it is the case that the Bible says something, that means the law should be that way. But you're going to take general things, right? Like you want to take care of others. You have compassion for others. You want to be there for your community, right? That's generally stuff that was very much talked about in the New Testament, is being there for people in need, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of like getting confused on what you're getting at here.
Yeah, it was like you can take general things, but generally, like, obviously, it's not like you're taking everything. You're not saying just because something's sinful means it's going to be restricted. But obviously, you can take general things like you want to take care of people in your community, right, from Christianity, right? That's still something that you can do while
But
also
not in,
believing in
like,
a
a
separation of church and state.
So yeah, I guess. But not in like a communistic way, with like taking care of everybody, like just because like, oh, someone like makes less money and wants to like rely on government to like pay all their bills.
Everyone
Like,
relies
that's
on
one thing I'm
society.
also, like, very capitalistic.
Well, you think
That
about
is
this
true.
way.
Yeah,
We all
everybody outsources something.
Yeah. We all
However,
rely on
like-
society. We all rely on, society in order to take care of ourselves. So what I'm saying as a baseline is everyone should be able to be taken care of. That's not communism at all. Communism is a stateless, classless, and moneyless society. Communism is not defined specifically just by, basic liberal tendencies like if you want to like take care of your community, like ensure people are fed, ensure people have housing, ensure people have healthcare and childcare. Right? These are basic necessities that should be provided as a baseline for everyone, similarly to how we provide a baseline of education, we provide a baseline level for Social Security, a baseline level for Medicare. Do you think that those programs at all are beneficial?
To a certain extent.
Okay, which one? So what do you mean to a certain extent? Would you want to cut those programs?
Like obviously there should be like free like medical or not free like no, my bad, bro. I'm like that was close. I'm not the best debater.
Like free healthcare,
but
like universal healthcare.
I think like to a certain extent, like the healthcare system could help the people that need it. But I'd say like there's a point where like there's people that rely on say like EBT, like every single like they've had it for like 10 years, and then like you know what I mean, and then they kind of get dependent on other people's taxes to just live. They don't really like change their life around. Like I believe that it's designed to actually like help people, take people like instead of having them be reliant on it.
Where are you getting that people are on it for 10 years? Because to my knowledge, that they specifically they only go for a certain amount of years.
Yeah.
Okay, and also, I don't think that means over 10. Typically, like what I've seen is
for them to be like for a long time.
Yeah, where'd you get 10 years?
I look at an exaggeration.
Yeah. But yeah, generally, like these are meant specifically to act as a safety net. Think about it this way: like everyone in their lifetime can have a circumstance where they can't afford their bills, right? Because that's true, we should obviously provide a baseline so that no one is going to fall through the cracks of our system. Everyone's taken care of. There's going to be a safety net to catch every single person. Because think about it this way: you could think of a society where someone in your family, this could happen to them, right? And if they didn't have, the ability to take care of themselves, you would want to ensure that they're taken care of. And something that we can ensure that like there is something that is going to take care of everyone would be a governmental system that ensures this for everyone. So that's all this is for. And like if you believe in Christianity, you want to take care of other people within your community, then why wouldn't you support a safety net for everyone to ensure that no one is going to be treated in such a horrible and not be able to live a dignified life?
Yeah. Okay. I feel like I'm in a corner here. But just like to a certain extent, not to the point, because it's relying on other people. Yeah, I haven't really thought this deeply about it. But yeah, no, I'm getting cooked right here. Bro.
Yeah, just think about it. Jesus would feed the poor and the hungry, right? So why shouldn't you do the same thing from your governmental systems? I understand you want a little bit more in terms of the tax benefits, but Trump actually he's going to increase your taxes. Unless you make over $400,000 a year, you're going to pay more in taxes because of Donald Trump, because of his imposition of tariffs. Because Kamala Harris would have kept all of the tax cuts for income earners under $400,000 a year. So this idea that that Democrats are like harder on people and they want to tax them more, whereas Republicans specifically want to tax them less, is only true for extraordinarily rich individuals, and it's not true for the average American. It's actually true that Democrats want to reduce your taxes, right, as compared to Republicans if you are making less than $400,000 a year.
Yeah, I didn't know that statistic. But and also just like it's less so about like. For me, like the laws, it's more about like the movement itself, just because like of what I've experienced, and then kind of like what I see in Cali. Like I feel like the liberal cities are kind of just like always super like kind of sketchy, like LA or like San Francisco. It's like
Tyler, thank you for the
those were the ones that voted like more blue, and I'm like,
what's sketchy about those cities?
Bro, LA.
I live in LA.
Well, obviously there's like super nice areas, but then the areas that are kind of just like cooked, like you know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean by some areas are cooked, but in general, if you're referencing that, like you think that from your perspective, some areas are nice in a certain city and there are certain problems in that city, right? You wouldn't say that because there are certain problems in a city that's going to be representative of the entire city being bad, right? I think every city has its problems. I don't think it's the case that no city in America has no problems. And also something that we generally see is bigger cities tend to be more liberal. That's just the reality. So if we tend to see certain problems in metropolitan areas, then of course it's going to be associated with liberal cities because most metropolitan cities tend to be liberal. Right, it's very uncommon that you're going to find, areas that are extraordinarily red that in big metropolitan areas. It's very uncommon.
Yeah.
So obviously, that's going to be.
Job about it though.
do I think Newsom's doing a good job with it? Well, I think there's definitely critiques I could point to in terms of Newsom, right? But like they probably wouldn't be the same ones you'd be providing. I would say that we need to go further, right? Like I support universal health care. I think that we need to go further in terms of health care. And I would point to things like specifically him not providing universal health care, like vetoing a bill for specifically universal health care, as something I disagree with him on. But like people on the right would say that like that would be something that they think is so bad in terms of the policies that they support. Really, what I'm focused on is affordability for the average person. I'm not so much concerned with, huge corporate interests and business interests as much as I'm concerned with the everyday average American and what life's going to be like for them. Because realistically, right, if you look at Democratic agendas versus Republican agendas, Democratic agendas put very at the front, right, affordability for the average American, providing people health care, child care, housing affordability, food, basic amenities that they need. What are Republicans' priorities?
Yeah. Well, for me, like personally, like the reason why I kind of voted for Trump was because like obviously like first was like trans rules in like women's sports as well as like teaching that stuff to kids, and then second of all, the movement in general, and then like third was bro, I'm like I was not 100% prepared for this because I was scrolling on TikTok and I
okay, but just think about it this way, right? Like while we're focused on affordability and while we're focused on like the needs of the average American, right? It seems like you've been propagandized into believing that, trans people are dominating in sports and that that's a major issue that needs to be talked about on a national perspective. And that's just not true. There are less trans people in the NCAA than there are sexual assault allegations from different women towards Donald Trump. Yeah. Right. So the idea that there would be like anything that we need to address in terms of trans people in sports would be ridiculous from my perspective.
It's kind of still bad though. Like, I don't think it should be allowed.
Okay. So after multiple years of HRT, did you know that it is the case that there aren't these unfair biological advantages that you're pointing to? And I would also ask you, in situations in which it's not unfair, would you allow them to play?
But
say it's a particular trans person that is worse than the average person in that sport. Should they be allowed to play?
No.
No?
They have to be in like their.
They shouldn't. Okay, so it's not about. So it sounds like it's not about fairness then.
It's not about. It's like obviously it's not gonna be fair, but like they should be in their division. That.
What division? What division is that?
Like the male and female.
Okay, like but what would be the relevant? But what's the relevant point in terms of just making a distinction? It's going to be you're probably going to say fairness, right?
Yeah, because obviously there's people with natural born. So like, do you think like, obviously you've gotten this argument before?
Well,
like,
don't you think most people in professional sports are going to have natural like characteristics that are going to lead them to be a better athlete than the average person?
100%.
Okay, so then how is that unique specifically in terms of trans people?
That doesn't mean that a natural born dude can just go and like compete in women's.
Okay, like, so if, like, this isn't the connotation. We're talking specifically. We're talking specifically trans women, right? And you're saying trans women competing in women's sports makes it unfair. But I gave you a circumstance in which there's particularly a trans person who is worse than the average cis woman in the sport, and yet it is the case that you said that they shouldn't be allowed to play. So it sounds like you really you're not concerned. Wait, how is it not fair?
It's not the division.
If they're worse than the average cis individual in the sport, how would it be unfair?
Okay, but before you talk about that, like, you gotta admit there's dudes that are better than girls at most sports. Like, if Mike Tyson wanted
to we're not talking about dudes. We're talking about trans women. Trans women are women.
Trans women.
Yeah.
Like, that's like, obviously, okay, we can talk about, like, someone who's kind of bad compared to, like, most other women, but if it's, like, the exceptional that didn't quite make. Like,
can you name one trans person dominating sports right now?
Wait, wasn't the dude in the Olympics, the boxing one, a dude or no?
So I don't know who you're specifically referencing, but you're probably referencing someone who's not trans, by the way.
Yeah.
Based upon what's typically brought up in these conversations.
I'm not sure about that, but yeah. I'm not sure.
I'm confused what your point would be there. So you don't know a single trans person yet. You're like this is the point that's relevant to like bring up
Yeah,
as to why you voted for Donald Trump? Really? Like, say that the Democrats took this position. Would you still support Trump?
Which position?
The position that you hold.
But then what are you saying like Trump and like Kamala would like switch?
No. I'm saying Democrats. I'm saying Democrats have the same position as you on sports.
Yeah.
If they have the same position as you on sports, would you still vote for Donald Trump?
Honestly, probably. Like, there's
Okay,
more
so then
than
it doesn't
that,
seem like it's that important to you. So what's the main crux of why you voted for Donald Trump? That if it were
Okay.
not true, that you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump.
Because I look up to him like as a business person, which I feel like he's prepared to lead that. Second of all would be like it just like kind of scared me the propaganda that like the Democratic side is kind of pushing towards like LGBTQ stuff. Obviously, I have gay homies. Shout out to the gay homies if you're watching this.
Okay. What propaganda?
But it's just like teaching kids like about like trans stuff. And
Like
then
what?
Saying that like also abortion. Or first is like saying that like little kids can change their gender like at like 3 years old. Second of all, killing babies.
At 3 years old? No one's claiming this, dude. Wait, 3-year-olds aren't in school. Who's telling them this?
Or exaggeration of numbers, but
Okay, yeah. Why do you have to rely on exaggerations of numbers in order to make it seem worse than it is?
Because I haven't done exactly much case studying, but I'm just going off of what I've like kind of seen.
Okay. I mean, so then like you're going based upon what you've seen, but it seems like there's really not a difference in terms of policy here. Like what specifically is being talked about that you disagree with? That trans people exist and that you can be trans?
No, that like little kids should be allowed to do that, and that they're teaching that stuff.
Allowed to do what? Like what specifically do you not want kids to be allowed to do?
At a young age, as well as
Right, like so for example, like
transition and like stuff
what
like
types
that
of
being taught.
like social transition? So you don't think kids should be allowed to change their names? You don't think kids should be able to allowed to wear certain clothes? What do you think specifically?
Like change their genitals.
No one's changing genitals as a child. Who are you? What are you talking about, dude? What are you saying, bro? No,
That's
no,
not
there's
you
no,
can't tell me
no.
that's not, dude. You can't tell me that's not.
No,
a
it's
thing.
not, dude. No Democrat holds this position.
You've never like heard anything about like someone who's like less than 10 years old.
No. I've never
changing
heard
their
about less
genitals.
than 10-year-olds, right? Specifically, like people in 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st grade or kindergarten, specifically getting genital changes. That's crazy. Where did you find this information? Where'd you hear that this was happening?
Probably IG Reels.
Okay, bro. I don't think that's a good
I
mechanism
have
for your
watched all, like,
information.
the Jubilee episodes.
What?
I have watched like most of like the Jubilee episodes.
The ones that I was on, right? So then you would have heard me debunking Charlie Kirk saying that bullshit, right? But Charlie Kirk didn't even say this.
Like he's like good though. Like I feel like
No,
I
he's
trust
not.
his sources.
Have you watched any of the debates?
Yes, I literally watched all of them.
Okay, then
I saw him IRL.
So, dude, are we like engaging in the same reality?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. So, okay. So, what you're referencing, in terms of this is like definitely going to be an issue. Like, I don't know why like you would base like your reason for voting for Donald Trump based upon this, and you don't even really know much about it, and it's like a big issue for you. Like you have a big issue with it, but you don't really know much about it. It's like just a general feeling you have.
There's that as well as like abortion rights too. Like that shouldn't be allowed. Like
So it sounds like you're not worried about like affordability for the average person. You're more worried about like restricting women's access to abortion or like what trans people
it's like
are doing.
moral stuff, I guess.
That's not
It's
really
less so,
morals.
like-
Well, if you cared about morals, then you wouldn't support a guy held civilly liable of sexual abuse that incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, that called for the termination of the Constitution, that said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, that bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. That wouldn't be who you support.
Slow down.
That guy's... Well, I can go over every single one of those. Those are all examples of how Donald Trump is literally morally indefensible. So if like you care about morals, then it clearly wouldn't be the case that you'd support Donald Trump.
Ask that one more time.
Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, meaning he was held liable for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. He incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, meaning he got rid of all of their convictions and all of their charges after they beat police officers, right? And he called them patriots.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you think that guy's
You
like a
think the
moral
case, though?
person?
It's not more so just like about Trump too. Like I feel like what I said earlier, it's like about the people in the movement too. Like when George Floyd died, like there was just riots everywhere. But then when Charlie Kirk died, like everybody was like praying as well. Like and that's like something I want to be about.
I'm sorry. So if you had an issue with rioting, why would you support a candidate that pardoned violent rioters? Like think about that for a second. Was there a single Democrat that pardoned a violent rioter?
Okay, but you gotta admit though that
Push the
there was
magic
way
stage.
more riots on the
And also, it
Democratic
wasn't a
side.
power structure that killed Charlie Kirk. It wasn't.
What do you-
Okay? So you can't compare.
Yeah.
Those are not comparable situations at all. There was no power structure that killed Charlie Kirk.
That makes sense. That does make sense. That does make sense. I see what you're saying there. Because like, obviously, when like riots.
Wait, what's up? Also, like, no Democrat's going to say that they support violence, right? We support peaceful means of addressing our systems, and like we support democracy, right?
Yeah.
Unlike the Republicans, unlike MAGA, we do not believe in violence, right? Within America, within our democratic processes. I can't hear you currently. Oh, he might be getting like a notification or something. It looked like he was getting a notification.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Yeah. Did
Go
you hear
ahead.
what I just said?
I did not know.
What was the last thing you heard?
Something about you're saying like about to talk about violence.
Yeah, MAGA is in support of violence, right? We believe in peaceful means of democracy.
I feel like most of the protests though, like besides that one part, like on the Capitol, were all peaceful compared to the other side. It was
You think the people who beat police officers were engaging peacefully?
I said other than the Capitol, I feel like there's definitely been more riots on the Democratic side.
Okay. Did you know that there is literally more domestic terrorism on behalf of the right than there is the left, by far, according to government data?
No.
Yeah, like
Not-
literally, there's
not-
more right-wing domestic terrorism in the United States comparative to left-wing domestic terrorism in the United States. So, like, statistically speaking, Republicans, right, and people on the right are more likely to engage in political violence.
Bruh.
So if you actually care about violence, not only is it condoned more by the right, but it's also engaged in more by the right. So like this argument that like Republicans and people on the right are trying to make that the left is violent is actually ironically insane. It's so insane. It's insane for the right to say this. Okay? It's actually the craziest point I've ever heard. Because statistically speaking and factually speaking, right, the right is literally more violent. And like constantly we are condemning violence. Can you name one Democrat in office that has condoned political violence?
I couldn't name you a Democrat or a Republican that has condoned it, like, cause
Donald Trump, you can name Donald Trump that's condoned it. So you can name a Republican who's
what
done
did you
it.
say?
He's pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, meaning he got rid of their convictions and charges for beating cops. on January 6th, and he called them patriots. That's condoning violence.
Okay. But okay, that's not the reason why I'm not gonna vote for him though. Like
Okay,
that's not gonna.
so you don't really care about violence then. You don't care about riots. Because if it's pardoned by your guy, you're totally okay with it. Can you imagine if Democrats pardoned violent rioters? Can you imagine what Fox News and what you would be saying about the Democrats right now?
Probably.
Yeah, exactly. So but if Trump does it, you know, it's not a big deal under their view.
I have a question.
What's up?
Like, what's up with like the No Kings protest? Like, I'm not saying this as like a point, but it's like I have no idea why people are saying like, "Yo, no kings," when he's not even a king. He's like a president that got voted in, and there's like bills of rights. And,
Well, he's violated multiple of the amendments within the Bill of Rights. But we can also point to the fact that he said that he wanted to be a dictator on day one. So when we say no kings, what we essentially mean is no fascism, no authoritarianism, right? We don't believe in the executive branch having so much power that it's above the rule of law, right? And Donald Trump does. Donald Trump believes that the presidency is above the rule of law. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance believe that they can fire civil servants within the federal government and replace them with people who are ideologically loyal to them. Okay, that's them superseding, right, the particular roles of the federal government, right, to get rid of the nonpartisan individuals from the federal government and to also not listen to the Supreme Court, right? So actively going against the checks and balances of our system. He's also called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, and just recently wouldn't say that he would not think about going for a third term when it's literally not constitutionally allowed, right? He wouldn't rule it out. He will not rule out being a third term for president of the United States when it's literally not constitutional.
yeah. Honestly, I feel like he just low-key just stands on business, you know? Like
On what?
He just
Stands on bankrupted businesses? Like 6 of them? Multiple casinos? Like 2 casinos?
he's low-key just like he's like you know what I mean? No, not like business, like actual business, but he stands on business. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bankrupt businesses, right? He stands on businesses that were formed from him being president of the United States. Like half of his net worth comes from True Social. He's made meme coins, right? He's dropped a meme coin and made almost $1 billion off of it.
I lost money.
He made almost $1 billion off the meme coin. I'm not trolling.
Yeah,
This is where he makes his money. He's scamming his audience. He's scamming his voter base, and you're like, dude, he stands on what? Grifting? What does he stand for? The rich? What does he stand for? His corporate buddies?
His side, like
what's up?
I feel like he definitely does like support his side though.
Support what? Like what does he support? Do you think he actually holds Christian views?
Like he definitely stands like against the left. Like when
Really?
I feel like there's so much like hate on that side, but I feel like he definitely stands on it, you know?
Yeah, sure. He that might be one thing that he actually believes is that he's against the left, right? But that doesn't mean that he's not grifting. He says that he's a Christian.
What is grifting?
Grifting means that you dishonestly hold a certain perspective in order to get a certain thing out of it, right? Like attention, money, power, influence. It could be many of those things. He grifts by utilizing the ideology of Christianity in order to be able to get into positions of power so that he can control people.
So you think he
like grifts on certain positions. He says that he could literally reduce prices for gas and groceries. Right? He specifically said that that tariffs were going to reduce prices. And this is a lie. Tariffs increase prices. They put upward pressure on prices. It was a blatant lie. Everyone knew it. So he actively speaking grifts consistently all the time by dishonestly holding certain perspectives to be able to get votes, to be able to get attention and power so that he can continue to exert authority over other people.
I feel like though for the tariffs, it's either go into more debt for the country and keep the cycle, or you have to like kind of take a hit and like.
Trump signed off on more debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration, taking into account the tariff revenue.
So you're saying what? So what's the point of the tariffs?
tariffs bring in revenue to the country, but overall, you're essentially all it's doing is replacing the tax because he's reducing income tax. So he's reducing income tax and he's increasing tariffs. Tariffs have a regressive negative impact, meaning that they disproportionately increase taxes for lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. Right?
Yeah.
Whereas income tax, the more you make, the greater percentage that you pay in taxes. Right? So he's replacing a progressive tax structure with a regressive tax structure, shifting the burden of taxation from those that are disproportionately higher income to those that are disproportionately lower income. It's literally reverse Robin Hood, taking from the poor and giving to the rich. Also,
So,
I mean, Donald Trump thinks that he's above the rule of law in general. He's been literally just murdering people off the coast of Venezuela, right? Claiming that they have drug boats, right? Specifically, are drugs on their boat when there's been no evidence given to Congress at all that demonstrates any evidence that they had drugs on their boat, let alone the fact that given that they had drugs on their boat, that's not a reason to drone strike them and murder them. Once they get into U.S. territory, you could literally just detain them.
I did not hear about that.
Yeah, well, that's happened on multiple different occasions. That's him actively going against, right, the certain processes that he has to in terms of identifying to Congress what he has to do and actively committing international war crimes, killing people in areas in which we're not even involved in a war, right? And it is the case that literally he's just murdering people without good evidence.
Okay. But okay, didn't he stop the Gaza war or something? Didn't he
Nope.
end the ceasefire or something?
No.
Okay, well, then what did he do then? Why is it all over the news that he did? Or
Why is
that he
it-
did something to help the situation, I guess.
No, he specifically tried to get a deal done. It's almost a year since Biden had a deal, right? And nothing happened from this.
So then why is everybody talking about it?
Because he was trying to take credit for it.
So you're saying Biden already created the ceasefire and then it just happened during his presidency and then he's taking the credit, what you're saying?
Yeah, he was trying to take the credit, and then literally the ceasefire fell from underneath him, and then he's not going to acknowledge that. He's going to try to take all of the positive PR, and then when it inevitably fails, he doesn't want any of the negative PR.
Yeah.
So why does he think he can only get positive PR?
What do you mean by PR?
Public relations, like a public response.
I have not. I'm the only reason why I'm asking because I haven't really looked into it. I just seen it before, but I just feel like Trump's a dude that would actually stand on business and protect the country against foreign entities and not let us get pushed around.
In what way?
Military wise.
Really? Because he's let that happen with Russia. Apparently, Russia and China were conspiring against the United States, according to Trump himself. And he wasn't able to prevent that. He hasn't got a deal done with Russia, yet he claimed that he was going to do so in 24 hours. He cut the funding for Ukraine, right? And then literally Russia got more territory. And then he claimed that he could get the entirety back of Ukraine, right? And then after he realized that didn't work out, he then said that Putin is now pro-peace, apparently. So he's all over the place. He doesn't have a consistent position. We have a madman in the Oval Office. And do you think that this is good foreign policy? Alongside literally tariffing the entirety of the globe, right? Causing trade wars around the entire world, distancing ourselves from our allies. He literally was talking about annexing Canada, right?
Okay, yeah. I feel maybe I'm not educated enough to debate enough on this, Parker. However, thank you for having me on, man.
Okay. All right. Well,
Was there anything else?
Did anything I just say change your mind at all or get you to see it in a different way?
A little bit, actually, yeah. A little bit. So there's some of the stuff I haven't even really looked into much, statistic wise. And then I learned about it.
Okay. So, but now at this point, what gets you to support Donald Trump? If you don't have any of the reasons, then why do you?
Dude, I gotta look at my own stuff too. I gotta read my own.
Well, shouldn't you form positions once you already do the research? Like you do the research and then you form conclusions from that research, and not form conclusions and then look for research to support those conclusions. That sounds like confirmation bias.
Loki, yeah, I feel like I definitely am a little bit of confirmation bias for sure, just because like that's what I'm like confirmed right now. However, you're very good.
Well, I appreciate it. I hope you keep critically thinking and try to change your mind further. I appreciate you coming up.
Appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you. Have a good day.
Have a good day. I'll keep watching.
The screenshot was diabolical. The screenshot was diabolical. All right, everyone, we're going to go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let me say thank you to a few people real quick. Coral, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Coral. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Coral in the comment section right now. Thank you. Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Facts over feelings. Angie, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. As well as Garrett, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Garrett. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Neo, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. On the Beard, thank you for the $2. Felly, thank you so much for the $7. Jay, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. On the Beard, thank you so much for the $5. Too Sweet, thank you so much for the $2. Aaliyah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Brandon, thank you for the $5. Krister with the $20. Thank you so much, Krister. I really appreciate it. Neo with the $10. Thank you. Jay with the $5. Taro, again with the $2 twice. Thank you so much. I'm fully caught up on YouTube. Let me go check everything else on Venmo and Cash App. I will in a second. Let me just get the next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Jay, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Jay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, you there?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 23. I just graduated, actually.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do. I voted for him twice. Would have third time if I was old enough.
And what's your birth year?
2002.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, for sure.
Okay, why is that?
Well, incumbency.
Actually, here real quick before you do, let me say thank you to a few people, and then we'll move on to that. Madeline, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Madeline, thank you again with the $5. Thank you so much. I should have asked that, Madeline. Siri, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Wendy, thank you for the $5. So, Sophie, thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. This is the right one. This is the right one, Sophie. Atlas, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much, Atlas. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Atlas in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the kind message. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty. And on the Beard, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and a pinned comment on my YouTube. But let me go on, as well as make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube, everyone. Hit the thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to a million likes. I would really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Alrighty, so why do you support Donald Trump?
I mean, sealing the border is just such a massive win so far. He's done 7 peace deals abroad. 5 of the 7 have at least one of the leaders that thanked him or publicly gave him credit. And I do think the big, beautiful bill is going to help the economy, though we won't know that for quite some time.
Okay. So I think that the big, beautiful bill is horrendous and terrible. I mean, it adds $3.4 trillion to the debt. It cuts over 10 million people off their access to health insurance. It cuts over 2.5 million people on average per month off their access to food stamps, and over 420,000 children off their access to free school lunch and breakfast, according to the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government.
Yep.
So I think that's definitely going to have a very negative impact on America as a whole, and I would definitely prefer policies by the Biden-Harris administration or by the Harris administration going into office, as she would have kept all the tax cuts for income earners under $400,000 a year, while specifically also imposing a greater child tax credit, right, and housing tax credits for people to buy new houses, which I think would have been significantly more beneficial.
The child tax credit's funny because that actually got a pretty big increase in the big beautiful bill. I will concede the fact that the school lunches, I don't like that. I think every kid should deserve school lunches. But when it comes to food stamps, healthcare, and different welfare programs, my understanding is that for the most part, if you work 20 hours within a month, then you still get those benefits. That's a large portion of who's being cut off from them. And I do think that if you want those benefits, if you are able-bodied, you should be working, honestly, more like 20 hours a week. but we can settle at 20 hours a month. That's fine. And I understand that I think it's CBO, Congressional Budget Office. Yeah, they said it's a 3.4 trillion increase, but they said something very, very similar about the 2017 tax cuts, and it didn't quite come to fruition. It's a prediction. It can go so many different ways. I mean, the economy is so volatile. It's kind of projecting. I get it, and that's kind of where we're going to differ on opinions. But I think tax credits really, really help. Tax cuts really, really help, especially things like no tax on overtime, no tax on tips. That's going to help stimulate the economy for sure.
Yeah, so all those tax cuts that are applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, which would be the income tax, not income tax, the tax on tips deduction and the tax on overtime deduction, both those would be applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year. Therefore, they would have been kept under Harris's plan. Alongside the child tax credit increase would have been a greater increase under the Harris administration compared to the Trump administration. Trump did.
I don't know if that's.
Let me.
So I don't know if that's fair to say because in order to try to compare a Kamala Harris presidency to a President Trump presidency is really hard because so say Kamala won, but then all the House seats and the Senate seats went the same way they did. I know Republicans are petty, to say the least. I don't think they would have passed her economy bill at all, even if it did have the tax cuts that they wanted. But we could just assume that the whole country.
Oh, so you're just saying Republicans don't actually care about giving tax cuts to working class people?
No, I'm saying that they're extremely petty when it comes to Congress. Everybody in Congress is petty, but the Republicans are notoriously petty.
So why would you want to vote for people that wouldn't pass tax cuts that would be beneficial to working class people just because they want to hurt the other side?
So I wouldn't. For one, I wouldn't vote for it if the bill was too large and had different increases in spending elsewhere. For instance,
Trump's bill?
No, I'm talking about so say Kamala wanted. There was a thing where she wanted to forcefully build a bunch of houses. I don't think that's a great way to go about it. Biden had some very bad inflation problems, and she didn't seem like she would defer from those differently. But we're kind of getting off track because my whole point is that
if you want to talk about inflation, how did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
With the Inflation Reduction Act, 100% increased inflation. And while the infrastructure bill was great, it was poorly timed because we're coming off of COVID, and the inflation off of COVID we saw worldwide was pretty bad. So that was not a good time to start developing more infrastructure.
So the infrastructure bill came prior to the inflation. The Inflation Reduction Act specifically came.
The infrastructure bill caused more inflation.
No. Okay, well, if you're saying that, then you're saying that the spending that was a greater extent under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration caused more inflation. Secondly, the Inflation Reduction Act was deficit reducing, and actually the CBO report indicated that it actually had a small decrease in inflation. Right, it was specifically to build up renewable energy policy in this country and provide a $35 cap on insulin for those that are on Medicare. Right. So explain to me what aspect of the bill you think caused inflation under the Inflation Reduction Act.
Well, the infrastructure side. I mean, anytime you spend money on interior infrastructure,
it was deficit reducing. It was deficit reducing.
Deficit and inflation are not the same thing. When you spend domestic money,
but if it's deficit reducing, that means you'd be taking money out of the economy to a greater extent.
Overall, sure, but I mean, we're talking about domestic spending. When you're talking about domestic spending, if you increase domestic spending, you're going to increase.
Wait, no, it's actually a decrease. It's a decrease. It's a decrease in domestic spending because it's deficit reducing. You're not listening.
No, the overall deficit, sure, but let's not forget that the overall deficit massively increased under Biden. I know a lot of it was COVID spending, so I don't hold that against him, but it did increase under Biden, just like it increased under Trump from Obama. Yes.
Trump signed off on more debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration by $4 trillion, signed into law according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, which is a bipartisan.
And when he handed the economy over, inflation was down, unemployment was down. Shortly before COVID, right before COVID, we had the lowest unemployment rate.
Unemployment was high when Biden got in office. That's just not true.
Yeah, when COVID hit, yes. But 6 months before that.
So unemployment went to lower rates under Biden.
Then under the lowest rate under Trump?
Yes, 3.4% two separate times.
Yeah, under Trump it was under 2% one time.
No, it was 3.5% at its lowest. Where did you get that it was 2%? You just made that up.
I'll have to go back and fact check.
You can. I've looked at this a million times. You can look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics unemployment rate. There's nowhere where it said 2%. It's never been 2% in U.S. history.
Okay, so I don't know these statistics off the top of my head. I remember going way back then. But I want to talk more about what Trump is doing in his second term that I like so far. That and the number one thing that I like so far is shutting the border down. I mean, I think you have to admit that that's a pretty big accomplishment.
No, I think that's not. Why are you pivoting? Can we address specifically what you brought up? You said inflation was specifically caused by the Inflation Reduction Act, but you provided no reason to believe that. You said that inflation was an issue because of Biden. You provided no reason to believe that. The reasons you actually provided indicated they'd be worse off on behalf of Trump comparative to the Biden-Harris administration.
No, so my stance on inflation is very simple. Obviously, inflation was going to be a direct result of COVID, so I'm not holding it against the Biden administration necessarily. I'm saying that I trust Trump to get it down more than I trust Kamala Harris to get down more, simply off of political and business experiences both.
Okay. What are tariffs?
Tariffs. I know you say tariffs are a tax on the domestic. It kind of is. Usually 10% of the tariff increase is what gets passed on to the consumer. If that's that Secretary Bessent holds, and I trust Secretary Bessent. He used to be a leftist, now he's not. I like him. He's good with his numbers. But a tariff is where you tell another country or a manufacturer in another country that we're going to charge you 10% of your product good to sell to our economy. I'm real wishy-washy on tariffs. We're going to see how this plays out.
Who pays the tax?
Sometimes, yeah, a small portion of it, 10% or less, according to Secretary Bessent, 10% or less, and I don't remember exactly what he stated, but he cited a bunch of studies.
No,
10% or less get passed on.
Who pays it?
Yeah, so 10% of the...
I'm not asking what is paid by 10%. Who pays it?
It gets split up. It's not all on the consumer. Okay. It's also not all on the manufacturer.
Let me explain what a tariff is, because you don't know what a tariff is. A tariff is a tax on an import
good. Okay, I think I do. Okay.
No, you don't.
Yes, a tax on an import good.
Can I please explain? Be quiet.
Go ahead.
So tariffs are taxes on imported goods. They're paid by the importing business. The American business is importing the product, and it's passed down to the consumer. So yes, it's passed down to the consumer. The consumer pays. It's paid by the importer, which is the American business. It's not paid by the foreign country. Okay?
Yeah, yes. And so the American importer decided to offshore their manufacturing, so instead they can bring manufacturing in. It also is the same for domestic import or for foreign importers as well. There's also tariffs like with NAFTA and everything. The whole reason that I think is it Toyota that makes the cars over here? One of the major companies over in Japan makes a bunch of cars over here to avoid said tariffs.
So again, if you're talking about tariffs are not really good for bringing back manufacturing to the country in the way that they were implemented by the Trump administration, because it increases cost of production for American firms manufacturing goods in the United States, because they get
when you see those statistics, most of those statistics are not
they get aspects of their production process from countries around the world, meaning that if they're producing goods within the United States, they have to bring goods from countries around the world to the United States to be able to produce the products that they're then selling to you. So their production process becomes more expensive, therefore disincentivizing production in the United States. That's why since Trump got in office, we've seen a decline in real manufacturing investment in this country.
Okay, so there was a lot there. Okay, first, when it comes to avoiding a tariff, the best way to avoid a tariff is obviously building the country. But when you see a lot of these statistics that are like, oh, the iPhone will cost X amount more to be produced in America, that forget to take into the account that a lot of those can be assembled by robots. It doesn't necessarily always have to increase the jobs. I mean, I personally would love to see a 10% increase on my phone cost if that means that there's not a 12-year-old Chinese slave labor doing it and building it. That seems like a good thing to me.
Okay, so then
Trump also has been.
Here's your issue.
Hold on, I would like to address your second point.
What you just said is false, though. What you just said is false. When you place a tariff on countries around the world in the manner that you did universally on the entire country, you're actually creating a condition for worse off labor standards in those countries around the entire world. If you specifically want to reduce the likelihood of the labor that is involved in the products that you buy being bad, right? Specifically like a process of it requiring a bad process, well then what you want to do is you want to tariff specific companies, which would be targeted tariffs, not universalized tariffs. Universalized tariffs create a greater incentive to decrease labor standards, therefore increasing the likelihood that this is happening. That's why I was trying to cut you off, because what you were trying to do, although you're trying to do it good intentioned, actually is worse off. You can unmute your mic. Click the microphone in the bottom right.
Okay, my bad. Okay, yeah. So no, I 100% agree with you that I'm against universal tariff. When he came out with that, I said, hey, this is not the type of tariff that I want. I'm really hoping he reverses on a lot of that stuff, and maybe a lot of it was negotiation tactics. Maybe not. He's only been in office 10 months or so, less than. So we'll see. I hope that the way he does tariffs is that he does not tariff the raw materials. unless we can actually get those raw materials from our own country. If we can, then go ahead and tariff the raw materials. If not, don't tariff the raw materials, only tariff the finished product, which I hope is where he's going to land. We will see how it plays out.
Okay.
So you and I
Then
have some
that's
agreement.
not what's happened. There is no position in terms of that he's outlined to say that he's only going to tariff the final products and not the materials.
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, he's been extremely gray on the tariffs, but very few of them have actually gone into effect at this point. And what he has done, I think you should acknowledge, is he's struck pretty good trade deals with Japan, the United Kingdom, and the EU now.
What did we get out of any of these trade deals? I would actually say that the tariffs that he's imposed have led to less trade with these countries. So he's trying to take credit for more trade or more investment into our country, but actually the conditions for trade that he's created have led to less trade with our country and have actually led to worse set of circumstances with all of our allies. One, because they don't actually respect us to the same degree. Two, because they're boycotting American products to a greater extent. And three, because they've lost the ability to engage with the United States without us threatening them.
So you might know the number off the top of your head. I don't. I know it's somewhere in the hundreds of billions of money of U.S. dollars that Japan said that they would invest in our. Oh, I don't remember exactly what sectors it was.
Yeah. So these are just claims.
I mean, the deal inked. Japan, they shook hands on it.
Is there any enforcement mechanism?
I mean, we could go back and forth on enforcement mechanism. What he'll do, I'm sure. Trump is pretty good at negotiating. Although there's a reasonable claim that he's bad at business. I mean, I disagree with it, but you can have that claim. He did negotiate his way out of $1 billion.
Why couldn't he have negotiated trades without there being tariffs implemented on our allies?
Well, I mean, what we got from Japan was they're willing to pay a 10% tariff, absorb the 10% tariff, and they're sending us money.
No, wait. If there's a 10% tariff,
and they agreed to buy American cars.
If there's a 10% tariff implemented, that means that there's going to be a reduction of trade between the United States and Japan. Did you know that?
Okay, so yeah. I mean, the goal of the tariff is to offset that. They also sent money and investment. They're also buying more of our products.
They would have been trading with us anyway. So what you're talking about is actually not necessarily going to be an increased
Japan has
level
not
of
been
trade.
buying. They have not been buying our products at all. And
yes, they have.
What I'm not okay. So they drastically increased the amount of products that they'll buy.
Can you give me a source on that?
I can go back and I can find the exact deals, but I'm not gonna hop off of here and go on an AI to find these exact deals. You should know that in those deals, especially with the UK, I think it's we're sending over more ground beef now. Maybe it was steak. We're sending a bunch over there now. They're also paying, I think it's a 10% tariff, somewhere in that realm. And they also invested more money in us. So did the EU. All three of these trade deals happened, and they're beneficial for America in comparison to the previous deals that we had. In which
but you don't even know any of the aspects of the bill that lead to better conditions. So if you don't know any of the aspects of the bill that specifically lead to better conditions, then all it is a talking point. It's a talking point where Donald Trump can sit there and say, look at all this money that's being brought into the United States, when this money likely would have come to the United States anyway, and you could have got this money specifically without their tariffs being implemented in the first place. And actually, if you impose tariffs, it reduced the likelihood of trade between the United States and Japan. So if you would compare specifically trade with the United States right now, if the Democrats were in office, particularly with a negotiation over Donald Trump, we would lead to greater levels of trade because there wouldn't be a tariff that's imposed. When you impose a tariff, that is going to decrease how much they're going to sell their products in the United States, meaning that they're going to be investing in the United States to a lesser degree. You're out of the
Okay, I'm back. Okay.
I hear you now.
Okay, so the EU has agreed to drop nearly all their tariffs on our goods going over to there as a result of this deal. Is that not a good thing?
What specific tariffs have they agreed to drop or have gone to a lesser degree than what they were when Trump originally got in office? Because what Trump did is that he imposed tariffs, right? And then they decreased from the original rate that he increased it to, right? Which is not an overall decrease. It's an overall still increase.
Okay, so from Gemini, that was reading this deal that that happened in July of 2025. The inked deal says that the EU is dropping tariffs on all U.S. manufactured goods. Is that a good thing?
What you're not understanding is that there were increases to the tariffs because of a trade war. So if they are increasing it and then they're decreasing it by a smaller margin than they increased it, there's still an increase in the rate of tariffs.
No, not decrease. Eliminate all tariffs on U.S. made goods into the EU.
Okay,
Not decrease.
if there are
Eliminate.
absolutely zero tariffs, right, and there were tariffs prior, well, I'd love to see that. Give me a single source that says that.
I just told you. I pulled it from Gemini. If you go into Gemini, you type
what's
in
Gemini?
Google's AI. It
Okay.
reads the deal for
Give
me. I can't.
What does it source?
Okay, I mean, I'm on my phone right now, so you're gonna have to give me 30 seconds to go back
I
and
will.
check.
That's fine. I'll thank some people in the meantime. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. On the beard, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm back.
Yes,
I've
I've heard about that as well. And Andrew, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Andrew. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Andrew. Give some W's for Andrew in the comment section right now, as well as Marin with the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we talk about the Medicaid cuts not only impact individuals, but how rural hospitals will not be able to survive and will close? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. There are plenty of rural hospitals that are closing because of them not having access to Medicaid. The Medicaid payments to the same degree. Julia, thank you so much for the $11. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it for tariffs. Sophie, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Sophie. And Dr. Sonia, thank you so much for the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Dr. Sonia, thank you so much. So what did it source?
Okay, so it sourced the European Commission and then also the White House. I know you're going to discredit the White House, that's fine. But it sourced the European Commission that said that they're going to, as according to this deal, which it hasn't been implemented
what's
yet.
the
Obviously,
title of
these
it?
things take time.
And I'll click on it.
I'm not going back to Gemini again. It pulled up like 4 different articles from the European Commission. The deal that, again, is not in effect yet, but it is being inked. It says that they're eliminating all tariffs on U.S. imported goods. That is a good thing.
What's the title so that I can see? So if it hasn't been done yet, then how are you saying the Trump administration has done this?
Because the deal has been inked and it hasn't been implemented yet. Implementing a deal takes a lot more time than inking a deal. But if you want me to go back to Gemini,
you're saying they've already signed it.
I'm not 100% sure on that. I know that the deal has been at least agreed upon in part by both sides, including the part on the EU dropping tariffs on U.S. manufacturing.
So it's been signed?
I believe. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Do you want to look that up real quick, and then I can just talk to someone in the meantime?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
I'm back.
You already found out?
Yeah, so the core, according to this, the core fundamental political agreement has been made. So a verbal confirmation from both sides that this is the agreement they're going to go forward with. Of course, they have to negotiate the small things. Is it an 8% tariff? Is it an 8.5% tariff that we're tariffing them?
So we haven't signed, and they have had a verbal agreement. So nothing so far.
We're only 10 months in, so I think that's pretty good so far. And this deal is
so Trump hasn't got this deal already. So we're taking credit for a deal that he hasn't got yet.
Again, we're only 10 months in, so it's kind of difficult to just judge his entire presidency so far.
Okay, then how can you judge and give him a positive review?
All I was hoping for you to admit was that if this deal goes through, and the EU decides to have 0 tariffs on all U.S. manufactured goods,
and do we reduce tariffs on them? Are we reducing tariffs on them?
That's the key negotiation piece right now. Trump has initially stated, I believe it was 10%. It's gone down to about 7%. Some
so
said
why don't
5%,
we do
some
0%?
said 8%. I would be okay with that too. I'd be fine with that too. I think the bigger piece.
So then he's still increasing tariffs, which is going to decrease investment.
I think that the fact that we can send goods over there without paying their tariffs would probably increase domestic investment.
We wouldn't pay their tariffs if you're not making any sense. We wouldn't pay tariffs if we're sending goods to their country. They would be the ones paying the tariff.
Okay. So what the EU said is that they will not tariff the United States or United
Yeah,
States
so
manufacturers.
all they're saying is they would reduce taxes on their own companies.
Okay, so if those companies are manufacturing goods in America, that's probably good for America.
What? There's no indication that they're going to be manufacturing goods in the United States. I'm
It
confused.
said for U.S. manufactured goods, there will be no tariffs.
Yeah, that's because specifically what they're going to be buying from other countries, meaning that their consumers and their importers will pay less to buy American products.
If
To buy
that
a
makes
slight
zero
percent.
sense. Okay, so if like Lego wants to move their manufacturing to the United States and they will receive no tariffs in the EU, that's fine because they're employing Americans to do that. And they're paying American corporate taxes if they're manufacturing in America.
Yeah, so I get your goal here is to incentivize people to domestically manufacture in the United States, but the issue is that it doesn't actually create conditions for doing so because you're imposing tariffs on those countries, right? We get some materials and aspects of the manufacturing process that comes from our allies and especially from Europe. Therefore, if you're going to be taxing specifically goods that are coming from other countries around the world from the process of the American consumer and the importer, then it's going to be increasing the cost of domestic manufacturing within the United States, wouldn't it?
No, so if we have I don't want to put exact numbers, but if we tariff a EU manufactured good, not necessarily the raw materials, that's not part of the deal. It's manufactured goods only, as far as I've been able to find.
Oh, okay. Give me a single source that says this. Are you gonna ask ChatGPT again?
I Gemini is better than ChatGPT, but it helps you find articles pretty quick.
Gemini.
It helps
Go
you find
Gemini.
articles pretty quick, like the article I said from the European Commission, which
yeah.
Again,
but the thing is, you
as
didn't,
a
read. You should read through these things. You shouldn't just rely on that.
I read
just
through them back
by
in
reading
July. I mean, it's been like 3 months, so I read through them.
You read
back
through
in
them,
July.
and in 3 months, you forgot every single fact of the trade deal.
I mean, the biggest fact, like I said, is the EU has agreed to drop all tariffs on U.S. manufactured goods. Is that not a good thing?
So you're saying that they will do it on they will drop tariffs. I would say that overall a net decrease in tariffs would be a good thing, yes. But that's not what's existing. That's not what's existing in the bill.
I mean, so we're in agreement on the trade deal then. If we can overall decrease tariffs,
if there is an overall net decrease in tariffs, well then I would think that's a good bill. Well, if that's the only aspect of it, I would have to look at the other aspects of the trade deal.
Considering the vast majority of EU tariffs are well above.
You can't give me any circumstance where Trump's got a trade deal where this has happened, then I don't know why you'd give him so much credit for these quote unquote trade deals.
Because they're currently, again, like this stuff takes time. He hasn't been in office very long. But that's, if you want to continue to discredit because it hasn't been signed, that's fine. It's understandable, I guess. But like,
there's been no conditions legitimately officially agreed upon.
The political agreement for the framework is that they will drastically decrease or eliminate their tariffs entirely. We're pushing for a total elimination of tariffs.
Again, I've yet to see that. Can you tell me the title of the article? You have yet to tell me the title of the article. All you've said is that you looked it up on a Gemini Google AI source.
Okay, give me 10 seconds and I'll go find the...
Okay. Jay, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes, it's literally a tool. It's not the main thing. Segendary, thank you so much. Really appreciate the 10 pounds. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Especially for food, it requires our food safety to be met, which a lot of U.S. food, especially, rules out a lot of U.S. food, especially meat. Makes sense. DK, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. A tariff would only work for goods or things that can be produced in the United States. If it's coupled with subsidies to further bolster it, like New Deal, it takes time.
I prefer tax
local production first. Yeah, subsidization definitely would be a better way to do so. Kata, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. True. Thank you so much.
I found the article. It's
Yeah, what is it? What is the title? I can't hear you when you're out of the app. So
the EU-US deal restoring stable trade or something like that.
Restoring what?
One more step. restoring stability and predictability. Restoring stability and predictability. It says that they have a
Is
handshake
it from
deal.
the
on it.
European Commission?
Yes.
Okay, the joint statement. Yeah, this, what does this indicate? New, what are you reading? Where they get rid of all of them?
That's the overall agreement. There's another article that talks about specific numbers, and then the White House has their numbers, and there's like 12 different articles that you have to piece together for this stuff. It's kind of why I use Gemini, and then just check the sources and make sure the sources are reliable.
Wait, nowhere does it say that it reduces tariffs to degrees in which it was lower comparative to prior.
That article
It just says
specifically
zero or near zero tariffs for a number of important product groups. And then it says the special FN tariff only regime will apply to unavailable natural resource such as cork, all aircraft parts, general pharmaceuticals, and their ingredients and chemical precursors. Both sides agree to work ambitiously towards extending this regime to other product categories. So there's been nothing specified outside of that.
Okay, so if we were to eliminate tariffs on all those things, that would be a good thing, and that's the most conservative thing. And I mean conservative, not in like conservative party.
That's
but
not
like
necessarily saying
safest
that
bet.
that's not necessarily saying that it's reduced tariffs on overall on different goods. Plus, a 15% tariff ceiling
It said that
means
word
they could
before.
do. So it says the most favored nations tariffs, specifically 15% of above, will not be subject to additional tariffs.
Yeah. So and you just said that it would reduce on like natural stuff and and you just listed a whole bunch of things. And the White House
Yeah,
has said
so
that
wait.
they are aiming for a total elimination.
No, none of this says that. Your original point is not justified by this at all.
I just said that the White House said that they're aiming for it. The deal has been on a handshake basis, and the final agreements are working it out. I've said that.
And how much is the investment?
I didn't pull up the investment numbers. That part doesn't that part doesn't matter as much as reducing tariffs. That's what we were talking about.
Wait, I thought your original point was that it's increasing the level of investment.
No, I said that if the EU eliminates tariffs on U.S. manufactured goods, then obviously companies are going to entertain the idea and increase investment of manufacturing goods in America, because the EU has they have 450 million people that will buy products.
Wait, it says, following the EU-US political agreement, the EU has also suspended effective 7 of August the EU rebalancing measures adopted on 24th of July 2025. Yeah, nowhere does it say that we've increased the level of trade. Because did you know that in 2022 we
I didn't say that we did.
According to the citation that you sourced, there was $5.3 trillion of total investments made between the EU and US firms in 2022.
Yeah,
So,
I mean
like,
that's a good number.
Do you think
but
the
it can go up.
Biden-Harris administration could take credit for that?
I mean, sure, if you want to also account that the Biden-Harris administration kept all of Trump's tariffs and all of his tax cuts.
They didn't cut all of the tax cuts and tariffs. So Kamala Harris wants
No,
to
they
keep
kept them all. They kept them all through Biden's 4 years.
They didn't have the ability to change it in terms of tax cuts, and then the tariffs, they didn't keep all of them, but they kept some of the targeted tariffs.
They kept a vast majority of them.
Wait,
the major ones.
Why do you constantly move the goalpost?
Okay.
It's like
so
you
fine.
make certain claims. I show that they're not the case, and then you immediately back off of it and try to change said claim.
Okay, so semantics, all vast majority of they kept the tariff policies for the most part in store through their 4 years.
So again, targeted tariffs, not universalized tariffs. Do you think Democrats would keep the tariffs that Donald Trump has just imposed?
So you and I have settled this agreement. We both agree that universal tariffs are not the best idea.
Yeah,
targeted tariffs
are not a good idea, and targeted tariffs are a better idea. Then you support the Democratic policy over the Republican policy, correct?
Historically, until Trump came in office, and now he's done targeted tariffs, and he's used universal tariffs more as a threat and negotiation tool than he has for implementing them.
Okay, well, no, they've been implemented in plenty of circumstances, and again, this is not actually like good overall policy. You have yet to demonstrate like the policy that is better for us overall as a country. right?
Okay, so
Like better for working class people overall. Well, all you've demonstrated is that, oh, there are some trade deals that exist. Like trade deals didn't exist under the Biden-Harris administration.
okay, so for the working class American, the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, those are pretty good things for the working class American. Also, preventing the largest tax increase in American history is a good thing for middle class American.
It
And that
wasn't.
happened with the big
Kamala
beautiful bill.
Harris was going to keep all the tax cuts for income earners income earners under $400,000 a year. That's what she wanted to do. All the tax cuts that were applicable to income earners under $400,000 were going to stay the same. But for income earners over $400,000 a year, you'll pay a slightly higher tax rate. Whereas for Donald Trump, people under $400,000 a year will pay more in taxes because of tariffs. And you see the largest tax increase. That was under Trump. The largest tax increase in U.S. history was under Trump.
And then the largest tax cut in U.S. history was also under Trump in 2017.
Yeah, so again, what you're not understanding is that what Kamala Harris is advocating for would be the largest tax cut in U.S. history for working class people.
And
because it's a greater tax cut comparative to Donald Trump.
I stand by that. That's not
because
a fair
she wants to
argument.
impose a greater child tax credit.
So I wants to, but
yeah, wait.
Like,
so wait, all we could do in terms of comparing the different presidential candidates is what they would want to do, right?
Except the election's over, so I don't know if it's really beneficial to say what Kamala would have done when Republicans.
No, what I'm essentially trying to get you to say is that you made the wrong choice, not only for Republicans in the Senate and in the House, but also for the president.
No, because let's say Kamala used the same economic plan. Let's just say that she kept the tax cuts going. Okay, fine. Then they both won on that issue, but we can go back to the border.
No,
which has been a massive win.
Wait. Tax cuts for income earners under $400,000. So Kamala Harris would do lower tax cuts for the average American because she also wanted to increase the child tax credit from $2,000 to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, which is way more than what Trump imposed, which would be a larger tax cut for working class Americans.
Are you familiar with the S&P savings fund that new babies born with get, and they can't touch until they're 18, but it's $1,000 into the S&P 500?
I don't think that's been
instead
created
of a child tax credit. It was part of the. They might have taken out the big beautiful bill, but I think it was part of it originally, and I'm pretty sure they kept it in there. But maybe they took it out.
Would you like to provide a source that's still there?
No, I don't know for sure. You might be right on that. What I will say though is I think that that's a better position to have. I also am more of a conservative when it comes to the economy. I think overall tax breaks tend to open up the economy. I mean, I also just philosophically
so you disagree with tariffs in general then, because that's a tax increase.
In general, I'm in a gray area because it always depends, right? I mean, when tariffs,
so
tariffs
really the difference between the two sides is not whether or not they're taxes, it's who the taxes are placed on. And you would prefer the taxes being placed on working class people than the taxes be placed on millionaires and billionaires. And that's what I just explained.
That's a straw man.
No, it's not.
No, that's a complete
no, it's not.
straw man. Because
I've just explained it to you. I've just explained it to you. That is true.
So we can go back and I can tell you my exact argument on tariffs, and just try not to interrupt this time. But what Secretary Bessent said, and
thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Kaylee. My trip was great to New York. It was great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Thank you. David, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Literally, though, the Medicare cuts and SNAP loss absolutely makes it so that rural grocery stores and hospitals do not have the finances to continue on and to weather it. I totally agree. Matina, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much for tariffs are bad. Absolutely. And Stephanie, thank you so much for the $25 for paying the tariff for you listening from the UK. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, by the way, that was just because you complained about me cutting you off. That was fun.
Am I good?
Yeah.
That's fair enough. I shouldn't complain on your live. You're right. What I like to cite though, and I think we can agree that Secretary Bessent is a pretty smart guy with the economy. And what his position is that if you do a 10% tariff on a $100 good, the consumer will only pay a $1 increase on that good because they will only.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Why would I take just whatever this guy says?
Well, I mean, he ran the largest hedge fund in the world for 10 years, something like that. He did a very good job. He's a very smart guy.
And
he cited, and I obviously don't know the studies he cited because that stuff he gets in the super weeds with it, but he cited studies that showed that that's what happens.
Yeah,
However,
I'd have to know the studies to know this. And
okay,
Maximus, thank you for the
that's
5
fine.
membership subscriptions. Thank you.
That's fine. I was really going to get to my more philosophical point first, though, which is that I don't think it is right for anybody to pay above 50%, 60% of their income to the government. I don't think that that's right for anybody to do.
Who is?
Well, so in the United States, it's relatively rare. It usually only happens when you combine state and federal government, and that's usually
Yeah.
in like California, New York, and Illinois. Yes.
Yep.
I'm just saying I would not like to see that. I like to say that philosophical ground there. I don't know if you can agree with it or disagree with it.
Dude, yeah, no one's arguing for higher taxes than that, man.
Well, I mean that does happen in the Scandinavian countries, which I know you didn't cite, but a lot of people love to cite as a good example. The other thing that
What's
I
the
will
level
say,
of tax rate there? Effective tax rate.
it really depends on your income, obviously, and it depends on which country we're talking about.
Go ahead and give me a single country where the effective tax rate's over 60%.
I don't think the effective tax rate is for
Okay.
any like national average by any means.
Okay, so then
but
what
if
were you talking about?
Okay, so if you're amongst the top 1% in a country like Norway, you're going to be paying over 60% of your taxes. Oh, 60% of your income to taxes.
Really? Can you give me a source on that?
It was in Rand Paul's book, and he footnoted it. I'm not going to.
I don't think Rand Paul is a source.
Well, he footnoted it. It's fine. I don't have like millions of sources just sitting next to me, so that's
You can go
fine. Disagree with it all you
I'll
want.
give you time. I'll give you time to look it up if you like.
I don't even think I have my Rand Paul book. I'm pretty sure I let somebody borrow it, but that's fine.
You don't need to. You can just look it up.
Okay, I have to get off this live to do that, so I'm not gonna do that. Instead, how about we just talk about something that
Do you have a laptop?
not currently powered on, and it's gonna take a minute. It's an old MacBook. Okay, so
Do you have a PC?
so I
Do you have
am just
anything
out of
accessible to look it up. I mean, it sounds like you
okay,
do.
just out of
It's
curiosity,
just not
would
powered
you?
on, I guess.
Okay, so just out of curiosity, would you advocate for anybody to pay above 60% of their total income to the government?
No. I'm not advocating for anyone to pay
Okay.
over 60% of their income on an effective tax
Okay.
rate.
And the only reason I brought that up is just like my little philosophical boundary there. I don't like to cross into those big numbers. The other thing I will say is that
I mean, I wouldn't really mind when we start getting into like the hundreds of millions of dollars for people to have to, right? Billions of dollars. Like, I really, at that point, I wouldn't really matter, right?
I would be more apt to agree with you if I didn't believe that our government was very, very bad at spending money, and that is at fault of both Republicans and Democrats. And I think that the rescission bill that we just passed back in July,
How are you
going
to better spend that money in your life if you have that much money already?
I'm talking about the government spending.
Yeah, if you already have that much money already, how are you going to better spend it than the federal government?
Well, the federal government is extremely inefficient on a lot of accounts. I mean, look at the VA; it's extremely inefficient.
Okay, because of the lack of investments? Because Donald Trump has cut the
No.
VA? Did you know Donald Trump has literally cut the VA?
Yeah, and the VA needs a lot of reform, so I don't like cutting it, but it needs to be reformed. My point
So
is that the
Donald Trump did
government
do
is
that.
extremely inefficient at and I'm not going to agree with him on everything.
Yeah, so
but
can you give me one
the
policy
rescission
that Democrats
package,
advocate for that's inefficient?
on the 2020 primary debate stage, I believe every single presidential candidate said that we should give healthcare to illegal immigrants. That's pretty inefficient.
Emergency health care. Everyone says that, yes.
That wasn't the question asked, but okay.
What was the question asked?
The question was, should we open up healthcare to illegal immigrants?
Yeah,
in our packages.
That would be like in circumstances of emergency health care.
Okay, and I
Which is
agree.
currently
Every
the law.
person. Yes, I agree. Every person deserves life-saving medical care for sure.
Yeah, like for example, if someone's dying on a table in the ER, right? Should the
Yes.
doctor clarify whether or not they have legal status before saving their life?
No,
Obviously
of
not.
course not. Of course not. However, I do think that is a big key piece of shutting the border down, which you seem to kind of want to move away from. But that's a big win. Shutting
Let's
the
talk
border
about this.
down
I think this is crazy.
Okay.
So here's what I think we should
Okay.
do with the border. Anyone who's in the country who's undocumented, who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, should be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country, right? Because our current immigration process right now, it takes too long for people to get into the country, so it makes sense for someone to have come to the country undocumented, yet they still would meet the criteria to stay in the country. So that provides an incentive for people who are already in the country undocumented to identify themselves to authorities, right? Whereas otherwise they wouldn't, and they would just stay in the country undocumented. And then for people who are going through the legal immigration process, we provide them a quicker pathway to citizenship than what we currently are allowing right now by taking the money that they've invested into ICE, into militarizing it, and putting that money into hiring more immigration judges and making the vetting process go significantly quicker.
Okay, so I guess the main primary question though is is it a good thing that the border itself is shut down while maybe we do try to reform legal immigration? Trump has thrown that idea out. We can discuss that in a sec. I just would like to know your opinion on whether it's a good thing or a bad thing that over the last 4 to 6 months, I don't remember exactly which month it started, that there have been 0 illegal immigrants captured and released into the interior of America. I think that's a good thing.
So, okay, in terms of this, I don't think that the current way that they're addressing immigration is good. They're violating people's due process rights to a significantly greater extent and undermining people's constitutionally protected rights. And they're deporting people that are not committing violent crimes and bad crimes. Over 70% of people that are detained and captured specifically by ICE are those that have no criminal record.
Yeah, so, okay, so I would love to have that debate, but it is a good thing to stop people from crossing the border in the first place, right?
So if you specifically want to stop people from coming across the border undocumented, the best way to do that is by incentivizing people to go through said legal process. If you're going to stop people from going through the immigration process as a whole, that's actually worse for our country as a whole because we need more immigration and we need our population to increase.
So I think it's hard to say on the incentivized part, considering Trump has decreased the numbers of attempted crossings by well over 90%, and has decreased the number of illegal immigrants released into the interior of the United States.
We have to point to the way that he did it. We have to point to the way that he did it. And if he did it in a manner in which is bad, right, then that's going to be a harmful way to do it. Okay? So you have to not ignore the impacts. You have to not ignore the effects. You have to not ignore the fact that Donald Trump is murdering people in international waters with absolutely no evidence that they're bringing drugs to our country, when even if they were bringing drugs to our country, it wouldn't make sense to murder them, and instead it would make sense to just detain them once they get to U.S. waters. The idea that Donald Trump can do this and get practically no pushback from his own party is actually fucking insane.
Okay, so I agree with your rewording that the ends do not justify the means. However, initially you did say that the best incentive was your idea, without much evidence, whereas Trump appears to have good incentive. However, I since you brought up a lot of things, you said due process. This is a very interesting part because I actually disagree with a lot of conservatives on it. They love to state how it's like a misdemeanor crime sometimes, the felony the other times. No, it's a civil violation in the civil courts of the immigration courts. Those civil courts order a court order for removal, and anywhere between 70 to 90% of illegal immigrants deported from the interior of the United States did have a court order. Due process clauses primarily are aimed at the criminal courts. The civil courts have a lower burden of proof. They don't have the same exact obligations to the Constitution as the criminal courts do. Like amendments 4, 5, 6, 8.
Well, I just want to know it is the case that coming into the country undocumented is a misdemeanor. That's actually true.
Yeah.
Right? I just don't think it should be enforced.
Yeah, so I actually
if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, there's no reason to do so, and they still get due process, right? Everyone within the jurisdiction of the country gets due process rights.
I agree with you, but the due process rights outlined in the Constitution are primarily aimed at the criminal courts. So I actually agree that through the criminal courts, we should not enforce the crime of crossing the border illegally. What we should do is send it through the civil courts, which is what we have. No, deportation is a civil measure. It is not issued by the criminal courts. By the civil
wait. Okay, so how in the civil court do you deport people?
So the immigration courts and the immigration judges, they issue court orders for removal. Sometimes it's criminal courts. It's not always, it can be.
I just want to clarify. In a civil court, though, can you use any type of ability to arrest people? Or to detain them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Where did you see that?
So a court order for removal also it also employs ICE to detain somebody and remove them from the country. That is what a court order of removal does, and those are primarily issued from the immigration courts on the civil side of the court system.
Civil court can send you to. There's no indication you can send people to jail based on civil courts.
I didn't say jail.
So just arrested?
Deported. So also, like the immigration facilities, those are held to a higher standard than the BOP prisons standard, though, because they're completely different institutions. A detention center is not the same as a prison by any means, and they're issued through different courts.
Okay. Well, I mean, regardless, do you think that they should go in front of a judge if it is the case they come to the country undocumented?
Yes, I think 70 to 90% is too low. I think everybody should go in front of a judge, with the exception if the U.S. detains somebody that's like some terrible person and for some reason they want to keep them in our jails, then that goes through the criminal court, not through the civil court, obviously. But if you're going to deport somebody, they should all go through the civil courts. I 100% agree with that.
And you accept the civil cases against undocumented immigrants, but you don't accept the civil case against Donald Trump?
Are you talking about the sexual assault case?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I personally, okay, first I'm going to say that if he did that, that sucks. I don't judge politicians based on their previous times. Like, I don't think Bill Clinton should have been impeached, anything like that. I judge them only on their policy.
So if Donald Trump sexually abused a child, you'd still vote for him?
No, there are some disqualifiers for sure. I don't think
sexually abusing a child is a disqualifier, but sexually abusing a woman is not?
And so I personally do not believe he did it. However, I understand that you believe that. I don't believe he did it.
I just want to clarify. Sexual abuse of a woman, is that a disqualifier?
Automatically? No, it depends.
Okay, so sexually assaulting a child is a disqualifier automatically, but a woman is not a disqualifier automatically?
Okay, so when you say
what's
SA,
the relevant
do you
difference
necessarily...
that means it's a you would just not apply it as a disqualifier?
So SA to me is a much more broad term than the R word. If you're talking about forcible word,
yeah, we're talking about forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will.
Yeah, I mean, if that is caught up in the criminal courts, then absolutely should not. Yeah, I mean, there's a different burden there.
If it's a
civil court has the power to deport. A criminal court has the power to indict.
We're talking about civil courts. He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse of a woman.
I understand he was.
Is that a disqualifier?
Yes. No, it's not a disqualifier.
Okay, if he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, would that be a disqualifier?
Civilly liable, I would have to look at the facts of the case, but most likely it would be a disqualifier. Most likely. Now, listen, civil courts can get it wrong. I'm not going to deny that. However, what I am going to say is the immigration court is pretty straightforward.
When you say most likely, so you're saying in some circumstances, you're saying it wouldn't be a disqualifier?
Are you talking about civilly liable for stuff with kids?
For forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will, and then also in the context of a child. I'm asking what's the relevant difference between the two scenarios? That means it's a disqualifier in one scenario, but not a disqualifier in the other scenario.
Yeah, I mean, this is so off topic, but fine. I'd have to look at the facts of the case for every case. I will have to look at the facts of the case for every case that I'm going to make a decision on. That's going to be my answer to everything like that. I'm going to have to look at the facts of the case. But more importantly, immigration court is much easier to get right because it's pretty simple. If you came here illegally,
have you looked at any
or
of
you
the
outstayed your visa, you can get. No, because I'm not going to go look at a million cases. What I am
you don't. It's one case. It's one case to look at.
Okay, but it's pretty straightforard. Three judges decide.
Okay, so then do you
if you're here illegally or not?
So for the civil cases against undocumented immigrants, in order to say that they should be deported, you have to look at every individual case.
No, because I'm not voting them in for office. That's a completely.
But you're saying that they should be deported.
Voting them in for office. Yeah. So whether I'm voting for a person is completely different as to whether or not I think somebody should be deported.
But it's enough reason for you to believe something to be true.
That's not at all. So any politician, I'm going to dig into the facts of the case, because it is a big decision that I will personally put my vote on. For a person being deported, obviously I'm not going to go look at the facts of every single case. But can you find me an instance where they did deport an American citizen? No, you can't, because the immigration courts are very straightforward. If you overstayed your visa or if you came here illegally, you are subject to deportation, and it is that simple.
So again, I don't know why you specifically are not acknowledging this. We're saying on whether or not you believe something to be true. So on this case, if it is the case that you're willing to accept it as a justified standard of evidence, to accept it to be true in one scenario in terms of undocumented immigrants without looking at the specific cases, well then why can't you say the same thing for, again, Donald Trump in terms of a civil case? You don't have to look at each individual case specifically in order to tell that you would on average indicate that they're going to be guilty if you have not looked at the individual aspects of the case. You could say that you could look at the individual aspects in the case and it could change your opinion on whether or not you accept it, but the typical thing would be to accept it because it is a case that it's most likely to be the case based upon the fact that there's a jury determination, a civil court determination, right?
Yes, and obviously I can't look at every case that exists. Okay, because I looked at the facts of the case and I disagree with them, but we're still getting off topic from the border, which is a much bigger topic than what happened with E. Jean Carroll in the year that she can't remember. I think that the border being shut down.
Wait, do you think that people weren't sexually assaulted because they can't remember a specific year? By the way, she said 1995 through 1996, so that's within the context of 1 year.
Okay, so I believe in the credibility of the witness, and her TV interviews were pretty damning. Also, I think that it's highly suspicious that for a 1 year period, the New York office, which was the same one that indicted him on everything else, decided that they were going to eliminate the statute of limitations for that specific crime that they wanted to get.
No, it wasn't just for that one. There were thousands of different cases that specifically were able to be tried in the context of New York because of this change, because this is the Child Survivors Act, and that came after the Adult Survivors Act. This is actually because of the Me Too movement. You didn't actually pay attention to any of this. It had nothing to do with just specifically E. Jean Carroll. Because this was changed, E. Jean Carroll was able to try him in a civil court, that like thousands of other victims in New York. Okay.
Didn't
secondly,
she launch it within like a week of it passing?
What TV interview was weird? What are you talking about?
The one where she said she would give a portion of her money to Oprah, the portion of her money to buy an island. There was another one where she told.
You mean jokes?
I don't remember exactly.
She made a joke because people were literally saying that she was just going to spend money on whatever, and also. Someone saying that they spent money on things or are going to spend money on things that they got specifically from this, right, doesn't mean that they would not have been sexually assaulted. I think that someone who's sexually assaulted, if they get money from that, they can spend that money however they would like to.
Yeah. So again, it all goes to the credibility of the witness. The other piece of the credibility of the witness was on TV.
This doesn't dispute credibility.
Okay, we can disagree on that. Jurors
on live TV,
what? She admitted that she liked it. I know you've seen that interview clip.
She liked what?
The word that we're not supposed to say on here.
No, she did not say that she liked that. She specifically was talking about how other people think it's quote-unquote sexy, right? And that it's a bad thing that perpetuates grape culture within our society. She did not say that she thinks that. That is a fucking lie.
She said, I found it sexy, but...
No, okay. That's not what she said. You want to bet? So, bet me on that right now. Bet me on that.
No, listen, you're detracting from the main point.
No, bet me on that, you fucking liar. Bet me. Okay. I know you're fucking lying through your teeth. I've watched that fucking interview. You're lying.
Okay, listen, you can say I take it out of context. It's fine.
No,
I don't
bet me. There is no taking it out of context. What you just said she said, she never fucking said. You lied. You just lied. Bet me on it right now. Or fucking admit you were lying. Because I've watched that interview. People have brought this up 1,000,000 times on the fucking stream. And I've responded to this 1,000,000 times. This is a bullshit made up fucking lie. It is. You never watched the interview. You just say this bullshit because you heard other people who hold the same position as you say it.
No, I've seen the clip. Maybe she
you
was
you did not see the clip. If you watched the clip, that's not what she said.
Okay, so again,
you know, Dean literally did this on Dean literally did this and played the fucking audio on his live today, and the person said the same dumb shit that you're saying on my live stream right now. I'm sorry, you did not watch the clip, you did not watch the interview, and you're making up the fucking lie right now.
Okay, I was wrong. Can we get to the actual policy being passed?
You didn't actually fucking change your mind. You're such a disingenuous prick.
Okay, I would like to discuss the border. It's shut down.
I understand, but we're on a conversation about this right now. You have plenty of
No,
time.
because you keep shifting
No,
points.
stop talking.
You keep
Stop talking.
pivoting.
We have plenty of time in this conversation to speak about the border. Acknowledge what we're talking about right now. Stop trying to pivot every single time I prove you wrong. You were lying.
Every
You were
time
using
you
that to
prove
discredit her.
wrong.
And I am going to hold you account for using it to discredit her because she's an assault victim and you're using it to discredit her when Donald Trump is the one that lied multiple times in this scenario. Donald Trump was the one that didn't specifically have a credible account of what occurred. E. Jean Carroll, there's not a single circumstance you could point to where she lied, where she said something incorrect about the set of circumstances that occurred. Donald Trump, we can point to multiple circumstances where he lied. For example, he said they never met. There was pictures of them shown together. Donald Trump said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that they're either both his type or both not his type, so he would have sexually abused her either way. He was proven to have lied on multiple accounts.
Let's assume you're right about everything you just said. I'm okay with that. Okay.
You're okay that he was proven to have lied and that he was the not credible individual about what occurred?
I don't think that's an automatic disqualifier, just like I don't think that any of the allegations
Sexual abuse isn't
against
a disqualifier?
Clinton, I don't think it was against Clinton either. I don't think that that's an automatic disqualifier.
Wait, I'm sorry. You were talking about cheating with Clinton. Cheating. Trump has cheated on every single one of his wives.
Yeah,
That's specifically
and again,
what they tried to go after him for? Was cheating?
No, I morally disagree with that, and I morally disagree with a lot of things Trump did prior to his presidency. I don't think that that is near as big of a factor as the actual policies that he does and passes. And I think that that is a much more merit-based argument than his character and his path.
I'm sorry, when you say character, we're talking about him being a fucking rapist, right? You can't just overlook the fact that someone's a rapist and be like, oh, I'm just going to look at the policies, when not only are the policies worse, but also the guy's a rapist. Hello? He was held civilly liable. You have no morals. Do you have no morals?
Wasn't it Jim Acosta?
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you have no morals? Do you have no morals?
Wasn't it Jim Acosta that got sued for saying that exact same thing? Was it Jim Acosta?
No, he is a rapist. The judge said that he was. The judge said that he, in fact, raped E. Jean Carroll. The judge said that.
Okay, and a judge literally brought down a defamation, or I guess it was settled outside the court. It was a defamation.
Wait, the judge said that Donald Trump, in fact, raped E. Jean Carroll. That's what the judge said himself.
And then it was one of the networks had to pay some crazy amount.
No, this is a settlement for something else.
Okay, listen. Again,
they appealed it. They appealed it. He lost the appeal. Donald Trump lost the appeal.
Okay, so yes, that all happened. Yes, the appeal with the E. Jean Carroll case all happened. They did settle on somebody calling him a rapist. I believe it was Jim Acosta. I might be a little fuzzy on those details.
You are very fuzzy on the details.
These details don't matter near as much as the actual policy being implemented by the president. Like the rescission package was amazing.
If Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, would you vote for him?
Sexually abusing a child?
Yes.
It would be harder for me to vote for him.
Would you still vote for him? I thought you don't look at what they've done in the past. I thought you don't look at character. You only look at policy.
No, I said that I favor policy far, far more than I look at what they did in the past. I do account for it.
Okay, if you account for it, then a rapist should be a disqualifier, right?
No, because it's not. Almost nothing is an automatic disqualifier for me.
You think rape isn't a disqualifier?
Okay, I think rape is literally the second worst crime you can commit, only behind child rape. So, yeah, I think if we're talking about truth values,
then why would you specifically say that you would vote for someone that wouldn't be a disqualifier?
Because what you're trying to do is disqualify him based on this one thing that happened back in the 1990s. And I say, you know what?
By the way, it's not just one thing. It's not just one thing. 26 different women came out and said that he's engaged in sexual misconduct towards them. Do you think that they're all lying? Every single one of the 26 women is lying?
No, I don't. But my
okay, so it's not just one little thing, right? There's a whole fucking set of literally dozen of people, specifically 2 dozens of people that we could point to specifically where this could be applicable to. And not just that, he bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms and Donald Trump would barge in. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He said he'd date his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. Said he had Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. Said that his daughter's always been voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. And said he had sex in common with his daughter when she said real estate and golf.
Gross, and I can pull up a whole bunch of gross things that Joe Biden
say one thing.
Bill Clinton
you can't give me anything that Joe Biden's done that's comparable. Yeah, Joe Biden wasn't the last candidate. It was Kamala Harris. You can't give anything that's comparable at all. You have nothing. You
My-
don't even look at this.
my-
You just completely overlook it.
My point is that while I do consider that stuff, it's to a much lesser degree than the actual policies. And you seem to want to avoid this whole rescission.
What policies are so great that you're willing to overlook rape, that you're willing to overlook inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol, that you're willing to overlook him barging into the changing rooms of naked individuals without their consent? Please tell me, what policy is so mighty fantastic that you're willing to overlook all of these atrocious fucking crimes?
Well, 7 peace deals done, the border shut down, the 9.1 rescission bill package, the extending the tax cuts and preventing the greatest tax hike in American history. Those are just to name a few right off the top of my head. All of those he did do.
He didn't prevent the tax cut specifically because that was going to be imposed by Kamala Harris. I've already gone over this. And Donald Trump imposed a greater tax specifically on working class individuals because of the imposition of the tariff. The largest tax increase happened under the Trump administration because of the tariff. The 7 peace deals you just brought up, name fucking 3 of them. Name 3.
Okay, I have them all right in front of me.
Go ahead.
Israel and Iran, Rwanda and DRC, Armenia and
Wait, no, let's go through. Let's go slow.
Thailand and
No,
Cambodia.
let's go slow. Israel and Iran. What else?
Yeah. Rwanda and the DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, Armenia and Azerbaijan, Thailand and Cambodia, India and Pakistan, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Serbia and Kosovo.
Oh my gosh. All of these are fucking actually insane for you to say. Israel and Iran, they started that conflict. They bombed Iran first. You can't say he's got the peace deal for the fucking conflict that he caused. This is insane. Do you hear yourself right now? You think he's pro peace, yet he specifically, you give him like a fucking oh my God, President Trump, you're fucking amazing. 7 peace deals, such great policy for literally a fucking thing that he caused. He bombed them first. What are you talking about?
So Israel bombed Iran, Iran bombed Israel.
No.
Then we bombed the nuclear facilities in Iran, which I think was
Israel
a
bombed them first,
masterclass
and then Trump bombed Iran on behalf of Israel
to prevent them from getting nuclear weapons.
Because of the agreement that he pulled
And it was
out
a
of.
resounding-
Because of
it
the
was a
agreement that he
resounding
pulled out
success.
of. Because of the agreement
The
he pulled out
agreement
of.
that
And then
sent
you're
money
gonna
to
say he
Iran.
caused more peace because of this.
So, he settled the war ended because of him. They would have kept going had he not stepped in and done what he did.
Because of something that he continued to fight for and fight with. So they caused the conflict, and then he's specifically trying to get the benefits of a peace deal from the conflict that he caused.
Israel and Iran had
Like,
the
for example,
conflict.
listen to this.
Trump
Listen to this.
stepped in with a bombing, and the bombing stopped the further conflict.
Let me give you an example. If so in terms of a certain scenario, like if we bomb a certain country on behalf of another country, right? And then we specifically sign a deal between those two countries, right? Would you specifically say that would be a peace deal that we could say that was so beneficial for us to get when we were the ones that initially caused the conflict?
You keep saying initially caused the conflict. We got involved in the conflict. We did not initially cause that conflict. That was Israel and Iran were bombing each other.
We got involved in the conflict on behalf of the country that initiated the conflict, correct?
Now that is correct. Yes.
Can you give me a single circumstance under the Biden-Harris administration where we engaged in a conflict on behalf of the country that engaged in it specifically?
No, the Biden-Harris administration.
To a greater extent than what Trump would do.
Actually, no. So they actually went the complete opposite in a terrible direction with the Afghan pullout that was just completely botched.
Trump set that up.
And they also, and Biden executed it.
Yeah. What did Biden execute specifically that Trump wouldn't have done?
Okay, so everybody criticizes Ford for pulling out of Vietnam, but it was Nixon who set it up. But Ford still.
Can you tell me specifically what did Joe Biden do that specifically Donald Trump would not have done? That means that Joe Biden had a worse response in that scenario.
That's obviously impossible to prove because Trump never tried to execute his plan.
Okay, so if he knew that Biden was going to botch it, why did he give it up to Biden to do it? Why did he set up the point time to leave under the Biden-Harris administration rather than doing it himself under his own administration?
Because he was running a campaign, and it's not like you can just get that done.
So because he was running a campaign, he couldn't be. So because he was running a campaign, he couldn't be president.
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. Obviously not. First,
So then
let's
they
also
could have
not
pulled
act like,
out of they could have pulled out of Afghanistan under Trump's administration, but Trump chose not to do that, right?
Clearly not, because they might have been able to try the rush job in the lame duck period, but that would have been extremely risky and definitely would have gone even worse. But obviously, it took a lot of planning for them to pull off, and then the Biden administration failed to execute on the
Well,
plan.
then why didn't Trump give any
those are the
plans?
facts on the ground.
Why didn't Trump hand over any plans to the Biden-Harris administration?
I mean, you literally just said that he did. You said it was all Trump's plan.
No, I said why didn't he hand any plans to leave? They set up the plans that this day they would leave, not plans that the military would use to leave. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, he was clearly still in progress of working on it.
They never worked
And
on it or gave anything that they worked on to the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Your point is that Biden acted on a plan that was initially Trump's, and that plan failed, so it's Trump's fault that Trump never gave those plans to the Biden administration?
No, you're not fucking listening because you can't actually listen to what I'm saying. Trump signed an agreement with the Taliban that they're going to leave on a certain day, but gave no process plans for the entire point for them to leave. The entire time that he had an office where they specifically, after they signed that agreement, he gave no plans on how to specifically leave to the Biden-Harris administration. And yet specifically set the day up to leave under the Biden-Harris administration. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So the setup to leave was set up by Trump, but there was no process that Trump outlined, right, or set up or plan that would be exercised that Trump set up that would have allowed for Biden to specifically have a plan to go off of.
Yeah, so that's still, none of this negates from the fact that Biden botched the pullout. That's the whole point.
What did Biden do that you disagree with?
He left millions of dollars of equipment there. There were Apache helicopters left there. So people died. 13 at Abigate that were American citizens.
So here's what we can point to, right? In terms of the money that was left there, right? These are equipment that we gave to the Afghan military to defend themselves. Everything else we destroyed on site or we brought it back. That's
and it was
per the military.
It was taken by the Taliban.
By the Taliban, yes. Tell me how that would have happened differently when Trump left. Trump would have left, and they would have given stuff to the Afghan government to defend themselves, and it would have been taken as well. What would have been different? We wouldn't have been there to change the outcome.
So that's a counterexample. So obviously, neither one of us can prove that we're right on that.
We wouldn't even be there to change the outcome. So how the hell would we have changed the outcome?
Okay,
are you saying that Trump would have left no weapons for the Afghan government to defend themselves?
No, of course not. I can't prove that. What I can prove is that the
Taliban would have gotten all of those weapons.
Did a bad job.
So, but you said based upon something that Trump would have done as well.
So, again, who executed it? The Biden administration. Neither one of us
would have done the same thing.
How it would have gone.
But Trump would have done the same thing.
That.
Yes, we do.
Wait, okay,
so then your determination is that Trump would have not given weapons for the Afghan government to defend themselves.
No, I have no idea what Trump would have done.
It's one or the other. It's either that they're going to give weapons. It's either that they're going to give weapons or they're not going to give weapons. It's one or the other. There's no in between.
Okay. So I think, first of all, 5 Americans dying instead of 13 would be better. But again, the counterexample, neither one of us.
How do you know that? How do you know that less people would have died due to Trump being in office? If you look
how do you know that more people would have?
Because under Trump's administration, more people died in conflict in the military. Did you know that? 65 service members died in conflict under the Trump administration compared to the 16 under the Biden-Harris administration.
But new wars weren't starting under
Trump for that?
Like they did in Israel, like they did in Russia.
Well, they have. Trump has started new wars under this administration. Trump's bombed Iran. Trump has been bombing like boats off of the coast of Venezuela, right? Which is provoking provoking war, right? He's started trade wars across the entire world. He's distanced ourselves from our allies, right? By talking about annexing our allies. What are you talking about? He has increased conflict around the world. He has decreased respect for the United States. He's decreased the amount of allies that we have around the entire world. And he's made it worse off for us to be able to actually fight our enemies like Russia.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, we did increase the military budget, so that tends to help.
That would have happened either way. I'm sorry, that happened under the Biden-Harris administration every single year.
You are right. You are right. It does happen every single year. You are right.
And that's something I actually disagree with. I think that's an insane thing to do.
I would like the Pentagon to pass. We can definitely both agree to this. The Pentagon needs to pass an audit for sure.
Yes, of
And
course.
Pete Hegseth said he would do it, but politicians say things. So I'm not gonna say that he's gonna do it. He just said that he would do it. But so you had said you brought up the statistic that more people in the military died under Trump, and I said that bigger, worse wars started under the Biden-Harris administration, and then you went to this new administration. So you jumped from the first administration to the new administration, and the new administration's only 10 months in, so it's still pretty hard.
Yeah, and
to
more
judge
conflicts happened because of Trump. So name one thing caused by the Biden-Harris administration that happened in terms of conflict under their administration.
Directly caused by them?
Yeah, directly caused by them. Yeah.
I would not say directly caused. I would say there's several that were indirectly caused by their actions. Okay, well, the Afghan pullout to me seems pretty obvious to give Russia a little note that we don't want to be in wars.
You mean the agreement set up by Trump? Oh my fucking Jesus Christ! That same thing would have happened under Trump, dude. Oh my God. Are we actually having a conversation with this dude? Hello? I can't hear you, man. Okay, I think he just cut out. Is that just me? Sophie, thank you so much. Sophie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. I did read that.
Hang on, my AirPods
as well. Thank you so much for the $2 and another $2. Thank you so much. They said left a super chat, but I don't think you saw it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, absolutely. Women should be just as validated. Okay. I haven't seen it yet. I bet I have to look back. I haven't said thank you to my donations here in a second. Janet, thank you so much for the $1. Sammy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Cassie, thank you so much for the $5. Christina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Emma, thank you so much for the $2. Absolutely, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Jordan with the $4.20. Thank you so much. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. You were saying?
Can you hear me now?
As well as Kaylee, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Sandy with the $1. Leo, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Kaylee, thank you again. I really appreciate the $1. Yes, I do hear you. What's the reason why? Go back to what you were saying.
I don't remember exactly where we left off, but I know it was on foreign conflict.
How about this? Department of War?
Yeah, that's kind of weird. I'm not super sold on that. Yeah, I'm not. It's not like a huge deal to me, but I'm not super sold on that. That's kind of weird. That is definitely kind of weird.
Okay.
But so of those 7 conflicts I named, 5 of them have at least one leader of the nation, of one of the 2 nations involved that are publicly credited.
Sorry, I remembered where we were. So we were comparing the Biden administration to the Trump administration. I was asking you, what did the Biden administration do as compared to what the Trump administration would have done that led to a greater level of conflict or war?
Yeah. So if we're talking specifically about the Afghan pullout, you're talking about a counterexample that neither one of us can prove. We can theorize on what would have happened. But I don't think either one of us can prove our counterexample of who would have handled the Afghan pullout better. What we do know is that the Biden administration the Afghan pullout was not good. It was not a good execution.
What conflict existed to a greater extent because of the Biden-Harris administration?
Oh, I mean, indirectly, geopolitically speaking, I think that Hamas probably felt a little bit more enabled to go after Trump. Some of their public statements are like that. I agree, we can't believe Hamas public statements. But Russia, it seems kind of odd, don't you think, that Putin invaded under Bush, or invaded under Clinton, invaded under Obama, invaded under Bush, and invaded under Biden, but didn't invade under Trump?
It just happens to not be the case, and you're doing a correlation causation fallacy. Yet literally Putin has specifically got more land under Trump than what he would have got under the Biden-Harris administration. Secondly, again, you have yet to acknowledge any of the set of circumstances that wouldn't have happened under the Trump administration. You think that Russia wouldn't have invaded Ukraine if Trump were president then?
There's no way for either one of us to be proven right or wrong.
Then how are you going to make that claim? How are you going to make that claim then? You're the one that relies on that being true in order to make your claim. You did.
No, all I was talking about was Trump has settled conflicts.
You said Trump has settled. No, we were talking. I was asking, what did Biden-Harris administration
that was the main point
that caused a greater level of conflict, and you can't point to anything that they specifically did as compared to what Trump would have done that led to a greater level of conflict.
So what Trump would have done is asking for a counterexample in which neither one of us can prove. So I reject the premise of the question because I don't like to engage in counterexamples which we can't prove. We can discuss what has happened.
Then you can't even discuss the different policies of the different administrations. Therefore, this wouldn't be a reason to support one side over the other because you don't know what would have happened one side comparative to the other. If it would have happened to the same degree under both sides, then it would be no unique point to say about one side that would indicate that they're better off. Therefore, if it's not unique specifically to one side to indicate that they're better off, then you cannot say it's a reason why you support Donald Trump.
No, I think that we can criticize and award good and bad policies and actions, and I think that the Afghan pullout was debauched. While the 7 peace deals that Trump has gotten, 5 if you want to be, more official, I think that is a good thing. That's my simple claim, and I think that's fairly hard to refute.
Yeah, I've already
You can
responded
say,
to this.
oh,
Do you want to just keep saying the same thing over and over again after I've already responded to this? What else? Is there anything else you'd like to talk about?
We started to go through by conflict is what you wanted to do. So I'm ready to move on to the next conflict. We started with Israel and Iran. I made my point. You made your point.
Yeah. For Rwanda and
DRC.
DRC, they literally just tried to get mineral rights. There's nothing Trump did to specifically lead to better peace negotiations. For all of the other examples, none of them specifically, could you point to anything Trump did that specifically led to better peace negotiation? Absolutely none. It's Trump taking credit for everything that happens under his administration, even if it wasn't caused by him.
It's him getting credit. Like I said,
him getting credit for things not caused by him.
Okay, well, at least one of the leaders in all 5 of those conflicts publicly recognized Trump for his efforts, namely India and Pakistan, with a Pakistani
only one side. Both sides didn't do that. Therefore, if only one side is doing that, they're doing that to literally to try and get better conditions with Trump. That's it. They're not actually doing that necessarily because Trump did it. They're doing that because they're trying to say, oh, yeah, Donald Trump, your dick's not small.
Okay, well,
you do not have a tiny penis, Donald Trump. Your penis is not very small.
I've seen South Park too. So, the Pakistani government is the one that we need a better relations with because they don't have a I can't remember the exact word for it, but India has the same policy as China where they don't keep their nukes ready to launch. A no strike first policy, whereas Pakistan does not recognize a no strike first policy on their nukes. So for them to come out and nominate Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize, I think is a pretty big deal. Is that not a pretty big deal?
No, okay. It's not. You want to know why it's not?
Why?
Because, right, we can point to not only Democrats that have received the Nobel Peace Prize, like Barack Obama, but we can also point to the fact that
after he bombed Libya.
Again, you can point to things I disagree with specifically in terms of Obama. There are points that I disagree with Obama on, right? And I can acknowledge that. For some reason, though, you can't acknowledge that when it comes to Donald Trump in terms of the same types of processes that Donald Trump engages in.
I absolutely can. I just said that I'm not a big fan.
Did you condemn him murdering people off the coast of Venezuela?
So if you want to move to that because you seem passionate about that, we can absolutely move to that.
I'm sorry. We're talking about war and conflict. What do you mean move to that?
I mean that specific conflict. We can't.
Okay,
and
sure.
There are plenty of things that I disagree with Trump on. Stopping I don't want to say the F word, but substances coming into the country is something extremely near and dear to my heart. And I recognize this Venezuelan conflict could result in a disaster in South America. Not much of a domestic disaster, but a disaster in South America if we keep pushing for regime change. I don't like that language. However, Maduro is also not a good guy either and is the illegitimate president of Venezuela or whatever I think it's president. So I think that those two things can be true at the same time. And I am going to choose to believe neither one of us can prove each other wrong on this. I think that those boats were probably carrying those substances because the military is usually right about that stuff.
Oh, what evidence did they provide to Congress?
They don't have to for limited military strikes.
Oh, they do actually. If there's no conflict in international waters, they do have to provide evidence to Congress in order to make those strikes, especially that lead to the deaths of people.
So Obama did not get permission from Congress to bomb Libya. Bush didn't get Congress approval to bomb a whole bunch of places that he bombed. That precedent is not there at all.
So the precedence of there already being conflict, and also, yes, they absolutely did.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry.
So
you understand they have to provide evidence. I'm asking for evidence, not permission. I'm asking for evidence. They provided evidence.
okay. So we can probably go back and find that evidence, sure. But when it comes down to it, the CIA since
What
early
evidence did
2000s,
Trump provide?
none to us yet, and I acknowledge he probably should provide evidence. However, there's not negating evidence either. So we're kind of in a wait and see how
So
this
if there
whole
is
thing
no
plays out.
evidence to indicate that they had F drug, why would it be justified to murder them? Especially because even if there was evidence of that, we could literally just detain them once they get to U.S. waters.
Yeah, so
why do we have to murder them?
Military strikes are much more successful when dealing with narco terrorists than it is to arrest them and then deport them. It is much more effective to just set the precedent.
It's much more effective just to murder them without evidence, just assuming that they had drugs.
So again, just because we haven't been provided with evidence,
that's what you just said. That's what you just said. Don't act like that's not what you just said. That's literally what you just said. Assuming that they fucking have drugs, you think it's okay to murder them? Just assuming it.
If they are narco terrorists,
maybe they do. So actually, it would just be justified to set the precedent just to straight murder them.
No, you said if they do. So we're gonna operate on the truth basis that they do. If they actually are narco terrorists, then it is justified.
It's not.
Just because we haven't.
It's not actually.
Okay, we can agree to disagree on that then.
No, you can just detain them. What would be the point of murdering them?
Because if we detain them, then either we're going to have to criminally prosecute them, hold them in Guantanamo Bay, and then everybody's going to cry about civil rights violations the same way they're doing it now.
I'm sorry.
Or we're going to deport them.
No, we don't have to keep them in Guantanamo Bay. What the fuck are you talking about?
So if they're narco terrorists, that's where they're going.
If you specifically want to, you're talking about people bringing drugs to the country, we can detain them, identify if they have the drugs. If they did have the drugs, we can arrest them. Okay? Yes, they should go through the context of the process. Every fucking one else has done that. Every other fucking administration will do that in terms of literally due process. But for some reason, the Trump administration feels like they're above the law. Feels like they don't have to do that. And you're fucking playing right into it. You think it's justified for them just to extrajudicially, in international waters, not within our jurisdiction, just murder people, right? With no evidence provided to Congress.
So I tend to think that bombing of terrorists is a good thing, whether it's
there is no evidence that they were terrorists. Absolutely fucking none.
I mean, they were on a submarine.
That wasn't what? You mean a boat?
One of them, the one that had survivors, was a submarine.
Okay.
That's not a bunch of fishermen.
Say there was a submarine. Well, would that be evidence to murder them? My evidence was all the boats. Like I didn't see anything about a submarine.
You didn't see the article a couple days ago that everybody was
not
up
about
in
the
arms?
submarine. No.
Okay, so that's fine. Anyways, the point is that I am choosing to trust them on this until we see more evidence. I will 100% agree with you. I will come on here. I will send you a donation, even though I make almost no money. If it turns out that the CIA had absolutely no intelligence, they were just a bunch of fishermen that we blew up. Yeah, that's wrong. That's wrong. But
there has been no evidence provided. They would have provided evidence to Congress.
I think they should have provided evidence to Congress. But I mean,
they have to.
They
have to provide evidence to Congress, and they didn't.
I mean, that's not what Congress said when they voted on it. But
really? Where did you see this? And also,
I think it was.
Let me guess.
It was Rand
only
Paul or
Republicans
Thomas
voted
Massey
for it.
that introduced it. It was a Republican that introduced it. It was Rand Paul or Thomas Massey. I can't remember now because I can't remember which chamber it started in. But one of those two absolutely introduced legislation and it got shot down. Just specifically ordering the government to stop blowing up the Venezuelan drug boats.
Wait, so you're saying because some people in Congress who are Republicans support this, that means that it's justified?
No, that's not at all what I'm saying.
Did they indicate that they had evidence? That they were given any evidence?
The Trump administration has continued on their stance that they haven't provided it, but they say they have it.
Oh, no, where? Where do they say that?
In his press conference that he just did about the Venezuelan drug boats, he literally said he had Marco
Okay.
Rubio there, and I watched the whole thing, and they both said that we have reliable intelligence. Pete Hegseth has said the same thing, and I understand it's just them saying it, but we can either
Well,
choose to
one,
believe
I'd
them
have to
or
see them
disbelieve
saying
them.
that, and two, even if that is true, right, that they claim that they have evidence. Again, that's not evidence provided. They have to provide evidence. Given that they have not provided evidence, this is the same as the fucking claims of weapons of mass destruction that they've claimed in the past, and you're buying the same fucking bullshit now. It's unbelievable. You've got to be more critical than this. You've got to not just accept random extrajudicial murders with no fucking evidence. That's insane.
Like I said, I'm in a wait and see, and for the moment, the Trump administration has the benefit of the doubt from me. I think
Yeah,
that
the
that's
benefit
an
of the
okay
doubt from
position to
murdering
have.
people with no evidence. So literally, when
You
Trump
keep-
said that he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and get away with it, he was literally like totally right. Because Republicans, apparently, if he murders people, would be like, it probably is the case that they had intelligence that person was a pedophile. They probably had evidence that that person was bringing F drug into the country. Okay? That person on Fifth Avenue, they definitely must have had something. They must have had intelligence in order to be able to do that in the first place. I know they say that they have intelligence.
Okay. So,
Like, seriously, that would be the response. Like, genuinely, be like, I think it's justified that I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that the person that he murdered on Fifth Avenue, that they actually had committed horrible, atrocious crimes. But I will not say that about Donald Trump. I will not say that he has committed all those atrocious crimes, even though there's literal evidence of that. But the people specifically, in those contexts, they must have committed crimes because Trump said so.
that's actually a pretty good impression. I applaud that. But okay, so if I'm wrong, I will absolutely gift you things. I will come on here. I will say that I'm wrong. We can have a much more open conversation.
I'm sorry, but there's
about
never
why.
going to be a point where you acknowledge that you're wrong. You are wrong.
Okay, so
you
that
won't
actually-
acknowledge it, though.
So that actually begs the question, and I don't know because I don't follow your stuff, no shade or anything. But were you in the camp, which a lot of Republicans were, that the bombing of Iran was going to cause a wider conflict with the U.S. and most likely send us into World War III? Were you in that camp?
No, I never said that it would most likely send us to World War III, but I said it would increase conflict in the region.
Okay. That one's still ambiguous and up in the air, so that's fine. A lot of people, and I'm going to take you at your word that you didn't say that. My point is that if I am wrong, I promise I will come on here and I will apologize. I'll kiss your feet. I will send you a donation and everything. Right now, either the CIA has evidence internally or they don't. And if they do end up having evidence, what is your position going to be?
Again, like I've already said, given that they did have evidence, right, it still isn't justified to do it, right? And they should have provided it earlier in terms of evidence. But the reality is they do not have evidence, and if they did have evidence, they would have already given it to Congress.
I understand why you say that. I think that there's plenty of reason to disagree. Trump doesn't like Congress. But let's say that, and some of these have happened.
Isn't that an issue? Like a president has to work with Congress. Like that's a big issue.
Yeah, it is. It is. But he has worked with him on other things too. So there's that.
Such as?
And like I said, I would prefer for him to provide the evidence. I'm not saying you're wrong about that at all. I'm just giving him the benefit of the doubt because we're 10 months in. I like most of what he's done so far. And I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt until I'm proven wrong. And when I am proven wrong, maybe I'll switch to a blue dog Democrat. Probably not, but maybe. So
Name something Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him.
Oh, that's such a hard question. Like in my head, like what? If the economy is crappy in 2028, if we're going into World War III, or there's all kinds of circumstances that would
how about
me
one
away
thing
from the
right now?
Party.
Could you name something that he could do right now that would get you to stop supporting him?
I don't like
Or
the
could
word
have done in the
supporting in a
past.
non-election cycle. I don't like the word supporting in a non-election cycle, but that's fine. Right now, if he launched a nuclear bomb at Russia, I would immediately drop everything and say, that's stupid. Why are we doing that?
Okay. All right. Dropping a nuke is the only is the context
That's
get to.
just the first thing that popped up in my mind. Like there's a I'm sure there's all kinds of there's things that he does that I don't like renaming the Department of Defense to the Department of War. I'm not a big fan of that. We talked earlier about the universal tariffs. Not a big fan of that. I'm willing to criticize him. I do still like the majority of the things he's done, namely the border. He's done a good job down there.
He really has not. Like, again, we already went over this, and I already gave you reasons why what he did was not the best way to do it.
Okay, well, can I read some numbers to you?
Go ahead.
Okay, so pick a month from February to September.
From February to September? August.
Okay, August. So August 2024, approximately 58,000 people were apprehended at the border, and 9,144 roughly were released. In August 2025, only 6,317 apprehensions and 0 were released back.
Wait, I'm sorry. I think that's a good thing. There being apprehensions and released doesn't mean anything bad.
No, the releasals of them back into the United States is a bad thing, and decreasing the number.
So if someone is apprehended, that doesn't. Wait, if someone's apprehended, does that mean that they necessarily committed a crime?
So these numbers are illegal immigrants that were apprehended. It's not just overall apprehensions. It's illegal immigrants that were apprehended.
Okay, so you're saying people were considered to be undocumented immigrants and then were released into the country?
Yes.
Okay, give me a single source for that they were acknowledged to be undocumented immigrants. They were in the detainment of federal officers, and then federal officers decided to say, you know what, we're just going to let undocumented immigrants into the country without documentation.
Okay. So the beginning of this is going to sound much worse, but let me get through the whole sentence, please. Just one sentence. This is from the United States Customs and Border Protection, CBP. And the 9,144 is a bit of an estimate in August because the data was much fuzzier in August. But if you go to July, it was 12,106 released back into the country with 56,400 illegal immigrant apprehensions.
Okay, no, but you're not actually giving me any evidence that they were specifically acknowledged to be undocumented immigrants and then released into our country.
Yeah, no, that is
after being like detained and apprehended.
No. This data is from the U.S. CBP, and it is specifically illegal immigrant crossings that they released back into the U.S.
So is it that they came into the country, and then it is the case that we specifically were not able to detain them, or that we detained them and then released them into the country?
Detain them and then release them into the country. Detain them and then release them into the country.
No, that wouldn't happen because the law literally says that that they aren't allowed. So if they're detained, they would be deported in that context or wouldn't be allowed. You're talking about people who are coming through the asylum process. They're coming through a legal asylum process.
Okay, so some of these get here illegally and then claim asylum and then are released, which is not the correct legal way to do it. You're supposed to claim asylum before you actually come to the United States through the immigration court.
Not true. There's nothing in the law that says you have to do that.
Okay, that is the standard operating procedure. Is you are supposed to send an advance notice. Okay. No, I did an understudy with the immigration court.
You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that under international law.
Okay. Well,
What U.S.
international law, but I'm obviously not going to be able to cite the U.S. law, but I did an understudy with the immigration courts, and I can tell you the burden of proof that they have to do too. It's an extremely low burden of proof. It's the lowest in all the courts actually. So, but you're still like just disputing these CBP numbers. I mean, it is miraculous that we have 0 released back into the country under Trump, with a 10th and a 15th and a 20th of the numbers of illegal immigrants apprehended at the border. Less people are coming over, and nobody's getting in.
We're apprehending less people. So if we're apprehending less people, that does not necessarily mean that the set of conditions are better off in terms of immigration. And overall, again, in terms of addressing this, like you're saying that the way to address whether or not the immigration is in a worse off or better standpoint is going to be based upon the level of border crossings. So did you know that? Trump's. Go ahead.
I think that border security is huge, and I think that the Biden administration, compared to Trump 2.0 and Trump 1.0, had failures.
How do you know that the border is secure? And can you turn off your Discord notifications, please?
I'm not getting Discord notifications.
There's some notification going off in the background.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I turned it off. I turned on Do Not Disturb. If you hear something else, maybe my dog. They're being pretty quiet right now.
No, I don't think it's a dog. I think it's a notification. But yeah,
okay. So border crossings, yes. Trump at the end of his first term was not doing very good on that. I will acknowledge that. However, the second term, it is the apprehensions are down with increased security. So I believe it's reasonable to believe that less people are coming over, considering the deterrence method that the Trump administration has put forth, which is nobody's coming here illegally and getting in.
Okay, so then like what's your point with that? Is that you just like you identify a secure border based on what? The lower level of border crossings, or what is it?
I think that that is a massive indicator of border security is the number of illegal crossings that occur on the border every day.
Is there any other process that you use?
I mean, it's not like America has been invaded by an army or a navy, so not really. No, the Golden Dome is probably going to be a good thing too.
Okay, so if you want to talk about the level of border crossings, okay, then did you know at the end of Trump's administration in his first term there was a greater level of border crossings on a daily average than the end of Biden's administration? Therefore, the border that Biden inherited was actually worse off than the one that he gave over to Trump. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did know that. You're right about that. But I'm pulling up the 2025 numbers, and he's doing a much better job this time around than he did the first time.
Yeah, you could claim that, but then the point specifically still would be true that Donald Trump did not address it in his first term when you're saying that he could have, correct?
So he did not, and we could say that maybe the Republican excuse, and it is an excuse, is usually, well, he didn't know what he was doing in the first term, yada, yada, yada. Whatever it is, he's doing better in the second term. I don't know what the cause is. I don't know what the reason is, but I'm happy that illegal immigrants are not getting into the country on the large-scale basis that they were in
so
the earlier months.
Of people detained by ICE have no criminal record. Do you think people without a criminal record should be deported?
So I would be okay with naturalizing upwards of 250,000 people, roughly, somewhere in that range. We do have to keep an eye on it. But yeah, I think that for the most part, I think everybody should get a court order of removal, which 70 to 90% do. The details are fuzzy on that. But they should all get a court order of removal from the civil courts, the immigration courts to be specific. Yeah. Even if they committed no other crimes while here.
So you're saying they should be deported even if they have no criminal record? What's the reason? Just because they violated the law?
Because the civil court standard process or standard punishment for illegal immigrants is to be deported. And I think that that's actually pretty humane compared to a lot of other countries.
So because of a standard punishment, you think that we should follow that standard punishment? Or is there like another argument for this?
Well, I like the standard argument, or the standard consequence. I do like that. I also
said
think
the same thing about, like, for example, abortion, like because Roe versus Wade was in place for so long that you would just uphold the standard way of addressing abortion.
No, my claim against Roe v. Wade is that it was never constitutional in the first place, and we can get into that constitutional argument.
But like that was how it was standardly treated.
Yeah, and
so it seems like you don't use that argument.
No, that was only the first part. Like I said, I actually do like the standard way of handling it, and I do think it is better than a lot of the other countries' ways of handling illegal immigrants.
Give a reason why, not just that it's standard.
Well, like China throws you in prison. Russia throws you in prison for crossing their border illegally or overstaying.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. Do you think that we should determine how our laws should be enacted in our country based upon how Russia and China operates their laws?
No, but I think that, like I said, deportation, everybody acts like this is mass inhumane thing. I think it's pretty humane.
It is for people who are in the country who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, and you can't give any good reason to deport them.
They crossed the border illegally, and I think that's all it takes.
So you're saying they've committed a crime, therefore they should be held accountable for committing said crime. Okay, well, Donald Trump has committed crimes, right? You think he shouldn't be held accountable for the crimes that he's committed because it is the case that you voted him into the position of president.
Okay, so nice pivot. I'm gonna go ahead and stay on track here.
I'm
deportation.
Sorry. He committed a crime. You want to hold him accountable for committing crimes. I'm asking, do you hold this to be true in other circumstances? If you don't want to answer it, I'll kick you and go to the next person. I've already talked to you enough.
Yeah, I think that the 34 felonies was enough of, and the legal fees that he had to pay, the mugshot being taken, his Mar-a-Lago home being raided, I think that was all probably more than the just punishment for what he did, which
No. Okay.
By the way, if you
so then like again, when you're talking about punishment, you don't actually care about the criminal law getting punishment, right? You just want to do that for undocumented immigrants and not the president of the United States. So you hold undocumented immigrants to a higher standard than you hold the president of the United States because he commits felonies and he can just get off without anything. But undocumented immigrants, they commit a misdemeanor or even a civil offense under your perspective, and that's so much that they have to be held accountable, even if they've had no criminal record.
I think it's a national security interest to make sure we always know who's in, and as a deterrence method to prevent illegal immigration, deportation is good. But we can talk about that Letitia James case in New
for
York.
undocumented immigration would be to provide a pathway to citizenship that's significantly quicker. That would be the best way to reduce the likelihood of people coming here undocumented.
You say that, but the evidence from this year seems to point in my favor that there are less border crossings and less people coming into the country. So that works as a deterrent. You can say
because
that
we weren't able to get the process to go significantly quicker because Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill that would have made the immigration process go quicker.
Turns out he didn't need a new bill. All we needed was a new president because he got it all done before any legislation on it.
So you understand, but this addresses things permanently, whereas what specifically has been done is only from an executive basis that is overturned by the next president next time that they get into office. So you understand that a lot of
Except he did put in a big, beautiful bill to increase the funding at the border. And really, when it comes
specifically
down to,
for ICE and not specifically to address all the concerns that were true in the context of the bipartisan immigration bill, specifically in terms of the asylum process and making the legal immigration process go quicker. Again, those are mechanisms to actually make the legal immigration process go quicker and to disincentivize people from coming to the country undocumented. But just because it was reduced by a different mechanism doesn't mean that was the best mechanism of reducing people from coming to the country. Like, for example, if Donald Trump just started executing undocumented immigrants, it would reduce how many people come into the country undocumented. But would that be a good mechanism of doing so?
No, and that's an obvious straw man of the argument.
Obviously, no. It would not be a good mechanism specifically to undergo. So just because there's been a reduction in the amount of people coming here does not mean that that process in which they did so, in order to be able to do that, was an effective or good process.
It does prove it was effective. We can debate whether or not it was good, but obviously it's been effective. The numbers have gone down drastically.
No. What I meant is good. So
okay, good. Yeah, that's fine.
It's not a good process, right?
We can agree to disagree on that. My question is, do you know how many people come into the country legally every year?
It's around 1 to 2 million.
Yep, 1 to 2 million. I think that's a good number. I would be fine with increasing it to 2 to 3 million. But I'm not big on the train of bringing in a whole bunch of legal immigrants. I'm
fine with 3 million plus. Like that's good, but we definitely need higher immigration than we have right now. And bringing in more immigrants is actually good for our system overall. I don't know why you'd be against that. Is there anything else you want to talk about? I don't really care to talk to anymore.
I
don't know why you're laughing. We've had a conversation for an hour and 45 minutes. The fact that you've had an hour and 45 minutes is crazy already.
I am thankful for that. I am thankful. If there's anything that you want to talk about, I'd be happy to discuss anything you want to talk about at this point.
Nope. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Let me say thank you to a few people. Then we'll go on to the next person real quick. Ethan, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Brad with the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Brad in the comment section. Yasmin, thank you so much for the $10. Olivia with the $1. Really appreciate it. Thank you. POT, thank you so much for the $5. Yes, they literally need to know that. Bridget, thank you so much for the $5. Stephanie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Sophie, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you again. And Rick with the $60 on Venmo. Give me some W's for Rick in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Rick. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Rick in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. W's for Rick. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Melody, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Also, everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
Thanks. 25.
What's your birth year?
2000.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd want to say Trump, but I voted for Trump again this time, but after everything that's happened, if I could go back in time, it might be Kamala or I wouldn't vote.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey guys, sorry.
Oh, CK, thank you. You're amazing. Thank you. They said hi as soon as I decided to kick them. It's very unfortunate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 65, brother.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No way.
Oh, okay. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Melody, thank you so much for the $5 for good convos. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Melody in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual real quick. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
November 6, 2006.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like they're a fetus, chat. Maybe I'm wrong. I'd feel really bad if I'm wrong, but I definitely think that they're a fetus.
Hi,
Yo, what's
sir.
up? How old are you?
I am 18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
May.
Dude, you sound like a fetus, too.
I-
Chat, what do you think? Are they a fetus?
Doug, they're just gonna say that because they know I would crush you in a debate.
No, dude, you just sound young.
I sound young. I am 18 though. Trust me.
I don't
All
know.
right.
When did you graduate
So-
high school?
When did I graduate? 2025.
How old were you when you graduated?
18.
And what's your birthday?
25th.
Of May? Damn. You
Yes.
You would have been 18. You would have just been freshly 18. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Why do you support Trump?
Why? Well, I think he's just one of the greatest leaders in American history.
Okay.
I think
why?
he should have a third term. And honestly, more than a third term. I think he should have a life term.
Okay, you're trolling. Get off my stream.
I'm not. Buddy,
Yes, you
debate
are.
me.
Bye.
I'm not. No.
Yes, you are. Shut up. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, a Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. David, thank you for the $5 for booting out the fetuses. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Cornell, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, though. That's true. That's true. Catherine, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Taka, I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you. Literally a speedboat, not a submarine. Literally. Trudy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Jay with the 5. Green 4, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Mac with the $5. Sophie, thank you for the $2. Heather, thank you for the $10. Aaliyah, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Aaliyah. I really appreciate it. Catherine, thank you for the $2. Glampire, thank you for the 5. I really appreciate it. On the Beard, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, thank you. On the Beard, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Vit, thank you for the $10. DK, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Brianna, thank you for the $5. Carolina, thank you so much for the $5 as well. The trip was great. Thank you. On the Beard, thank you for the $5. Jay, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. And Cornell, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. Let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. Diamond, thank you for the dollar. I did have a lot of fun in New York. Do you know Dean Withers? Absolutely. Maggie, thank you so much for the $2. Noah, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, Noah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
80 and I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
12306.
Okay. Do you support Donald Trump?
I don't, but I want you to
Maniac, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. DK, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Actually crazy. I don't know, like that. It's actually nuts. I mean, Trump can't even rule out going for a third term. That's like actually fucking unhinged. The fact that he can't just say, "Oh, I'm not running for a third term," is actually crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
03.
Okay. And you said you're 22. What month?
March.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Why?
Because he's the best.
Why?
He's lowering prices, like gas prices, everything, man.
Gas prices have increased since Trump got in office.
This year, I'm saying last year. You asked me if I would vote for him last term.
Yeah. Since Trump has gotten office, he has increased gas prices.
Yeah, but last term, he didn't.
Oh, okay. What's your point?
I'm just saying, like, that's why. I mean, besides all that, like, he's still a good president because I don't even know, bro.
Because what?
I'm just kidding, bro. I don't like Trump. I'm just kidding.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes as of right now. 2,000 likes as of right now. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
What's your birth year?
07.
What month?
March.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Trump.
Why is that? I can't hear you while you swipe out of the app. Why would you support Trump?
Sorry. Cause he's killing people that are bringing drugs inside the United States.
There's no way you actually think that. One, he's murdering people where there's no evidence that they had drugs. Okay, absolutely none.
Yeah, well, and no evidence that you've seen.
No, there is no evidence that was given to Congress.
Okay, but that doesn't mean there's any evidence at all.
There has been no provided evidence, and if they did have evidence, they would have provided it.
Yeah, well, you're saying because you.
Why would you say that you'd support someone because they kill people? Are you pro-life?
No, that are bringing drugs in.
Are you pro-life?
Am I pro-life?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not here to talk about abortion. I'm here to talk about.
I'm just asking. Are you pro-life?
Am I pro-life? I'm not here to talk about abortion. Sorry. Anyway,
I just said, are you pro-life?
Are you pivoting?
No, I'm asking you, are you pro-life?
Don't pivot. Don't pivot.
I'm asking you, are you pro-life?
Yes, I'm pro-life.
Okay, you're pro-life, but the reason why you came on to support Donald Trump was because he kills people?
No, he's kills people. He's killing people that bring drugs into the United States.
One, there was no evidence of that. Two, even if that is the case, that's not a reason to murder someone. I'm sorry. Say that there was evidence of that. Why wouldn't you just detain them in U.S. waters? Why would you murder them?
Because why not, bro? We
pro-life, by the way. Why not? Why not? How pro-life? So pro-life. I tell you that Donald Trump is the most pro-life president I've ever seen. That he wants to murder people without evidence.
Parker, you need to listen. You need to understand.
You know, hey, I think all of the aborted fetuses, they were bringing drugs into the country.
What are you talking about? Have a serious conversation.
All the aborted fetuses were bringing drugs into the country.
Parker, you ready? Listen. If someone is bringing that F
hold
drug,
hold up. You said we don't need to provide evidence, and that just if it's possible.
I did not say that.
Okay, so you do need to provide evidence. So Donald Trump has not provided evidence. Therefore, you think it's unjustified to murder, right?
You're saying that you haven't seen any evidence, right? That doesn't mean
no. It's not that. I haven't seen evidence. It's that there's been no evidence provided to Congress.
Well, okay. He wouldn't kill. Okay, you think he would kill people off of a theory
with no evidence? Do I think Donald Trump would murder people without evidence? Yes, he has already.
Yes. Can you? Okay, tell me. Tell me about that.
Literally the boats off of Venezuela that he's actually bombed.
Yeah, but obviously he has some type of like. You think he's not gonna kill people.
What's
just
the
to kill
evidence that they
people.
provided? What's the evidence?
Well, you haven't seen any evidence. That doesn't. That
Wait,
does not
no
mean
one's
there
seen
isn't
any evidence.
at all.
No one has seen any evidence.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Can you tell me who's seen evidence?
Well, how would we know that? As the general public, how would we know?
Because
who's seen the evidence
when
or
they
not?
engage in these operations, they're supposed to give evidence to Congress. That's how we would know.
Okay, then why hasn't Congress, like told them where's the evidence at? Why haven't they pushed for evidence?
Why haven't they pushed? They have. They've tried to. Like Democrats in Congress have tried to push for evidence.
Okay, and what's the penalty if he doesn't give evidence?
What's the penalty if he doesn't give evidence? There should be a like ingrained penalty. I don't know if there is a certain process right now to ingrain a penalty. I'd have to check.
Well, no, Parker. I feel like
I think it could be that there could be impeachment, but you need enough votes for that.
no, I don't know, Parker. I don't know. I feel like I don't think he would kill people off of a hunch, right?
That's literally
what
what happened. So you can sit there, but by the way, you brought this up as like the reason why you support him. Not only is that fucking sick for you to come up and do that, but you don't even know the contents of what you're even referencing. It's embarrassing.
Right. Because you know, right? Just because there's no evidence that was provided to Congress, you know that Trump just killed them off of a hunch, right?
I'm saying no evidence was provided. If there was evidence, Donald Trump would have provided it. Therefore, he did just kill them based upon just feeling like it. Yes.
Okay, Parker. Interesting.
Do you have any intellectual response, or are you just going to sit there and say that?
Well, no. I mean, I feel like that was a really dumb response.
How was that a dumb response?
I feel like saying Trump killed people off of a hunch that they're bringing DRUGS into the United States.
Well, has he provided any evidence?
Again, Parker. He doesn't need to provide evidence to the general public.
Yes, he does. He has to provide evidence to Congress. He absolutely does. You think it should be allowed for the president to just extrajudicially murder people without anything from Congress?
Well, no.
Without providing anything?
You said Congress reached out to him, right? There's no penalty for not providing evidence, so he doesn't need to provide evidence.
He does have to provide evidence. Just because there's no penalty for something doesn't mean he doesn't have to do it.
What? Okay.
Yes. Do you understand there are moral obligations, that there are current ways that we typically do things, and just because there isn't a particular thing other than literally impeachment that they could do doesn't mean that they should be allowed to do it, right? Like before there was a law for murder, do you think it was justified to murder people?
No.
Okay. So do you realize how stupid that was?
Wait, say it again. Go back. Backtrack.
Just because before there was a law for murder, would it have been justified to murder?
Before there was a law for murder. Wait, I'm kind of slow. Go, say it one more time.
Before there were laws putting people in prison for murder.
Right.
Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I say? Before there were laws, should they?
No, go back.
Was it
one more
wrong?
time. Go back.
Was it wrong? Okay, you're trolling me.
I'm not trolling. I'm being dead ass.
Before there were laws for murder, was it wrong to murder?
I mean, murder is wrong. Period.
So it was wrong prior to there being laws, correct? So just because there's not a law that enforced him to specifically do this or give this to Congress does not mean it wasn't wrong.
I mean, we think it's wrong now. Imagine like.
Okay, so you agree with me that it's wrong? So wait, do you agree with me that it's wrong?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay.
So what I'm saying,
if Donald Trump shot someone on Fifth Avenue, would you make the argument that there's no way he would have shot him if there was no evidence that he did something wrong? Would you say that?
I mean, how would I know he shot someone if there's no evidence?
No, I'm saying we know he shot someone, right? But he's claiming that there's evidence that this person did something wrong, but he's not providing it. Like, would you believe what he's saying, or would you think it was justified to murder them because he quote unquote wouldn't do it if it was not justified under your view?
So you're saying if Trump shot someone, right, because they did something wrong, and he said
he claimed that they did something wrong.
Right, but killing someone over like killing people is bad. Period. Right. So even if they did do something wrong, like
wait, killing people is bad. Period. The first point as to why you
no,
literally
no, no,
said
no,
you
no, no.
support Donald
Except,
Trump when
except,
coming onto the
ex-
stream
no,
was
no,
because he kills
except bringing
people.
drugs, except bringing drugs.
Except
into
bringing drugs. So
Yeah.
that's actually crazy. So if they were bringing M drug to our country, would you think it's justified to murder them?
Wait, aren't you're pro-choice, right?
I'm asking you, do you think it would be justified to murder them because they were bringing M drug to the country? And I don't think abortion is murder, so yes, I'm pro-choice.
Okay, wait. So you're saying, right? It's actually no. I'm pivoting. So say, right? Say they brought F drug into the United States. Okay, how about this? Hypothetical, right? Biden was president. Do you think it would have been bad if Biden did the same exact thing Trump did?
Yes.
I don't believe that. I do not believe that for a second.
Yes, that would be
I don't
bad.
believe that for a second.
Can you imagine what
So one
Fox
of the
News
things
would be
that
saying
Biden
about?
did-
Can you imagine what
listen,
Fox
listen.
News would be saying about Joe Biden if he did this?
Well, yeah, obviously Fox News would
Can
be
you
tearing him down.
fucking
CNN
imagine?
wouldn't. CNN wouldn't. CNN wouldn't be.
CNN would be
CNN
calling it out. They would be.
No, they would not, Parker.
Yes, they
No,
would. I
not.
genuinely do think CNN would call it out.
No, they would not, Brody.
I'm sorry. Like,
CNN
I think it's
would be like-
ridiculous for you to assume that we're like in a cult like you guys.
No, you guys are a cult, actually.
No, we're not.
You guys
You,
are a
you
cult.
think that we're a cult? What makes you think
If
that we're in a
Biden
cult?
killed
Wait,
people
what
coming
makes
into
you
the
think
United
that? Wait, what makes you think that liberals are in a cult?
Because you guys, I don't know, you guys are just weird, you know? You guys are just like, give that cultist vibes, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, back to what I was saying.
So just vibes. So
Yo, why
facts
are you
over
pivoting,
feelings.
Parker, why are you pivoting?
I'm not pivoting. I'm asking you about the claim.
No,
I'm asking you about the
Parker,
claim
you are
that you
pivoting
brought
right
up.
now. Listen,
You
Parker,
said that we're a cult, and I'm asking you
look,
about the
you're
claim that
doing
you
a
brought up.
U-turn.
You're trying not to allow me. You're trying not to allow me
U-turn.
to address it because it is the case that you know that you're wrong. You just said based upon vibes that we're in a cult, right? Okay. So if you think that based upon vibes that we're in a cult, then wouldn't you be able to say the same thing about MAGA?
No, actually, no. I'm not MAGA though. I'm not MAGA.
You're not. So then you don't meet the set of criteria to join the stream.
No, I support Trump, but I'm not MAGA.
Okay. So that means you are MAGA. You fucking idiot.
No, yo. Anyway, no, actually.
Who am I calling an idiot? You.
Okay, white boy, you got it, white boy. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, what was I saying?
Dude, it's based upon what you just said. What you said was absolutely idiotic. Do you agree?
Parker, we were just having a good intellectual conversation.
No, we weren't.
Until you decided to attack me. No,
we weren't.
Hey.
We were not having a good intellectual conversation.
Hey, Parker, you need to sit down and be intellectual, okay? Use your mind.
I need to be intellectual.
Listen.
You just said that Donald Trump was justified in murdering people without evidence. Do you think that's intellectual?
Parker,
do you think it's intellectual to say that it's justified for Donald Trump to murder people without evidence?
Hey, Parker, breathe in and out.
You act like I'm angry right now. What are you doing?
There we go. Take a breath.
Is this like top tier rage bait under your view?
No, I'm not rage baiting, Parker. I just want you and me to be on the same page here.
You're telling me to breathe in and out when I'm not even angry.
No, I mean, Parker,
I'm literally just sitting here explaining things to you, and you're just telling me
Parker,
to breathe in and out.
I can feel that energy through the screen right now. I can just feel it, right? Can we go back? Can I go back to my point, please? Thank you.
You can feel the energy through the screen. Can you just be serious?
Feel it. I can feel it, Parker.
You sound like you're trolling. Do you want to actually engage in a conversation, or can you admit you're trolling?
I want to engage in a conversation.
I mean, if you keep doing this, I'm gonna think that you're a troll, and I'm gonna kick you. Like, genuinely.
Parker, do you know how many times I said I want to go back to the conversation, and you're just saying, "Oh, you're a troll. You're a troll. You're a troll." I'm not a troll.
Because when I try to engage in the conversation, you just try to rage bait me, like you just did.
How am I rage baiting you?
You were clearly just rage baiting me. I was explaining something to you, and you just told me to breathe in and breathe out like I was angry. That was clearly rage bait.
Okay, well, I'm not. Okay, anyway, screw it, whatever, right?
What do you mean, whatever? Can you acknowledge that?
No, Parker, I was not trying to rage bait you.
Then what was the point of doing that?
Parker, you're rage baiting me, right? I feel like I'm getting rage baited. No, stop.
Can you tell me what was the point of doing that then?
So we can be on the same page, like I told you from before.
It wasn't putting us on the same page for you to do that. All right, I'm gonna go to the next person. You're wasting my time.
Yeah, fuck you, Parker.
Do you want to admit you were trolling? They left themselves. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Jessica, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Jessica, thank you. Megan, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you. Literally, no drug crime is punishable by death. Literally. He believes in the death penalty for people who are bringing drugs in the country. So he must say the same thing for people who are already in the country. You know, I should have asked that question. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're a faggot.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I support the president, yeah.
What state do you live in?
New Jersey.
What time is it?
It is 10:28.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I mean, we can't go back in time, but I don't regret my vote if that's what you're asking.
I'm saying if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd keep my OG vote with Trump.
Okay. Why?
Because I feel like it. Why should I switch? Let me ask you that.
Wait, how old are you again? Sorry?
20.
20? And what's your birth year?
My birth year, 05.
Okay. And what month?
February.
Okay. So, so what was the reason why you said you support Trump? You just said you feel like it? That's not a reason. Can you provide me a reason other than vibes?
No.
No? So you
Why
just
should I
admit,
not support him?
You admit you're an irrational being without any reason for why you do things?
Yep.
Okay. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
03.
What month?
June.
Your math is atrocious, dude. Garvey, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Garvey. Give me some W's for Garvey in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. W's for Garvey in the comment section right now. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
January.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump. Would you like to know why?
Yeah. You do sound young, though.
Okay. You were making a point with, let me ask you this. What do you think of the whole Epstein files and what's going on with Trump? Do you think Trump's on that list?
Well, he is on the Epstein files. We don't know if he's on the client list, so.
But do you think he's on the list?
I mean, he very well could be because of the fact that he has definitely committed other types of atrocious acts relating to sexual abuse.
I just wanted to know your answer to that. The reason I support Donald Trump is because I'm a stock trader. I trade options, and he has caused all-time highs in the stock market, which has benefited me and millions of other people.
Since he got in office, stock market growth has decreased.
That's not
On
true.
average.
It crashed once, but it reached all-time highs.
No, but on average, growth has decreased comparative to what was existing at the end of the Biden administration.
Not since he got into office, it's gone up.
Nope, not the growth rate. In
So are you
terms
gonna
of
tell my
the
bank account
stock going
differently?
up, stock went up as well under Biden. It was at all-time highs under
Yeah.
Biden as well.
I understand, but the stock didn't do too well.
The stock didn't do too well. What
No,
stock?
it was really hard to trade, and it was just not easy to get a
It was
read.
it was hard to trade in what way?
What do you mean it was hard to trade?
Like
in
what
way?
about Biden's administration made it harder to trade?
It was just a harder market to read, and it wasn't easy to make money. By
Harder
trading off
market
of,
to read. Why are you doing options at 19 years old, dude?
Because it makes me money. I know what
Yeah.
I'm doing.
It's incredibly risky.
Not when you know what you're doing.
And what's the likelihood that you know what you're doing at 19 years old?
My bank account has hundreds of thousands of dollars in it. That's all. That's
Would you inherit that from your parents?
no.
So where
I
did you
also
get the
didn't get it from
original money to
begging people on
options?
TikTok Live for
What'd
money.
you say?
I also didn't get it from begging people on TikTok Live for money.
Are you jealous? You're jealous that I actually made my money instead of having the option trades for it? I have a real job.
I bet you people would argue it's harder to option trade than beg people on TikTok Live for money. So.
Oh, I don't beg people on TikTok Live for money. What
Oh,
makes
you
think
do
that I beg
because
people?
without this, you'd have no money. What did you go to college for? Can I ask you?
Economics.
So you don't need your college degree to do what you're doing.
But it's very helpful in being able to debunk people on
Yeah, but you don't need
like
it.
points of view on economics all the time.
So
But
you
like,
wasted
wait,
money
I
on a
do need it
college
because
degree.
I talk about economics all the time.
No, you don't need it because you're on TikTok Live.
It's beneficial though.
This is your
Like
job.
it's been very beneficial. And just because I'm on TikTok Live doesn't mean that it's not beneficial.
But you don't need it.
So
I said you don't
but
need
it's
it. I never said it
beneficial.
wasn't beneficial. I said you don't need it.
I need it in order to be able to have the information that I have on the live. DK, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
Oh my
Jess
god.
with the $5. Thank
These
you so much,
people are
Jess. I
so
really appreciate it.
sorry,
Jeanette,
bro.
thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much, Jeanette. Thank
Anyways,
you.
I
He's so
said
mad.
to you
Are
why,
you jealous? Are you jealous people are sending me money? I mean, I didn't
No, 'cause
beg.
I'm,
I
no,
didn't
'cause
beg
I'm worth
for.
more than you, Parker.
Oh, you're worth more than me. I didn't beg. I
Yeah.
didn't beg for any of that money.
Neither did I.
Okay.
Anyways,
you just said the reason why
haven't-
You just said I begged for all my money on the live. You're like, at least I don't beg for all my money on the stream. That's what you just said. Iman, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Your name is literally
Snail,
Parker.
thank you for the $10.
Job.
Thank you so much, Snail. Yeah, because I'm making fun of people like you that come up on my stream that think I don't have a real job, that they think I'm like quote unquote begging for money. I'm making fun of you.
Okay, bro. You're making fun of me. Anyways, the stock market has gone up incredibly high with Donald Trump, with many stocks like Apple, Amazon.
Damien, thank you for the $1 for the fake job. Sydney, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Reaching all-time highs.
If you want, please give me money, everyone. Please, everyone, give me money right now, please. Oh my God, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link in the bio, please. Oh my God, give me money, please, everybody. Oh my gosh, I need it because I can't do anything else. Please, everyone, please, so much. I need it. I need it so bad. This is all I do on my stream every day.
So are you gonna like respond to my?
Please.
You
I
gonna
already did.
respond to my
Stock
support?
market growth is at a lower rate specifically now than what it was at the end of Biden's administration. So
But
even
it's
though
at
you're
all-time
specifically
highs
doing
right now.
options trading, you'd be better off if Biden were in office.
No.
Amanda,
because it
thank you for the
wasn't.
$10 to piss him off. Thank you, Levi. Thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, it
Jesse, thank
doesn't
you so
piss
much for the
me off.
$10. Thank you so much, Jesse. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, Mariana, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you, Diamond. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Susan, thank you so much for the $20 for TY. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Susan. Thank you.
Joe is broke. Yeah. Okay. Jelly Joe. Are we serious right now, bro? Okay.
Miss, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Rodney, with the $5 as well. Thank you. By the way, have you paid taxes yet this year?
I have
MDX,
not.
thank you for the $5. Thank you. No? You don't pay quarterlies?
No, I just started trading.
So you make hundreds of thousands of dollars, enough to have that money in
Yes.
your bank account, but you
Yes.
specifically don't
Yes.
even pay quarterlies?
No. I have. Well, I have my fucking what's it called?
So do you get fined for not paying quarterlies?
No. Listen. My parents do the.
Your
they have the
parents do your
financial-
taxes?
Yeah.
So your parents do your taxes. Oh, your parents are taking care of you. Aw. Miss Steffi, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so
Are
much,
you
Rodney,
mad-
with
are
the
you mad
$5
that
as
my
well for the
parents are
stock
taking
premium.
care of me, bro?
MDX, thank you for the $5 for the DNC fake job money. DK, thank you for the $2. Sweet Orange, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Leo with the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Toad with the $5. Thank you so much. Eli, thank you so much for the $6.66. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. This kid's definitely lying and probably should
Yeah.
start
See,
begging
look at
for
there's
money.
people in the
Wait,
comments section
this
saying
kid is
I
definitely.
trade too. It's way better.
Thank you for the gem
It's
gun. Thank
way
you.
better.
Eli
It's
just
way
said.
better.
Eli just said this kid is definitely lying and should probably start begging for money on TikTok. I think.
Why would I do that?
Amanda, thank you for the $10. Haley, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Abigail, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Abigail. Thank you so much. Absolutely, I very much do. Gabriel, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
Trading's way better, bro. Exactly. That's what I agree with that.
What do you trade?
I already told you I trade options.
Yeah, but what on options do you typically trade, Jelly Joe?
Jelly Joe.
Jelly Joe. Jesse, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much from Daddy's Money. Thank you so much.
I go to
Toad with the
a different
$5.
app.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. Leo with the $10.
So
What'd you say?
are you able to hear me if I go to a different app? Because I'll literally tell you exactly what I traded today.
No, I actually can't hear you. Kat, thank you for the $5. Thank you. You don't know off the top of your head?
I traded with AMD today. I traded with Palantir.
You're trading Palantir? That's fucking unhinged. That's unhinged. You're
What?
making money off of Palantir.
Yes.
Bro, do you know what Palantir is?
Yeah, Palantir Technologies.
Yeah, what else do you know about it? What kind of technology do they invest in? Glampire, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
I don't know. They're expected to make
He doesn't even know. Robert, thank you for the $5. Thank you. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know the fucking stocks that he's investing in. He doesn't even know what company it is.
I literally just told, bro. Are you like, what? Are you just like ignoring what I'm saying?
What'd you say? What'd
And
you
then
say?
You ignore what I say, and then you say thank
What
you.
did you say? What did you say? I didn't hear you say anything.
Because
Go
you're
ahead.
trying to rage bait me. How old are you? You're like 20 something, trying to rage bait a 19-year-old, bro. Are you serious?
I'm 23 years old, and I wasn't rage baiting you.
You're desperately trying to rage bait me.
Earlier I was because you were super mad at the fact that I was making money and you were jealous.
Who's mad, bro?
You
You've
were
literally gotten
earlier you
zero
were saying that I
reaction.
was begging for money
You
on
have gotten
TikTok.
zero reaction out of me.
You said that I was begging for money on TikTok. That's a reaction, clearly. Elliot, thank you so much for the
A
$1.
fact
Thank
is
you,
a
Elliot.
reaction?
Jasmine, thank you so much for the $1 as well.
Wait, a fact is a reaction? I didn't know.
Robert, thank you for the $5. Thank you. No, it's not a fact that I'm begging for money. I'm clearly not begging for money. Me having a Venmo, Cash App, PayPal
literally
link tree in the
watched
bio
you-
as
I
well as the
literally
description of
watched you
YouTube, as
beg
well
for
as
money
people who
like
could
2
support me
seconds
over
ago.
YouTube Super Chat is not begging for money. It's
I
saying that
literally
like if
watched
you
you
want
beg.
to support me, you
watched
can.
you beg. I watched
I
you beg, bro.
I was literally trolling, dude. I was
That's
making
begging.
a joke for you.
Regardless, you were begging.
So I was clearly joking. Right? You understand that, right? Could you not take a joke?
You know our president makes jokes, right? And people like you
Push
are the
that
people who get
mustache.
offended by them.
Wait, so but these jokes aren't the joke that I was making was totally not offensive, right?
What makes something offensive? It's if only offensive if you can't take a joke. That could have been offensive towards me, and I could have taken it offensively.
How was it offensive? Explain how it was offensive.
Because you were trying to make me seem like I was like retarded or something.
Oh, you just used the R slur,
I
bro?
could
That's
have
fucking
totally.
crazy.
I could have totally.
That's fucking crazy. Kata, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Not because you begged. Thank you so much. John as well. Thank you for the $1. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on that TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. Callie, thank you so much for the $5. So please stop begging. Here's your money. Thank you. Yo, it's a valid to you.
What the hell?
How old are you?
What the hell? Who put me up here?
Oh, you were in the guest box. I think they accidentally sent a guest request. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hi, sorry about that. I'm 31.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I sure do.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Without hesitation, Donald Trump.
And why is that?
What about you?
I would rather vote for Kamala Harris.
How do you think she would have made things different in this? How do you think anything would be different right now?
Well, I think that she wouldn't have done tariffs, which have been very, very bad for the working class. So we would have had a better chance of being able to decrease interest rates, which would have provided much needed relief for working class Americans wanting to buy a house. There would be a better conditions for the job market because tariffs wouldn't have negatively impacted the job market. There'd be better real GDP growth. There'd be better stock market growth. There would be better conditions in terms of unemployment. We can.
Why does it look like you're reading off of something? Is that you? Do you do the same thing as Dean and just read off GPT, or was it ChatGPT?
Dean doesn't use
what you're doing?
ChatGPT, and I don't either. I'm literally just.
Oh,
I'm
yes,
looking
he
at myself.
does.
I'm looking at myself.
Can I ask you 2 questions? Oh, you're looking at yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask you 2
It's literally
questions?
me on YouTube and then me on TikTok, and I have nothing else open.
Can I ask you 2 questions?
Go ahead.
And all right. So Charlie Kirk was the main, if you want to call him would you consider Charlie Kirk an influencer for the Republican Party?
Yeah.
All right. Do you consider yourself an influencer of the Democratic Party?
Well, I'm an influencer that says the Democratic Party is better than the Republican Party. But like, I'm not like
So are you an
propped up by
independent?
I'm not propped up by the Democratic Party. Charlie Kirk was actively propped up by the Republican Party.
You don't believe that you're active. You don't think that people actively think you're propped up. But actually, that brings me to my next question. But
The Democratic Party does not prop up Parker get a job.
Okay.
What do you mean? Okay, I literally created this entire platform myself.
That's so sweet. I have 2 questions. The first one is the last thing I'm trying to sound is threatening, but like, I'm very independent. I have my own thoughts. I like Trump, right? But that doesn't make me anyway. I wondered after 10, what was it? No, 9, 10, excuse me. Are influencers such as yourself scared? If it could happen to Charlie, are you scared that it could happen to you?
Well, I definitely am not going to go into public events and do university stuff because it is possible that, like, yes, like people could engage in political violence towards me. Yes.
You, Dean and Parker. No, you, Dean and Parker. You, Harry, and like were the first people I thought about when that happened because, like I said, if it could happen to Charlie, who is such a well-respected man with so much security, all I thought about is like this could happen to anyone, and it horrified me.
I don't think he was very well respected. I wouldn't say that, but like in general, I would just say that like given that someone else.
You don't think Charlie Kirk was well respected?
No, he wasn't. I don't think that he was well respected.
That's a disgusting thing to say, but keep going.
How is it disgusting for me to say that he wasn't well respected?
Oh my gosh.
What?
The entire White House. I mean, there's a Charlie Kirk.
There's the Trump administration. Like, of course, the Trump administration.
That's just the Trump administration. Those are the people who run our country.
I'm just talking about whether or not people respected him as a whole. Like, that's a descriptive claim. How is that like bad for me to acknowledge a descriptive claim that he wasn't well respected?
If we flipped the script, would anyone have any day of recognition for you, Dean? Why do I keep calling you Dean? I'm so sorry. I mean, you guys are all getting very confused. You all say the same shit.
I don't know how we're getting you confused. Just because we have similar views on things doesn't mean that we
would anyone respect you if anything that happened to him happened to you. And it's very realistic, and I hate to say that. I'm not saying I would be in it horrified me for your group of friends or your little tripod of influencers, but like if it could happen to him, it could very easily happen to you. So I really wish you would watch what you say.
I never said anything that would put me in any circumstance of harm. I just said that he wasn't well respected.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
I literally just said that he wasn't well respected, which is a descriptively true claim.
But no, I'm saying all you do is disrespect our country.
How? How did I disrespect our country?
I mean, by saying that I was raised to believe that, like, I love how your first question is like, do you support our president, essentially? I was grown to raise. It doesn't matter if it was Democrat or Republican. Of course, I respect our country and our president.
Did you support Joe Biden?
Yes, I never wished ill harm on him. I knew he was dying. I knew he couldn't speak.
Let me clarify.
But he was the president of the United States. He was the president of the free world.
Let me clarify what I mean by support. What I mean by support is if you could go back in time, would you vote for him over the opposing side? That's what I mean by support. So that's what I mean by support. And also how am I disrespecting the country by engaging in political debate?
You're not. It's the way you go about it.
What about the way that I go about it?
You literally, I mean, Trump could cure cancer and you'd be pissed about it. That's the way you sound.
That's obviously I wouldn't be pissed about him curing cancer.
Can I say something?
No. You just said that I would get pissed at him curing cancer, which is obviously a ridiculous point.
I'm getting all of you very much. I think that Dean is honestly Dean. Like I said, this is like a jigsaw puzzle for me because you guys three all act the same. But you and Harry are the most obnoxious. And there's a part of me where, like, you know how everyone says that you are the most, you're so clearly being paid by the DNC? You know how everyone says that?
No, only people who don't know what they're talking about. Like,
do
you think I'm paid by the DNC?
I used to. I now think you're paid by for the RNC because there's no way the way you have 7,000 people on here, almost 8,000 people, and you are sending them in such a bad direction. I'm convinced you're completely paid by the RNC because there's no way anyone would prop you up. There's no way the DNC is propping you up to
The
lead
DNC
this.
isn't propping me up. Neither is the RNC. I'm not paid by either.
Yeah.
For some reason,
the RNC might be propping you up.
I don't think that me coming on the live stream, like patiently engaging in an argumentation,
You're not patiently
right?
engaging. You rage bait. You do a lot of shit. You talk fast. I've watched all
I
of your
talk
interviews.
fast?
Which the way you yeah, you do that shit, and then you say thank you for the $20. Thank you for your dollar. Anytime someone makes a point. Anytime someone wants to have an actual engaging conversation is when you rage bait. And I hope you're looking in your YouTube camera, actually like reflecting on that. And I really hope you, from the beginning of our conversation, if it can happen to Charlie, it can happen to you.
Okay. So I think
Are
me
you nervous
thanking
about
people.
that? I think you're the biggest
No, I'm not
fucking
nervous
asshole.
right now. But like I'm
You
not
shouldn't
being.
be. I hope you're not. I pray for you every single day.
Okay.
I
Can I-
pray for you
can I
every single
respond?
day.
Can I respond? So-
Absolutely. I'm sorry for.
I don't think that I'm like showing off like a bad set of circumstances for the Democrats. I think that I provide facts, evidence, reasoning, and critical thought and open dialogue to these conversations every single day. And I think that like, well, I do. I'm going to finish speaking real quick. Can I do that?
Oh, are you gonna cut me off after and then let me go after you
Well, I mean,
make your 30-second point in like 100 words in a minute?
I'm
Probably.
sorry. I can speak slower if you'd like.
Yes, please do. Speak like a normal human being.
That's how I normally speak, by the way. I'm actually slowed down how much I speak or how fast I speak because it's easier for people to understand in that connotation. But if you need me to slow down my speech at any point, you can just ask for me to do so, right? I don't
Can
think.
you please slow down your speech so you don't just overpower the conversation? I would appreciate that.
Yes, I will try not to. So in terms of you thinking that I'm paid for by the RNC, I think this is just like a spite thing because you don't like the type of content that I do and I engage with, and you don't like the arguments that I engage with because of my particular ideological beliefs. And I think that it's kind of disingenuous for you to say that because you don't like my particular ideological beliefs, that somehow I'm paid by either the DNC or the RNC or something like that in general. I think that's clearly just going to be like a point that you're bringing up because you didn't want to engage with any of the other arguments, like because you brought up earlier, like you think that I disrespect the country. And I asked you, how do I disrespect the country? And then you provided no response as to how I disrespect the country.
You don't respect the country because, I mean, to respect the country, you respect the president regardless of their political affiliation is the start of it, correct?
No,
or were we raised differently?
Maybe. I mean, I grew up in a conservative Christian household. If you want to talk about this, I don't think that just because we have a president, that means that we have to respect that president. I think that we have freedom of speech within the context of this country, and it's not disrespectful specifically to engage in that freedom of speech and say that I do not respect the president of the United States because I heavily disagree with the actions that they've engaged in, right? And that's the specific points that I would bring up. I don't think that's disrespectful to the country. I think that's important for open dialogue and communication and conversation within our country. And I don't think that you saying that I shouldn't have the positions that I have is going to be beneficial to the country. I actually think that's disrespectful to the country because I think that if you cared about open dialogue, you would want me to come on this platform and engage in these conversations in front of over 11,000 people.
What scares me is that you don't celebrate any good wins. You actually look down on them. You will find anything bad in a news cycle. There could be the best news cycle of the day or of the month, and you find the worst thing, and that's what you focus on, and that's what makes me think you hate the United States of America. What also makes me think you hate the United States of America is I've been sitting on here a while waiting to get it on. All you've let on is men. That's really strange to me. But it also makes me realize that you realize the difference between men and women because you've only let men on this.
Then why would I have let you on, Lauren? I let on mostly men because mostly men request, and I randomly accept people, and they happen to mostly be men because men disproportionately like Trump to a greater extent, and women disproportionately are against Trump to a greater extent. That's literally all it is. It's that disproportionately men support Trump, and that's why disproportionately men debate me on the live. But I have no issue with debating women on the live. That's why you're on the live debating me right now.
So you believe there's a difference between men and women?
Of course.
Yeah?
Yeah?
Is that a new take?
No?
I feel like I thought there was no difference with you. I could be wrong, and if
What do you
you're
mean?
not,
Men and women are two different categories.
yes,
Yeah, so
they
of
are
course there's
completely
some
two different
distinction between
categories.
men and women.
So
Like
can I
men and
ask you
women
how
aren't
you feel
distinct within
about-
all categories, but they are distinct in some categories. That's why we have a difference in the way that we refer to them.
Can I ask you how you feel about how AOC responded to Riley, whatever her name is, this past week?
I haven't seen how AOC responded to
You're
the
on
person
Twitter
you're
all the
referencing.
goddamn day. You know exactly how she
I
responded.
actually haven't opened Twitter in a long
Gave
time.
her shit. You know what I'm saying, right? Riley, who's the swimmer? She's a really
Are you trying
good
to
swimmer.
reference Riley Gaines? I don't know specifically. I was in New York for the past few days.
Right. So she advocates for women in sports. How do you feel about that topic in general? Can I ask you that?
Well, I think that trans women should be allowed to compete in women's sports, given that they've been on multiple years of HRT, right? Because I don't think that it is the case that that provides a specific unfair biological advantage to someone. And I also don't think that like it's any issue that even needs to be addressed on a national perspective. There are less trans people in the NCAA than there are sexual assault allegations against Donald Trump from different women. I think it's a non-issue from a national perspective.
So you think men should be able to compete in women's? I mean, like,
Well, I don't think that trans women are men. I think trans women are women.
That's the most insane thing to say in
That's not insane.
2025. We're now in 2020.
That's not an insane thing to
It's
say.
over. But that's why Donald Trump was elected again. I hope do you understand that that's a really big reason why whoever Kamala Harris lost. I was about to say Joe Biden because it was Joe Biden up until, what was it, 106 days? I read her book, Juicy. Was it 107 days? 106?
107.
107?
Kamala Harris didn't even talk about this, by the way.
Lost. What?
She didn't even talk about this.
Of course she didn't, because she was horrified of the subject and she couldn't confront it, and she was losing on that aspect. If she spoke about it,
if she never talked about it, then she couldn't be. Then it wouldn't be the case that she was losing.
About it for a reason. Every single interview she went into was pre-screened.
Well, I think that she should have talked about it. I agree that she should have talked about it. Like, I'm not disputing on that. It's actually a critique that I have. That's a critique that I have of Kamala Harris. That I think that she should have.
Do you think she would have won if she went in with her perspective?
I don't know. I don't know. I can't use a crystal ball to be able to identify. Can I address like some of the things that you've said though? Can I address some of the things you said though? You said that I focus specifically on the worst, right? I talk about things that I have agreed with Trump doing, like specifically Operation Warp Speed. I've talked about how I agree with the deductions in terms of no tax on tips and overtime and the tax cuts on income under $400,000 a year. I think that like those are things that I've addressed practically every single day on my live stream. I think it's that you just specifically focus on me addressing the things that are the worst, because it is the case that you only want me to bring up things that are
only
good
things
on
you
the.
talk about
Hold on,
on
I'm finishing what I have to
It's
say.
the only things you talk about are the bad things. It's the only thing. So how am I supposed to know the good things you like?
You want to know why? Because we're in a debate and we have conversations about things
I'm
that
not talking about a debate. I'm talking about your
Listen.
TikToks that
Yeah, my
influence people, which is why I think you're paid by
my
the
TikTok.
RNC, because you're so bad at influencing people.
Stop. My
No,
TikToks.
it's impossible.
Listen. My TikToks are debates. Okay, so when we
Your
debate,
TikToks are not debates.
Yes, they are. These are debates.
It's you in a singular video.
Can I please explain? It's me debating people.
That's
every single one of my TikToks is me debating
your
people.
TikTok lives are different than your TikToks.
My TikToks are all just clips from my live.
Not all of them.
Practically every single one. I haven't even posted other content other than that. Then like since what happened with Charlie Kirk, I post only debate stuff.
Back to Charlie Kirk.
Well, I was just telling you. Like
No,
seriously,
no.
I post debate stuff. You can literally look at my page. I post all debate stuff.
Do you think Charlie Kirk had a point?
Can you? Do I think a point with what?
Everything he said.
Do I think he? No, I think in general I would disagree that he had a point in most circumstances. But sir, did he have some points that I would probably agree with? Maybe you could find one out of the million different points that he made that I would possibly agree with. But I think on most things I disagree with. Can I please finish any of my statements? I think on most statements I disagree with him on most things. So if we talk about like again what we were talking about, because you just moved us off of this, is that if we're talking about you think that I'm paid by the RNC, you think I'm paid by the DNC.
You are. You have to be.
What evidence do you have that I'm paid by the RNC or the DNC?
Because there's no way that they would platform someone who would invite someone to the White House who's so bizarre. You were so bad for the DNC that I'm convinced that you literally turned people off this last election. Like who's that little like tripod you had?
How did I turn people
Harry
away?
and Dean. Because you guys sounded like psychopaths.
How?
You guys sounded like complete psychopaths. The way you say your subjects, the way you yell, the way you came up with things, like your ideas were insane. And the worst part is that I don't think you even believe them yourself. And that's why I'm like, I changed my position completely on you. I'm like, this kid's getting paid by the RNC. There's no way that a male you have a girlfriend, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to be, I am so convinced you are paid by the RNC because it makes the DNC
because
look
I have
so
a girlfriend. And again,
no,
you're not telling me. You're not telling me how I make the
DNC look so bad.
How?
You make the DNC look so bad because of all of your points and your claims. Like,
can you be specific?
Like,
tell me something in specific.
You believe that men should compete in women's sports. Let's start there.
So because I believe that trans women should be allowed to compete in women's sports after multiple years of HRT, you're saying that I'm paid by the RNC. This is insane. This is getting to
because no one agrees with it.
Lauren, please let me speak. I'm trying to respond to you.
No one agrees with it.
Yes, there are people that agree with my position.
Yeah.
Let me please finish.
The psychotic liberal.
Lauren, can I please finish?
Keep going.
Okay. So I have an actual position, and you're saying because I have an actual position that somehow I'm paid by the RNC just because I have a position. I'm sorry, I have values and principles that I hold to. That's my values. Those are my views. And I debate them constantly on the live stream. We have conversations about this all the time. Me having a different opinion than you does not mean that I'm paid by the DNC. This is so dishonest and it's disunifying to our country for you to think that just because people are content creators and they have different positions as you, they are specifically paid by interest to be on this position in the first place. It's ridiculous. Literally, genuinely, like you,
and it's honestly
seriously,
making you feel more justified. It's so triggering to you. Like, you have to be paid by the RNC.
Okay, well, you're just going to keep claiming it, right, without any evidence.
Yeah,
so at this point, you won't even change your mind. You won't change your mind based on anything.
I mean, you won't change your mind on anything. You still
I
believe
genuinely
men belong
will.
in women's sports.
Again, trans women are women. Now, secondly, in terms of this, me just having
genders.
Listen,
There's two genders. It's called science.
Lauren, do I need to
Science.
mute you? Do I need to mute you?
Is that all you got? Charlie Kirk never muted anyone,
if you keep screaming over me, then I won't be able
Charlie Kirk
to.
never muted anyone.
Yeah, he kicked me out of the event. Yes, he did. He kicked me out of the event in 6 minutes.
And you didn't go to the school.
What do you mean I wasn't? Yes.
Because you didn't go to the school.
Wait, he lets people talk to him.
You didn't go to the school.
The person that talked to him after me didn't go to the school either.
Holy shit.
I talked to them in the line. You know,
were they an RNC figure as well? Were they an RNC?
Okay, I'm sorry. You know that he specifically didn't have this thing of you have to be a student until I started showing up?
Because you came with zero claims looking for fight and fucking clickbait.
No, because I specifically wanted to debate him because he wouldn't have a long-form conversation with me.
Charlie, I hope you understand that he kicked your ass in every single debate.
Name one point he beat me on. Name one point he beat me on.
Hypotheticals.
Name one point he beat me on. What specifically on abortion?
Men in women's sports.
We never talked about that. Can you talk about what specifically on abortion? No, we didn't. We never talked about that.
All right, so
you're lying. No, we never talked about that. We never talked about sports. Wait, Charlie and I. Wait, I'm sorry, Lauren. Charlie and I never talked about.
What did you mostly debate on?
Lauren.
Tell me.
Lauren, listen. You made that up. I never talked to him about sports ever. I never did once.
Okay.
Do you want?
What about women's spaces?
Wait, hold up. Do you want to put money on that?
Women's spaces.
Do you want to put money on that? I never even talked about sports
ever.
Yes,
I would put money on that. Women's spaces.
How much? How much do you want to put on the fact that I never talked to Charlie Kirk?
How much did you beg for in this
How much
stream?
do you want to?
How much money did you make for in this stream?
I don't know. How much do you? How much?
You don't know?
No, I don't.
I mean,
know. How
I'm
much
sure there's not a number at the top of the screen.
Oh my god! Can I speak?
I'm rage baiting the rage baiter. Have a good night. Fuck you. If I were you, regardless, I hope you stay safe.
Run away. You're scared because you can't engage in conversation. Romy, thank you for the $100 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Romy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. MV, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, MV. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for MV in the comment section. Catherine, thank you for the $20 from the RNC. Thank you so much. Orange, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Aiden, thank you so much for the $2. Paula, thank you for the $1. Madison, thank you for the $1. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $3 from the RNC. Brenton with the $10. Sophie, thank you for the $5 from the RNC. Thank you. And for the $1. Julie, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Elliot, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Jody with the $3. Thank you so much. Danielle, thank you for the $5. Jesse, thank you so much for the $1. Really appreciate it. John with the $4.20. Diamond with the $2. Abraham, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 from the RNC. Jesse, thank you for the $3. Jesse with the $1. Thank you so much. Zane, thank you for the $1. Callie, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I genuinely don't understand. Like she was saying that I looked bad for the Democratic Party, but wouldn't engage in any actual dialogue with me, and simply said because I had different positions as her that it is the case that I am paid by the RNC somehow. Taka, thank you for the $5. Thank you. It's crazy. I genuinely I don't understand why someone would seriously do that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next individual. Robert, thank you for the $1 from the DNC. Gregory, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Hey, by the way, I'll give her another option to come back on the stream and actually engage in a conversation with me, but I know that she never will. She doesn't want genuine dialogue. She doesn't want productive dialogue. She just had hatred for me. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Genuinely, like that's an example of the right not wanting to engage in open dialogue. Jack, thank you for the $3. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Desiree, thank you so much for the $10 for dealing with Lauren. Thank you so much. Tracy, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. I'm the Beard. Thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. DNC provided Parker. Thank you. All your thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. DK, thank you for the $5. Garrett with the $2. Laney, thank you so much for the $2. Phoenix with the $5. Jem with the $5. Thank you. Jay with the $10. Jay with the $2. Thank you. Pop, thank you so much for the $5. Chamber, thank you for the $5. Yeah, literally, some people were saying that she was trying to like set seeds first. It was crazy. I don't know. Leo, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for love you. I really appreciate it. Sweet Orange, thank you for the $5. DK, thank you for the $2. MD, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. What's the song? Thank you so much for the $5. Cheesy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Glampire, thank you for the $2 as well. I think I'm fully caught up. If I missed anyone's donations, I really apologize. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's go into the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We're just looking for some debates. Brenna, thank you for the $1. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
You want one of us at a time or both?
Both. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Both of you, would you, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. Why so? We can start with Kay. Why so?
Mostly because I think that Kamala Harris and everybody that votes for her is supporting mental illness.
Okay, why is that?
Because the whole thing with like transgender and everything, the fact that I have 2 daughters, and if a grown man walks into the bathroom, whether or not how they're dressed, it's not okay. I don't care if you look like a girl, claim you're a girl, or whatever. It's not safe for my daughters whatsoever.
Yeah, so Donald Trump bragging about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in, is something that you condemn and you would never vote for him, right?
I don't condemn it, no.
You don't condemn that? So you don't condemn men going into women's changing rooms while they're changing, while they're naked, without their consent?
Absolutely not, no.
You don't condemn that? So if you don't condemn that, then how could you sit up here and say anything?
I mean, do we have proof that Donald Trump done that, though?
Yeah, he's bragged about it himself. I can play the audio for you if you'd like right now.
He bragged about it with Howard Stern on a comedian show, right?
Yeah. Well, not on a
Okay,
comedy
that's a
show.
comedian show.
No, not on a comedy show, the Howard Stern show. It was them having a dialogue. I'll play it for you.
to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So isn't that like a direct example of him like doing the very thing that you think is wrong, that you wouldn't support Democrats because of, which Democrats didn't even talk about, by the way. By the way, I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. You have to be inside of the app for me to be able to hear you. In the meantime, everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people, everybody. I don't know if they just left on accident or if they purposely did that. But KK, you have to be in the stream for me to be able to hear you. Oh, they just left. So instead of responding to anything I just said, they just left instead. Okay, Mr. Trump, by the way, KK, if you accidentally left and you want to join back, make sure to join the guest box back. I'll add you back up. It could have been an accident that you left. So I'll look, but if not, I guess I'll assume that you purposely did that. So, Mr. Trump, so why do you support Trump?
I already know how this is going to go. I'm going to tell you why I support Trump, but I already know that you already have an exact list of ways that you break this down over and over and over again. Use points that aren't even talking normally about his presidency, but about his character. But why do I support Donald Trump? Immigration, men and women's sports. That's two big main factors. There's that whole entire movement that happened during the Biden administration, which I know that you're going to circle back on, and I'd love to talk about that too. But there's so many different things on why I support Trump. And one, because I'm a masculine man, which I actually don't think that you are at all. I actually think that you're disgusting, more than probably a woman than a man.
Why do you think women are disgusting?
I think you are disgusting, and you're more of a woman than a man.
Okay, so being a woman is not based upon biology then, under your view, because I have a
No,
dick, I have XY chromosomes and small gametes.
I think that you're disgusting in general, and when I say that, I don't say that you are a woman, because you'll never be a woman, no matter how you believe.
Well, you just said I'm more of a woman than a man. So
Yeah.
womanhood is not based in biology, under your view.
No, well, so in biology, you have XY, but you act like a woman. I bet you have no testosterone levels.
Okay, so is acting like a woman having testosterone levels or not? By the way, I just want to let you know, I have higher testosterone than Donald Trump. As you get older, your testosterone decreases. So am I more of a man than Donald Trump because I have higher testosterone than Donald Trump?
He's had more testosterone during 1 year in his entire fucking life than you've had in your entire life.
No. Can you address what I'm saying? Like, do you think I'm more of a man than Donald Trump as of right now because I have higher testosterone levels than Donald Trump right now?
You would assume so because of your age, but I guarantee that is not the case.
Well, I know what my T levels are. So,
no, I genuinely think that you are a wimp, and that's why you support the left.
Okay. So, by the way, you actually didn't justify your standpoint. It's not T levels that determines whether or not you're a man under your view. Obviously, then, like, if someone takes T, are they more of a man?
No, a man.
Okay. So then your argument.
Act like a woman is what I'm saying.
Okay. So, what do you mean I act like a woman?
You're literally a fucking pussy, dude.
What makes you think that I act like a woman?
Dude, you are the ultimate candidate for the Democratic Party. You're a pussy, bro.
Can you tell me how I act like a woman? You have yet to tell me how.
Dude, one smack, I'd break you in half. You're a frail little fucking
are you
weak
saying
man.
you saying I act like a woman because you could beat me up? Are you saying that you beat up women, or what are you trying to say here?
I'm saying that you act like a woman.
How do I act like a woman?
You do nothing but argue on the fucking internet all day.
So arguing on the internet means you're acting like a woman. So you're currently acting like a woman right now because you're arguing with me on the internet?
All day, yeah. This is exactly what I do all day.
So because I have a job debating people, you're telling me that I act like a woman. So do you think Charlie Kirk acted like a woman because he wait? Do you think Charlie Kirk acted like a woman because he debated people?
You get donations.
Wait. Answer this question. Do you think Charlie Kirk acted like a woman because he debated people all day?
No, he also supported his God and religious beliefs. You're gonna sit here and joke about
No
Charlie
fucking
Kirk?
way, dude. Absolutely destroyed. Absolutely cooked. You just got absolutely dog walked, bro. How does it feel, man? How does
First
it
of all, he
feel?
would do it for 3 hours at a time.
Oh my god,
No,
destroyed. Destroyed. But so by the way, I've been live for 3 hours. 3 hours. So like what's
Yeah,
your point?
so far.
What's your point? I go live for 4 hours every single day.
Disgusting human being.
So I work more than Charlie Kirk then. Is that what you're saying?
No.
No, I didn't work more than Charlie Kirk. So then you're saying that he acts like a woman because he
He
does
was
the same
God
job.
first.
So wait, so Charlie Kirk acts like a woman under your view because he does the same work as I do. So
He's
Charlie
trying to
Kirk.
help people
So wait.
meet
So just to
God.
clarify, Charlie Kirk acts like a woman under your view, right? Because it is the case that he does the same job that I do. Cooked.
He was trying to help people meet Jesus. You're literally the Antichrist.
Yeah. Okay. I'm the Antichrist. How am I the Antichrist?
Dude, you're literally fucking evil. You're literally against religion. Your entire party is.
So no, we're not necessarily, because Kamala Harris is a Christian, so is Joe Biden. But I just have to
Yeah,
address this. Me being an agnostic atheist, and thinking that Christianity is false, right, does not necessarily mean I think every single Christian is like a bad person or something. It just means I disagree with Christianity.
The majority of the Democratic voters are against Christ.
That's just false, actually. That's actually false.
That is the fucking truth.
No,
They're
it's
all
not. Can you
purple-haired freaks.
actually, purple hair doesn't necessarily mean you're against Christianity. There are Christians with purple hair. Did you know that?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a couple.
There's plenty. There's a lot of people who have different hair colors that are Christian.
It makes up your entire political party.
What color hair do I have?
Obviously that was an
So
exaggeration.
if it makes up the entire party and I'm a part of the party, yet my hair color is brown, maybe you need to rethink your position there, man.
Listen, let's say if God is real.
Now you're saying if? You don't know if God's real?
No, I'm trying to break this down for you.
Mm-hmm.
If God is real, where does he stand on your work?
If the Christian God is real, or what kind of version of God are you referencing? Because there's thousands of different versions of God.
How many? I think that a couple versions of God are on the same page. How about we just talk about it in general? If any God is real, if any God is real, how would they view you?
No, I mean some
By the
gods
majority.
would like what I do. Some gods would dislike
By the
what I do.
majority. By the majority.
I don't know what the majority would think.
I think they think you're fucking disgusting, that you're not a fucking man in the slightest.
How? Okay, what is a man?
A man is someone that's willing to dig their boots in the ground and unalive for this country.
So it's based on social characteristics, not on biological?
Being a masculine man.
Okay, so now you've changed and moved the goalpost. Now you're referencing a
Masculinity
masculine
is
man. So you're saying that you're willing to kill people?
No, you asked me what a man is.
Was
I'm
Charlie
willing
Kirk
to dig my
someone who
boots
did
in the
that?
ground. I'm
Did
willing to
Charlie
dig
Kirk
my
do
boots
that?
in the
Did
ground.
Donald Trump do that?
What?
Did Charlie Kirk or Donald Trump do that? Are they not masculine men under your view?
Charlie did. He
Really? Charlie
had
did not go into the
every
military or
single-
dig his boots into the ground. He did debates
He
just like
dug
me.
his boots into the ground.
Secondly, Donald Trump dodged the draft on multiple occasions.
Charlie Kirk dug his boots into the ground and did die for fighting for this country.
Okay. So he specifically was debating people, and he was assassinated. Right. That's not him. That's not him. Like in the military. That's not him in the military fighting for the country. That's a ridiculous standpoint for you to make. Secondly, as it relates to this, Donald Trump. Do you think Donald Trump is not masculine?
I think Donald Trump is a lot more masculine than you will ever be.
Okay. So then, but he dodged the draft on multiple occasions.
Okay.
So like he undermined your exact point there. He wasn't willing to fight for the
He's
country
still
himself.
fighting for this country. He was almost pew-pewed twice.
Okay, but doesn't mean he's fighting for the country. He dodged the draft on multiple
He
occasions
is
by
fighting for this
saying that
country.
he.
He's
So,
not in
so
the military.
President Bone
That's
Spurs
the only way
dodged
you
the
can
draft.
fight for America.
Okay, so then I'm fighting for America right now because I'm doing debates.
You're fighting for the wrong fucking side, dude. You're fighting
Okay, so
for America.
wait. Just because you disagree with me doesn't mean I'm not fighting from fighting.
Something that it's
Wait.
never been.
Are you saying because you disagree with me that means I'm not fighting for America?
I'm fighting for traditional American beliefs. You're fighting for something that's
I'm
never,
fighting for America. I'm fighting for America. I'm just
your
not.
political party wants to burn the flag.
Wait, you want to put people in prison for burning the flag, which is a violation of the Constitution.
I did not say that.
No,
I want
Trump
to
did.
smack the living
Trump passed
fuck
an
out of
exec. What?
That's not what I said. I don't want to put people in prison for burning the flag. I want to smack the living fuck out of them. My
Did you just
ancestors,
threaten to assault people?
our ancestors died for.
I'm
that
sorry.
flag.
Did you just threaten to assault people? They died for your
No, I said
freedom.
I
Wait, I'm
want
I'm
to.
sorry. They died for your freedom to burn the flag. Did you know that? Because the First Amendment protects symbolic speech. That's symbolic speech
Not a
as
single
granted
one
by
of
the
those people
Supreme
who
Court.
died
So they died for your
fighting for this
freedom to
country.
burn that flag. They died for your freedom to burn that flag, and you're threatening
Not
to
a single
assault
one of
people
them
because
would
of
have
that.
burnt that
They did not fight for your freedom to assault people, but they did fight for your freedom specifically to what's it
Well,
called, burn the American flag.
It's your God-given right to burn that flag, and it's my God-given right to smack the living hell out of you. Do it in my town.
Okay, so but again, I would do that, and you're threatening to hit me. Is that exactly what Charlie Kirk would advocate for? Are you are you really inciting violence right now? Did you just incite violence on my stream?
Home and I are two different people.
You just incited violence, but you have him in your profile picture. That's why I brought him up. You have him in your profile picture.
I love him. Yeah, it's one of the best things that ever happened to the world. So is Donald Trump.
Would he agree with you punching people?
No.
Okay,
We're
so
two different people.
Oh, okay. So then he would have a big issue with that. That's not very Christian of you, man, to punch people, right?
Yeah, I think he'd smile.
I thought you were supposed to turn the other cheek.
I think he'd smile.
I thought you were supposed to turn the other cheek.
Yeah, he wouldn't speak on it, but he would smile. He'd be
Wait,
like,
so
wow.
if you're supposed to turn the other
Okay,
cheek,
so
you're
that
not
guy-
supposed to
that guy
slap other
stands up
people.
for
So
what's right.
are you actively admitting right now that you're not doing what you're supposed to do under your Christian views?
There's a lot of controversial Christian views.
Really? What controversial Christian views say that you should slap people for? Wait, which particular aspect of the Bible says that you should slap people for burning the American flag?
I don't think my version of God would have an issue with that.
Really? You don't think your version of God? Where in the Bible does it say that he would be okay with you slapping people for burning the American flag?
Well, why don't you tell me all the disgusting things that you
Tell me.
spew
Answer
about
the question. Answer the question. Where in the Bible does it say that?
Yeah. It doesn't say that exact thing, but I have 10
It doesn't say that at all. So you do not base this on the Bible. You do not base this. This is very heretical of you.
The Bible doesn't
Wait.
say
Are
it's
you a
okay to
heretic?
burn
Are you a heretic?
Who?
Are you a heretic?
Elaborate.
Because you just came up with your own version that's not predicated off of the Bible, right?
Every
So it seems
single
like you hold a
person
heretical
has a-
view. You hold a view that's not upheld by the church.
Every person has their own view and ideology of what they perceive as God.
Okay, so then specifically, but your view is not held by practically anyone else.
There's an Old Testament. There's 5 different versions of the Torah. I don't think you understand what
What are
you're
the
talking about.
first
There's
4
so many
books of the
different
New
views.
Testament?
There's so many different views.
Hey,
of
what are
God.
the first 4 books of the New Testament?
I literally have a pile of Bibles right here.
What are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Dude, I'm not gonna sit here and fucking answer. All
You're so Christian. You're so Christian. He doesn't even know Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I can't even believe it, dude. You don't know
That's
Matthew,
fucking
Mark,
funny,
Luke, and
dude.
John, and yet you're sitting up here calling me the Antichrist? Are you kidding me? So the Antichrist knows more about the Bible than you?
Sure. Yeah, actually, I you're so.
Yeah,
fucking
this guy,
disgusting.
dude. This guy, he knows less about the Bible than the Antichrist. Woo! Whoa, let's go. W Antichrist in the chat, everyone. Let's go. Aaron, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jody, thank you for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Megan, thank you so much for the cent. I appreciate it. Brenna, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. Desiree, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Jose, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Tracy with the $10. Thank you so much. George, I really appreciate the $10. Laura with the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Is Lauren your mom? That's what someone asked.
Is Lauren my mom?
Yeah. Nancy, thank you
I
so much for the
wish.
$7. Thank you so much, Lauren.
Lauren, if you were here, I mean, I'd love for you to be my mom.
What the fuck? DK, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. What the fuck just happened? Megan, thank you for the $1. Thank you. What the hell just happened on my stream, bro? Do you think Jesus would think that's good?
I didn't mean that in any. If you thought about that sexually, that's
Sweet home Alabama. Bow.
Yeah, that just proves my
Jillian,
point.
thank you so much for the $6.66.
Anti-God.
Thank you so much, Jillian, for the $6.66. Macy, thank you so much for the $5 for the tithe to the Antichrist. Thank you so much. Bro, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I really thank you everyone for supporting the stream. I wouldn't be able to like push the ideas of the Antichrist without everyone. I like genuinely like I couldn't appreciate it enough. Genuinely, thank you so much for the 11,000 people in the stream supporting the
Yeah, what
Antichrist
are you
message
first?
every single day. Thank you so much.
What are you first? Are you Democrat first or Antichrist first?
Lady, thank you for the $10. And I'm super Antichrist first.
Yeah, I know. That literally
Yeah,
tells me
I'm
everything you need to know.
Antichrist to the heart, man.
Yeah. I think that the devil is inside of you, and you
The
don't
devil
even
is
know it.
inside of me. I'm the Antichrist. Look at that, chat.
Yeah, and you don't even
Look
know
at
it.
the
That's
devil
how far
himself
he's
is
infiltrated.
inside of Parker. Get a
That's-
job. Parker, get a job.
that's
Has the
how
devil
far
within
he's
inside of him. He's the
infiltrated.
Antichrist. Parker, get a job. Is the Antichrist, chat. You heard it here
manipulation.
first, folks. The Antichrist himself is on the stream hosting the live. If you, by the way, if you like the Antichrist, everyone, tap that screen, hit that like button, everyone. I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
He has so far infiltrated your mind that you don't even know what's happening. You don't even.
DK, thank you for the
deny
$5.
his
Thank you so
existence.
much. Thank you so much,
You
DK.
deny the devil's existence. You deny God's existence.
Wait, so if I
That's
deny
how
the devil's
far-
existence, then how could I have the devil living inside of me and be the Antichrist? Does the Antichrist deny the devil's existence?
No matter what you think.
More
it has
text. Thank you for the
nothing to do with
$6.66.
reality.
Thank you. Manic, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you.
No matter what you think has nothing to do on reality.
What do you mean? What I think has nothing to do with reality? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, you said how am I supposed to be the Antichrist if I deny that he's real?
Yeah,
like,
no,
he's
I'm asking
real.
you, in the
He's
Bible, does the
infiltrated your
Antichrist
brain.
in the Bible does the Antichrist deny the devil's existence?
I'm not sitting here talking about the
So you don't even know.
Antichrist.
Angela Nader,
No,
thank you
I'm
so much for the
telling you
$10 for
fucking
Hail
truth.
Satan. Thank you so much, Angela Nader. Thank you.
You're a fucking disgusting freak.
How?
How? Your entire political party is all demonic.
Okay, how were we demonic? How are
It's a bunch
Democrats
of
demonic?
purple-haired freaks screaming about how they hate Jesus.
So by the way, most of our party is Christian, right? Secondly, do you think purple hair means that you are like against Jesus, or do you think purple hair
Yes.
means that you are demonic?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. W purple hair in the chat. W purple hair. Malabek, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. Denia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $6.66 for Hail Satan. That's crazy. That's crazy. And Megan with $1 for the Church and Satan. Thank you. W purple hair in the comment section, everyone. Apparently purple hair is demonic, everyone. Should we make my hair purple? Should we
Yes.
dye my hair? Leo,
Yeah.
thank you for the $5.
Oh.
Angela,
Oh,
thank you
the
so much for the
devil.
$6.68. Thank you. So, wait, what about having purple hair makes you demonic? Maya, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
Yeah, it's fucking gay as shit, dude.
So you just use gay as an insult, so you're also homophobic?
No.
How many more of the Infinity Stones of bigotry do you want to put on your glove, man?
I've literally seen you call heterosexual Republican men gay to try to get at them and to try to jab at them.
No.
So what are you talking about?
I don't call people
Yes.
gay to get at them.
Yes.
No, I don't. Z, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Tom, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Where'd you get that?
Do you want me to pull up a video, send it to you?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. All right, give him a second, everyone. In the meantime, Sarah, thank you for the $5 for the Purple Hair Fund. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we put some purple hearts in the chat, everyone? Apparently, that's demonic to this guy. Purple hearts. Put some purple hearts in the comment section right now. It's so demonic. So demonic. Look at that. So demonic in the chat. Oh my god. Look at the stream. It's so demonic. Oh my god. Ah! It's so much, chat. No way. The purple hearts. No. 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 He's inviting demonic realms into the chat. No. No. The Antichrist is at it again. Courtney, thank you for the $5 for every brain cell. A dollar for every brain cell that he has. Christina, thank you so much for the $10. By the way, he just left. He just ran away. but someone just sent me a devil horns. That's crazy. Kenzie, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you. Did they just purposefully leave? What was their name? They just fucking left? Dude, what is up with the guests today, dude? Apparently, I'm the Antichrist now, chat. Apparently, Parker Get a Job is the Antichrist. You heard it here first, folks. Parker Get a Job is the Antichrist. Mr. Trump, I'll look for him. That's fucking unhinged. That's so unhinged, right? Felonious, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I met the devil when I dyed my hair purple. DK, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's crazy. It's crazy. Absolutely, though. It's actually unhinged. I genuinely don't understand how he could have that perspective. Was he, like, seriously thinking that? Like, seriously, like, what the fuck? Alrighty, it looks like he ran away, chat. I don't see him in the guest box. It looks like he ran away. Looks like he ran away. Who can say where the road goes? Look at that. They just ran away. All right, let's go on to the next person, everybody. Dude, how is it that both guests were unhinged that I added to the stream there? What the fuck is the live right now? By the way, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support us over YouTube Super Chat as well. David, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, David. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bobby, yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Lauren, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much.
Can I touch on your previous debate a little bit?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so, like, you do, the big problem with today is you get a lot of
Wait, what state do you live in?
Florida.
Florida? What time is it?
And
What?
say that again?
What time is it?
Like 10:30?
No, you're wrong. John, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much, John. Could you get some W's for John in the comment section right now? Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual, everybody. Only set a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support the Antichrist, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Pax, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I don't even know. I don't even know. That was just unhinged. I can't believe that was a real conversation, dude. Tequila, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Have you ever considered not being the Antichrist? Actually, no. Like I've just always known that I was the Antichrist. Brian, thank you for the cent. For $1 for each brain cell that the Mr. Trump guy had. That's so true, dude. That's so true. Unhinged, chat. Unhinged. Let's go on the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21, 04.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I voted for him this past election.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I probably still support Trump, but I'm not like that big into politics like you are. But the two big issues that at least me and my family focused on was immigration and a better economy. But I'm willing to like have you explain or just defend your side, honestly.
Okay. All right. So, why do you support Donald Trump, or what questions do you have that you want me to defend? Carrie, thank you for the $2 for the Antichrist. Thank you.
Just why you dislike Trump in general, to be honest, and why you think Kamala Harris was the better pick.
Yeah, well, Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Means he was held civilly liable for forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. He incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. We can point to the fact that he bragged about walking into changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. We can point to the fact that he specifically, through the big beautiful bill, has cut 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. Over 10 million people off their access to health insurance, and over 2.5 million people off their access to food stamps on average every single month, while adding $3.4 trillion to the debt. There are plenty of things I can point to. Brian, thank you for the $5, and Emma, the $5. Good to see you as always, Brian.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and say I believe or I agree with everything he does, but with all those bad things you just said, why was he allowed to run? Like, that's an honest question.
Well, I mean, the only limitations for you running, right, are in the Constitution about, like, you have to be, like, a U.S. citizen born here and of 35 years old. Outside of that, anyone can run.
So even with all, you said he was held civilly liable?
Yeah.
He was still able to run because of
murderers
that?
in prison could run for president.
Dang.
So, like...
Obviously, he didn't murder anybody, but yeah.
So given that what I've told you about him, would you say that you don't support him now?
I mean, I'd have to do my own research, but why would Kamala be the better pick? What policies did she have that would have been better, you think?
Yeah, Kamala Harris is advocating for a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, which when implemented in 2021, which was emergency COVID policy through the American Rescue Plan, it reduced childhood poverty by 45% when implemented. She wanted to extend that, which would be very much beneficial for working class Americans in this country. She also wanted to keep all the tax cuts for income earners under $400,000 a year in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which specifically would have been really good for working class people. And she only wanted to increase taxes on income earners under or over $400,000 a year. She also wanted to do a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, and then also a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, and then a $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just people who are on Medicare. Those are just a few examples.
That sounds good, but yeah. I mean, obviously you know more about politics than I do, but I'm not going to sit here and commit and say, oh, I would now switch my vote to Kamala. I'd have to do my own research, but obviously you know more than I do.
All right. Okay. So is there any other reason?
I got one more question, actually.
Go ahead.
Like, it's no offense to you, but like, what's the whole point of like, honestly, it's like debates for both sides and for Republicans and Democrats. Like, I see you and a bunch of Democrats always complaining about Trump. Like, what's the point of that? Because he's still the president at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's going to affect the way that people view politics for future elections, especially because the next candidate is likely to be someone like Marco Rubio or J.D. Vance, people who are a part of the Trump administration. So that MAGA ideology will proceed within the context of the Republican Party. So it's important to have these conversations to get people to realize that MAGA isn't who you should support, and that it is the case that you shouldn't have supported Donald Trump, to get you to realize that, like, essentially regret your vote, so that in the future, with future elections, you change your mind in terms of those. It will get to a point once the next Republican candidate is determined, that this will turn into a why do you support that candidate. Also, Trump is saying that he's not even ruling out.
Do you think Vance will be the next Republican?
He might be. Trump is not even ruling out a third term. That he was asked recently, and he wasn't able to rule it out.
I don't think it's run for a third term, but it's in the Constitution.
It's unconstitutional for him to do so, but he couldn't rule out.
Obviously, that goes against the Constitution.
Yeah, exactly. Which, I mean, he's already done in his administration. So him actively trying to undermine the Constitution wouldn't be something, completely out of left field.
So is that why the whole King protest happened?
Well, we're engaging
the
in
No
that,
King
yes.
protest.
Well, that's one of the reasons. Yeah. Of course, we want to address his over-authoritarian tendencies and the violation of constitutionally protected rights. It's not just that, but that's also an important element that kind of demonstrates the common pattern of Donald Trump's extraordinarily authoritarian character and undermining of our constitutional rights. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add before?
Sorry, I got poor connection right now. I missed that last part.
Oh, I was essentially saying that it's undermining our Constitution. It's not good
Nah, I'm
for
all
our
good.
systems.
Have a good night.
All right. Have a good day. All right. Let's go on to the next person. RJ, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Terry with the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Yes, I think it's so important. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Emma with the $5. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone's trying to hit 3,000 likes for the 3,600 people on the stream. Make sure to hit that thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day, so make sure you are subscribed. It is absolutely free to do so. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? And if you're on TikTok as well, make sure you're followed if you haven't already, everyone. My video content doesn't typically send out, so I've had issues with that. So make sure to follow me if you haven't already. That's the best way to see my content on here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh shit, I think I managed to... I can't fool anyone that I'm American with my accent.
You're good. Don't worry. I appreciate you coming up. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Miranda, thank you for the $2 for Spend It Well, Antichrist. Thank you. I genuinely, like, there's no way that person's real, dude. Like, it's just like, how do you even believe that I'm the Antichrist? That's actually fucking unhinged. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I have a question for you because I am on the left. I want to know, why don't you?
I'm sorry. I am just looking for some debates. Everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18, 07.
What month?
October.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, what day of the month were you born?
3rd.
Okay, so and why do you support Trump?
Because he's the GOAT.
Okay, I do think that they're young too, chat. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
So my family does, and I was wondering, they keep talking about Doge as like why they support them. And I was wondering if you could explain that, because I don't really understand it.
Yeah, I got you. I'll go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, by the way. So Doge is essentially just the Department of Government Efficiency. And I don't know why that would be a reason why they support them now, because Elon Musk said everything in the Big Beautiful Bill went against everything specifically that Doge stood for. Plus, they signed off on more debt-related spending overall, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. So the idea that we'd save any money specifically from Doge overall comparative to the Harris administration is obviously ridiculous. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my God, Parker, I did not mean to join. My bad. I'm sorry
You're
for
good.
wasting
Don't worry. You're good. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, what's up?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
I supported him for. I thought that there were a little too many illegal crossings at the border, and I liked the economic numbers under his first term in comparison to Biden. And
Okay,
I mean, I understand that Kamala was a different candidate than Biden was, but I kind of just viewed it as a continuation of that administration.
Okay, so what economic numbers do you like? Oh, have you been on my live before, by the way?
I have, yeah. I know that was one of your criteria. I understand.
Okay. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
100% Trump.
Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, so basically, I value the Christian values, and I think you're the Antichrist. Oh, Lord, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. David, thank you for the $5. I'll praise the Antichrist in the chat, everyone. Praise the Antichrist. That's me. Yo, what's up,
Yo,
Holiday?
what's up, Parker? I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump. But can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think about Nicholas J. Fuentes? Like, what's your opinion on him?
I think he's a white supremacist. Do you like him?
I have mixed opinions, but isn't he
Mixed
Mexican?
opinions
though?
on a white supremacist?
Isn't he a Mexican?
You understand that you can still be a white supremacist, right?
Yeah. What are his main ideas that are white supremacy?
He's denied the amount of people who died in the Holocaust.
Well, are you like
do
referring
you
to the
support him
Dean
denying the
debate?
amount of people who died in the Holocaust?
No, I think it was hyperbolic most of the times.
Nope, he was being serious. Like, you can watch his clips. If you must not know him. He's been saying this
Are
for
you
a really long
referring to the
time.
Dean debate?
Not just the Dean debate. He's been saying this for
Okay,
years.
just-
He's quite literally for years been denying how many cookies were killed because he has to say it that way. That's his view. So I mean, you can. You're not.
Did you watch the Tucker Carlson one?
I
the show.
haven't. Why
go
are you
watch it, man.
obsessed with? Why are you obsessed with a white supremacist?
I'm not obsessed with him, man. I'm just
That was
letting you know.
just dropped.
Yeah,
And
it's
you've
a big
already
thing.
watched it.
It's a big thing.
Well, to people who are white supremacists.
I'm not a white supremacist, man. Just to let you know.
Then why do you have
a good
mixed
day,
thoughts
Parker.
on Nick Fuentes? You're gonna run
I
away
like
because you
some of
can't
his
address
ideas.
this?
No, okay, no, I won't run away now. I like some of his ideas.
What ideas?
America first, foreign policy.
Such as?
Not being neocon interventionist.
Such as?
Don't intervene in other wars that.
Like how
or
Trump
just
is?
anything. Yeah, don't do that. I don't support Trump. I guess
You don't support Trump. Okay.
Yeah, I kind of just said that to get up.
Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. He's one of those people that's too far right that thinks that Donald Trump is not far right enough, by the way. That was a groiper. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Like, think about how insane that is, that they think Donald Trump is not far right enough. Like, that's such a crazy take. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I could debate you.
Do you support
For
Donald
sure.
Trump?
I don't really support
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Antichrist equals against Trump. Yeah, Trump is Christ to them, literally. It's so crazy that there's actually a person out there that thinks I'm the Antichrist, like, genuinely. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
July.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, one quick question. Do you know Julian Swisher and Thad Murray?
No, but you sound like a child. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You literally just kicked me for joining your live.
Okay. That was an accident that I added you up. I don't know why you sent a guest request back. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Well, bro, what's crack?
What'd you say?
I said, well, what's crack?
What? Say that again?
What's the crack, man? Hello?
I genuinely have no clue what you just said. If you could...
I'm Irish. Hello.
Oh, okay. I honestly couldn't make out what they were saying. I genuinely like. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Jack, thank you for the $2. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Skylar, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I'm glad that we can be here with the stream. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. David, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go on the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you? Amelia, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Do give it a second for people to join up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Wow, dude, this is so fun. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo,
Hello.
What is up with your name?
What?
Why is that your name?
No, I don't know. What's wrong with it?
What do you mean? Your name is Goon to me.
It's a name, dude.
Why is that your name?
Because I liked it. I like it. I don't know why it's. What's wrong with it?
All right. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
Yeah, so I voted for Trump because of rights. The thing is, I'm for women's rights, but you know why? Because we need to keep men out of women's restrooms and sports.
So then you must have an issue with Donald Trump barging into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, and you must say that you would not vote for him because of that, right?
He never did that.
He did do that. He bragged about doing that. Do you want to hear?
Yeah.
All right. We'll play the audio.
In my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Yeah, but he said he was like checking them though, or like making sure they're okay or whatever. He wasn't like perving on them.
He said he got away with it, and then he would see them with no clothes on, and that he purposefully would do this to get away with it.
He's on the Howard Stern
said.
show.
So that doesn't
He's on the
justify him,
Howard.
that doesn't justify him saying disgusting, abhorrent shit.
And we should let Kamala Harris let this happen. Let trans women go into women's restrooms because they're not.
Trans women are not a threat to any other women. Trans women.
Yeah, but they're not women though.
Yes, they
They're
are.
men.
Trans
They're
women,
not.
Trans women are women. So I have a question
How?
then. Do you think that trans men should go into the women's restroom?
Trans men should go in the women's restroom or men's restroom.
I
Say that
think
again.
I think trans men should go into the men's restroom. Do you think
No, absolutely not. Nope.
So you think trans men should go into the women's restroom?
Yes.
Okay, so they present masculine. They present, right, as a man, right? And it is the case that you're saying that they should go into the women's restroom. So couldn't
Okay, but they're born a female though.
So couldn't people couldn't people specifically who claim to be trans men who are cis men specifically go into the context of the restrooms?
No, because they're not. They were born a female. Trans men were born a female.
What?
Yeah, they were.
So, no one's. You're not listening. How do you determine that? Like going into the context of bathrooms, you wouldn't be able to determine that. Are you gonna have like
Parker, can you hear
genitalia
me?
checks? Yes, I do.
Oh, determine.
Can you add me back up? My app just like froze.
Yeah, I got you. Don't worry.
Yeah. So, okay. Yeah. So in some cases, people do get away with that, but there you can kind of tell like someone's a trans,
Trans person. And often
yeah, you can tell.
No.
Some people are noticeable. Yeah.
So so then I'll give you examples of people. I want to ask you specifically. Do you think that they should go into the men or women's restroom? And you're gonna let's see what you say.
I can't. I don't know unless they're. I don't know what their sex is.
Hold up. I got you. Do you think that he should go into the women's restroom or the men's restroom?
Well, he looks like a man. So I mean, if I had to guess, I would say a man's restroom, but I'm not sure though what he is. Why? Am I right?
You're not sure. So do you think that? Well, I'm going to show you a group of different people specifically.
He looks like a man though. He doesn't look trans, but I'm saying some people do look like trans.
Hold up. Okay, trans people.
Trans people.
Answer
yeah.
this question. Do you think that he should be in the women's restroom or the men's restroom?
He looks like a man, so I would say man. But I'm wrong, right?
Yeah, so the picture I just showed you is someone who's a trans man. So you think that they should go into the men's restroom, right? As you should, right? So the point that I was saying is that specifically this idea that you can quote unquote tell is a crazy thing in the very first place. And secondly, right, it is not the case that would be a mechanism of being able to determine who should go in which bathroom.
Okay, but I'm saying that some people are like noticeable. Like you can tell that they're trans.
Can I actually say something about that? Because we know what we look like. We are fully fucking aware of what we look like, dude. So like the problem is that you think that I'm gonna go into a woman's restroom. I'm gonna get my ass beat if I go into a woman's bathroom, dude. There's no fucking way. Thank you for the cowboy hat. That's fucking cool. I'm not going into a woman's restroom because the only way that you could even remotely question what my gender is, which, by the way, I use the men's bathroom every fucking day.
Well, I know your gender because
I'm up here telling you what my fucking gender is. That's how you know. And that's how you know. And if you say otherwise, you're just trying to prove your point. You're not going to offend me. It's not going to work. I've heard every fucking thing in the book. So I don't care. But here's the thing. We know what we look like. So before I presented like the way that I do, I didn't go into the men's bathroom. I unfortunately still went into the women's bathroom because I'm going to do what's going to keep me fucking safe. That's what I'm going to do. Same thing applies for all trans people. We don't want to meet people like you. I don't want to come. Well, I actually would enjoy meeting somebody like you because I think it might help you to meet somebody who's like an actual trans person so that I could shatter what you think you know about trans people. Because I'm an average person. I served 13 years active duty in the military before I got kicked out for being trans. I'm just the average fucking guy. There's nothing I walk around and navigate through society no fucking differently than you do. Trans men and trans women avoid spaces that are going to potentially be dangerous for us because of the rhetoric that you're speaking about. Like, I'm not going to go into a woman's bathroom no matter how much you want me to because I fucking care about women and protecting them. Like, I don't want to make a woman. If I see a woman walking down the road by herself or down the sidewalk, I move my ass to the other side so that they feel safer because I present like a fucking man, bro.
Yeah,
Because
so
I'm
I'm gonna say this. Man is an adult male. A woman is an adult female, right?
Can
And
I
you
ask
were
you-
born?
yeah.
You were born a female, right? And you
based on what-
you
based
identify
on-
as a man. So
based
why
on
you
what
get-
stand? No, I got you. Based on what criteria? What would you say determines whether or not I'm like, unless you want to like ask what genitalia I have, and that would mean you ask other men in the bathroom what their genitals are. Because I don't know about you, bro, but when I'm standing at a urinal next to a dude, I'm not looking at his genitalia.
No,
Are you?
I'm not no, but I'm saying like you can base off like facial structures or whatever. You can
Facial
tell.
structures. Did you know that testosterone and estrogen change your not like it's not just deepening my voice, growing. This is facial hair, by the way. I don't know if you know that, but I have fucking facial hair like you. But it also changes and redistributes the fat on our body. So like the fat that used to exist on my thighs and shit moved to my belly, where like cis men typically have it. The fat that used to exist on my face. I don't know if you see this jawline, but I don't know. I'm not gonna fucking do that weird thing called mewing. I don't know. But like I have a more defined jawline now. So like and my testosterone is really fucking high. Like it was already high before I started HRT. But yeah, and do you know what the word karyotyping is?
No, I don't.
So karyotyping is how we find out what our chromosomes are. And karyotyping costs in the U.S. somewhere around $13,000 to $15,000. So if you want to go with the chromosomes argument, you don't even know your chromosomes unless you have like an intersex condition in which you would need karyotyping. You could have XX chromosomes. I'm not going to call you by your username. That's a weird fucking username. And that's also a weird username to have and then come up saying that you give a shit about women when your username is what it is and your little @ says kiss me DADDY. That's fucking
You guys are
strange,
so
bro.
sensitive. You guys are
No,
typical
I'm not sensitive,
liberals.
bro. I'm not sensitive. I just don't need to ask somebody to call me daddy. That's weird.
You guys are
It's
crying
just
about a
strange.
username. It's unbelievable.
No,
You
I'm
guys are
just.
just typical liberals who cry about everything. You guys are.
I'm sorry.
No,
Am
you
I
just
crying?
it's
You
weird.
guys cry.
Do you see
We're
tears
not.
in my eyes?
Yeah, we're not crying at all. We're literally just pointing out the
No,
fact
but
that
you
it's
guys
weird,
complain.
bro.
All you do
Hey,
is
dude,
complain.
I'm sorry. You can't just do something weird like that and then get mad at everyone else for saying that it's weird and just try to
No, it's
act like
just you guys are
we're
getting
fucking crazy.
sensitive. It's
We're not
hilarious.
crazy. This is not us being sensitive. This is just us being like, yo, dude, that's weird that your name is Goon to me on a TikTok debate live. Like seriously, like that's weird. Yeah.
I wouldn't
People
feel
like
if
you
we
are the
asked-
reason why Donald Trump is the president.
And what makes you think
That's
that?
the reason why. Yeah.
Wait, I want to ask, just like I want to do a social experiment. If you're a woman in the chat, and you think it's weird that this person, that this man has that as his username, can you just put weird? Can you just type the word weird? I'm just curious.
Yeah, they're gonna say that because they're fans. That's the only reason.
No, because they actually think
Yeah,
that.
because they're fans. They're fans.
No,
Wait, so
people like you are why Trump got into office, actually, because creeps got voted into office.
No, it's because we're smart. That's why I think majority of the people in America love him more than Harris.
You are not smart. Okay, let's talk
You're,
about this.
You're not smart either.
I'm way smarter than you. It's not even close.
Okay, but you're not smart. You're not a genius.
Sure, I'm not smart, but a hell of a lot smarter than you.
Oh, okay. Then how about if you think you know it all, Parker? How about you run?
I don't think I know it all. I just think I know more than you.
Then run for president. Then
I can't.
Tough guy.
You obviously don't know much. I'm not 35 years old.
No, in the future. In the future.
I don't care to be president of the United States. That's not something I would want to do. Is be president of the United States. I'm not gonna run for president just because I think I know things in political debate lives. It's ridiculous.
Wait, Parker. Didn't Trump say that smart people don't like him?
Yep.
So you think you're smart? You think you're smart? So Trump doesn't like you if you think you're a smart person.
Or you must not like Trump. Yeah.
Or you must not like
smart
Trump.
People, yeah.
He said, because smart people, yeah. So smart people don't like Trump. So then you, according to Trump's logic, wouldn't like Trump if you were smart.
Yeah. He must not be smart because if you were smart, you wouldn't like him.
Yeah. Well, Trump's a lot better than Harris.
Okay, we can get into that here in a second. Let's go through that in a second. But first of all, I just wanted to tell you, why do you think that I'm the reason why Trump is president?
Yeah, because there's people that are confused about their gender. That's the reason why. I'm telling you.
Yep, it's me. It's me. I'm the fucking reason that Parker.
No, it is. Yeah. I'm a Trump supporter, so I would know more about that than you.
Wait,
yeah, dude, totally.
I asked you why you think that I'm the reason why Trump is president, and you just said trans people. That's all you said. That you didn't even give us an argument. You didn't say why you think I'm specifically the reason why Trump is president. You just brought up trans people.
Because you support it.
Wait, by the way, so
you
then
advocate for it.
So I advocate for trans people?
Yeah, like the trans ideologies. Yeah.
How am I hurting you, bro?
You're not hurting me. I'm just saying this.
It seems like I'm really in your head. I feel like I
No,
live.
it's just it's.
I think he's
There's a
sensitive.
difference.
I think he's
no,
really
there's a
sensitive,
difference
right?
between delusional and
you know,
logic.
you're just delusional. Like how Donald
Yeah.
Trump said the climate's going to start cooling, science just doesn't know it yet. How he said windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. How he said if Jesus were the vote counter in California that he would win the vote. How he specifically has brought up bringing into the idea that we should use disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Him bringing up nuking hurricanes. I can keep going. Do you want me to bring up all of the delusions?
Damn,
he
you
specifically
speak
said tariffs would
fast.
reduce
Slow down,
prices.
little buddy.
Yeah,
I know
give me
you
a single
might
thing.
be
Let's
smart.
go. Let's go. What delusions are you talking
keep-
about?
He was joking about that, dude.
No, he
Come
wasn't.
on.
He was serious in all of those circumstances. Tell me specifically, what do you think we are delusional about? Because I just gave you so many things that Donald Trump is delusional about. Now give me a single thing
the
that you think that we're
immigration.
delusional about.
Yeah, the immigration.
Oh,
Let's
so now
just
he keeps changing topics. Now we're talking about immigration. What am I delusional about
you
in terms
said
of
name me
immigration?
one. You said name me one.
Yeah, so what specifically am I delusional about? You just said immigration. That's not something I'm delusional about in specific.
But that's you support illegal immigration, right?
No, I think that people should be provided a pathway to citizenship if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, if they're an undocumented immigrant, right? And then if someone specifically has committed a violent crime or bad crime, I have no issue with deporting them on the condition that they're going to be put into prison in another country, because I don't want them to like come back to the country and reoffend if they're a violent criminal.
Well, I know you said that you said that you're okay with illegal immigration, but if they commit a crime, then
No. I just said that I'm not. The reason why I'm not okay with it is because when someone's an undocumented immigrant, they can be exploited. So I would prefer them to have legal status rather than be under the context of being undocumented, because it provides better conditions for their life. So I prefer that people would be considered legal. It's just the current process right now makes it so it's too hard to go through the process. So for people who are already undocumented, I don't think that they should be punished if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. I think that's obviously
okay.
absurd
So
to do
what if
that.
everyone from let's say South Korea, China, Mexico, and Guatemala, what if they all wanted to come to the USA? We should all let them in.
Not everyone from those countries wants to come to our country. And I do
I'm
think that
just
there's
saying,
a
though,
certain amount
hypothetically.
of I do think that there's a certain amount of people where we specifically wouldn't be able to allow any more, and it could negatively impact us economically speaking. I just don't know what that number is. So I would assume that 1 to 3% population growth would probably be like an acceptable amount, which is significantly higher in terms of immigration than what we have right now. But we actually don't have any good evidence that at a certain point there would be a negative impact in terms of immigration to our GDP and overall society.
Yeah, okay, but I'm just saying, Charlie Kirk knows what he's saying, and
what are these pivots? My neck hurts, bro. These pivots are crazy.
Yeah, my brain cells hurt. I'm losing my brain cells.
Yeah, you
right
don't
now.
have any. How can they hurt if you don't have any?
No, they're hurting right now as I'm losing them.
And like, I probably would bet that your brain cells haven't worked this hard, because earlier you complained about how fast Parker was talking, which you all seem to do, and I kept up just fine. But you claimed that you were smarter than Parker.
You don't even know you don't even know yourself, because you don't even know what gender you are, buddy. You don't even know if
What
you're
are
a
you
man or a
talking about?
woman.
Dude, I think it's very obvious that Eli knows that he's a man. I think that's very obvious. I think you're the one that's confused, and you're projecting your confusion onto everyone else.
Then Parker, why is a man the definition?
Wait. Donald Trump is confused about whether or not disinfectant by injection would be good to fight COVID-19, right?
So why is
that's
a
what
man
Donald
called
Trump
a
is
dog?
confused about. Donald Trump is confused. He's absolutely, Trump supporters in general are so confused. They don't even know who won the 2020 election. They're fucking confused. They didn't even know climate change is caused by humans, and then it's leading to global temperature
Biden
increase.
stole the election.
They're fucking confused. They think windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. They're fucking confused. They're so
Biden stole the
confused. They
election.
don't even know what a tariff is, chat. They have no fucking
Biden
clue.
cheated. I do
No
know
clue.
what a tariff
Oh,
is.
Biden cheated. How did Biden tweet? How did Biden cheat in 2020?
Yeah, because like all the machines or whatever.
What
yeah,
machines?
like he changed the names. Like the people who
How
voted
how
for
many
Trump.
beers
he
have you had
changed it to
tonight, sir?
Biden.
How many beers have you had tonight, sir?
0. I don't drink.
Wow. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, that's beyond
And we
me.
do know what tariffs are.
That's
Do
beyond
you know
me,
what a
dude. I'm
tariff is?
elevated as fuck right now, and I can't even believe that you're saying this shit. You sound like you're off your ass right now because you are saying such insane bullshit that has no basis in reality. You said that Joe Biden, based on what machines, stole the 2020 election? How come he could steal it in 2020, but he couldn't steal it in 2024?
Because
Explain
he
that
didn't
one to
run.
me.
He didn't run. It was Harris that did.
He didn't run. So Biden, because he didn't run, he couldn't rig the election for Kamala Harris?
I don't know. He didn't
Wait, so
even want.
wait,
he
Biden
didn't even
Biden
like
is so
Kamala
competent
Harris.
that Biden's so competent that he could rig the election.
He
Right?
didn't even like Kamala Harris.
Biden's so competent that he could rig the election, that he could literally make it so that no one knows, right, any evidence that he stole the election. He was so competent that he could get away with that all. But
Because he didn't like Kamala Harris.
He didn't like Kamala Harris, but he endorsed her right away.
Then why he wore a
He
he
picked
had a
her as
MAGA
he
hat
picked
on.
her as his VP. He wore that as a joke.
Yeah, because she was black. It was DEI. That's the real reason why.
What? Wait, you picked? Okay, so you think that Kamala Harris
He
was picked
literally
because
said
she's
that.
black in DEI? Okay, no. He acknowledged that he picked someone who's a black woman. He did not necessarily acknowledge that he picked her because she's a black woman, right? Along with the idea that Donald Trump, for example, picked people specifically for the Supreme Court, Amy Coney Barrett, because she's a woman. Do you think that Amy Coney Barrett is a DEI hire?
I don't know.
You don't know? Now you don't know. So Donald Trump literally said that he was going to pick a woman and then picked Amy Coney Barrett, and then you don't know whether or not they're a DEI hire? But isn't that the same standard you just
Maybe
used
she
to
was
say
the
that?
best fit. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So couldn't you say the same thing for Kamala Harris?
Yeah, sure. I mean, out of what? Out of what? Jasmine Crockett and AOC, because both of them are dumb.
Jasmine Crockett is fucking fire. Don't even go there.
Jasmine Crockett's dumb.
AOC and
You're just
Jasmine
racist.
Crockett are literally 10 to 20 million times smarter than you. It's not even fucking funny. It's actually
Okay.
absurd. They are so much smarter than you. It is not even
But
close.
They're dumb compared to
How?
the
Wait,
Republicans.
name one thing that either Jasmine Crockett or AOC has ever said that's dumb. Name one thing.
Yeah, so AOC said that they're like she supports trans people. That's how I know. That
That's
they're-
not
they're
dumb. Saying you
delusional.
support trans people is not a dumb statement. That is
Or
the
the
smart
ideology,
statement.
whatever.
That is the
Ideology.
smart statement. How is that a dumb statement?
Hey, what's your name?
My name's Austin.
Austin, can you turn your camera on?
I can't. I don't have like live access.
Okay. I highly like. I don't. If that's true, then you sound like kind of weak, because I guarantee that you wouldn't show your fucking face if you did have camera access.
No,
And
I
if you
don't
did,
have it though.
And if
I
you did
promise.
have camera access, then you should be saying these things with your full fucking chest. Like, I came up here and immediately showed my face. I don't have a problem standing behind it, but I will gladly come up here with my face. I have no problem showing my face when I'm talking about things, because I'm not a hateful bigot like you. But I'm just curious. Austin, thank you, so I don't have to use this weird fucking name that you've got here. Do you think like that Pete Hegseth is not a DEI hire?
Is that the gay guy? The guy he has a.
What just happened? But my multi-guest was just taken away, chat. I'm so annoyed. What the fuck? My multi-guest was taken away. What do you what did he just say, chat? That's getting clipped. What? What, dude. I'm sorry. That was the most unhinged statement. What the fuck? Jody, by the way, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Jody. Idon, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Absolutely. Akiva, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you. Anna, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. That's absolutely horrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. Anna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Use the W's for Anna in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you. Thorin, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Literally no clue. Thank you so much, Anna. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty. My box is actually, I can't add people up anymore, so I'm probably I'm gonna thank some people real quick, and then I'll try and send an appeal real quick. Lauren, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Maybe we'll get it back in the next few minutes. Actually, I think I'm gonna try that real quick while I thank people. Phoenix, thank you for the $2. Thank you. DK, thank you for the $5 twice. Thank you so much. Maxley, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. For every person who thinks you're the Antichrist, there are thousands of people who think you're the most awesome person around. We love and support you. Thank you so much. Maxley, that is so kind of you. That is so fucking kind of you. That's facts. That's literally facts. And that's what keeps me going, genuinely. That's what keeps me going. Marcus, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Amelia, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you. Pax, thank you so much for the $2. Green, thank you for the $2. Tequila, thank you for the $2. DK with the $10. Felonious, thank you so much for the $5. Pax, the $2. Tom with the 10 pounds, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $2. Angelina, Nader, thank you so much. Really appreciate the 10. Alrighty, let me try to no, dude. This is so unfortunate. Did not contain that. I did not violate any guidelines. And this is a mistake. Appeal submitted. At least we got an appeal submitted. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Sometimes it doesn't let me like send the appeal chat, so that's a bit brutal. But yeah, already everyone, I think that's going to be it for tonight. That's going to be it for tonight. Thank you everyone for coming through. Tomorrow I should be on probably later in the day again. I'll do like 5 p.m. as well. I'll keep everyone updated on whether or not I get my main account back. If not, I'm going to be on my my second account. Parker Get a Real Job. That's where I'll be. Parker Get a Real Job. That is where I will be. Just letting everyone know. Just letting everyone know. Parker Get a Real Job. That's where I will be. Love everyone. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Check out my YouTube videos. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Been putting, you know, a bunch of effort into them. There's like 3 videos we post every single day on YouTube if you want to check them out. As well as you go check out my shorts as well if you want to see any of that content. We post debate clips there as well. Thank you everyone again for coming through. I appreciate it so much. If you want to go over to my YouTube and like the YouTube stream, I would really appreciate that as well. Thank you everyone for coming through. Have a good night, everyone. I will see everyone later. Let me see if there's someone to raid real quick. Santana's live right now, everyone. Let's raid Santana. Spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker, everyone. Santana 24 speaks. Spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker, everyone. Everyone go into Santana stream. Spam love from Parker, everyone. Love everyone. Thank you, everyone. Have a great night. Have a great night.